Chapter 146. Thea was originally hesitant about finding the statue of the African evil god. In the 4th year, Oliver would help the Sky's Eye Society get the statue, and it would eventually fall into the hands of Damien Dark. Instead of wasting time, it was better to destroy it. But no matter how hard Thea tried, she couldn't find any other source of magic on the island other than the magic ball in her arms. Was it because of the different systems? Or did the statue not have any magic waves? Since she couldn't find it, then so be it. There were still 9 years before Damien's nuclear bomb would wipe out Star City. She could just kill him in advance. She had already completed half of her trip to Purgatory Island, and the remaining task was to rescue Sarah Lance. She didn't have much of a relationship with her, so she didn't have to worry about whether she was willing or not. Once she got her back to Star City, her reputation with her father, Inspector Lance, and Laurel would instantly be worshipped. Thea wouldn't have bothered if it was too far away, but she was on a ship on the other side of the island. Since it was just a matter of convenience, she might as well give her a hand. Thea didn't hesitate. After searching for the magic ball for a few days, the island's environment was no longer as unfamiliar as before. She identified the direction and flew west under the cover of the night. It was difficult to find people, but a large ship on the sea was easy to find. This ship was personally funded by Dr. Ivo, who researched the Japanese biological weapon Mirakuru. He hired a ship of armed mercenaries to find the miracle medicine in his heart. Thea couldn't be bothered to find out what noble reasons he had in the beginning. She only knew that this guy wasn't a good person. She used infrared to observe from a distance. There were quite a lot of thermal reactions on the ship. She roughly estimated that there were hundreds of people on the ship. While the mercenaries were patrolling, Thea landed lightly on the deck. The skateboard wasn't suitable for movement in the narrow cabin. She needed to move as fast as lightning. She held the necklace that Malcolm gave her and whispered the spell on it. Wind Walk. Following the successful casting of the spell, a circle of green smoke could be seen surrounding her body. She adjusted to the sudden increase in speed. Not bad. Although it wasn't as fast as the Flash, it was still close to 600 kilometers per hour. After some hesitation, he put the skateboard back into his bag. The interior of the ship was small, so he should not encounter any strong resistance. Using the stealth techniques of the Union of Assassins, he entered the cabin through the shadows when a few patrol teams met. Along the way, he knocked out a lone mercenary. Regardless of whether the mercenary would become an idiot or not, he activated suggestion and dream entering at full power. His powerful spiritual power directly crushed the mercenary's memory. Thea quickly grasped the situation of the ship. There were not as many mercenaries as she had imagined. There were only 2 small teams of 50 people. Dr. Evo had brought a small team to search the island this morning, so there were only 25 people left on the ship. As for the thermal reactions that Thea observed, most of them were from prisoners that Dr. Aiwa had captured and used for human experiments. Sarah Lance was doing well. Although she was only a beauty in Thea's eyes, she was a great beauty in the eyes of Dr. Aiwa, who had drifted on the sea for a few years. They had feelings for each other. After a few hookups, Sarah became Dr. Aiwa's personal secretary. Knowing that there were not many people on the ship, Thea naturally did not continue to hide her tracks. There were only a few rotten fish and shrimps scattered throughout the ship. What was there to be afraid of? She summoned her doppelganger and handed her the bow and arrow. Her meaning was clear. If she saw them, kill them. If not, forget it. The real body drew out a long sword and a dagger. Seeing a patrol team in the distance, she rushed over like a gust of wind. These people might be considered elites in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Thea, who was fast and powerful, and whose fighting skills were at the top of the world, they were full of flaws. She slashed left and right, and every time she waved her weapon, a strong man would fall to the ground. The doppelganger also drew the bow and shot at the mercenaries who had picked up their weapons and were ready to fight back. The battle ended in a short 30 seconds. Thea shook off the blood on the spine of her sword. The real body killed 5 and the doppelganger killed 3. Not a single one of them can fight. The real body's complacent remark made the doppelganger roll its eyes. The doppelganger raised its bow and arrow. Go and start the fight. I'm a long-range fighter. Like looking into a mirror, they teased each other for a while. Thea was surprised to find that the doppelganger was especially active at night. She seemed to be able to absorb energy from the killing. Her originally stiff expression became much more lively. Does this mean that I have to be the light emissary during the day and kill at night? My talent is really strange. Will it really not split after a long time? Then another patrol team was wiped out. Thea followed the memory that she had read and found the captain's room. The iron gate was tightly locked, and it looked very sturdy. Thea could not go up and shout that there was a delivery. Open the door quickly. She could only turn on the power of the mechanical arm and punch at the suspected keyhole. Poof! There was a crisp sound, but the expected earthquake did not happen. The door looked sturdy, but it was actually a layer of iron that could be pierced through with a light poke. Thea's punch was so powerful that it took down the entire door along with its frame. Ah! A scream rang through the room. Sarah Lance had been sleeping well in the captain's room. The conditions here were naturally not as good as at home, but happiness came from comparison. Compared to the experimental subjects who were waiting to die in the cage, she had reached the top in a single bound. Dr. Evo did not make any excessive demands of her. In fact, even if he did, she would not dare to resist. She thought that her days would go on like this, but she did not expect to hear so many screams in her sleep. At first, she thought it was a dream, but when the thick smell of blood rushed into her nose, she knew it was not a dream. Just as she was feeling uneasy, all the screams disappeared. She could only hear light footsteps outside the door. When Sarah was about to hide, a silver-white metal arm outside the door broke through the cabin door with a poof. Under her horrified gaze, the entire cabin door was removed. At this moment, all she could do was scream. Countless movie clips appeared in her mind, such as Terminator, Alien, and so on. Of course, she was not playing the role of the Terminator. She was the female pig-trotter who was scared to the point of peeing her pants. Thea swaggered into the room and saw Sarah, who was trembling all over with her eyes closed. She was speechless. Was she that scary? She had to admit that her voice was really loud. No wonder she could get the mixed account of White Canary. But she was here to save her. She recalled her doppelganger. She could not let her see these things. Hey, I'm here to save you. After waiting for 3 seconds, Sarah did not hear her at all. She shouted so loudly that Thea's voice was completely covered. After all, she was someone she knew. Whether it was Oliver, Laurel, or Inspector Lance, it was not appropriate to directly beat her up and kidnap her. Thea could only be patient and listen to her shouting. She didn't know if the remaining mercenaries on the ship were frightened by her murderous aura, or if they were jealous that Sarah had suddenly become the captain's subordinate and above 50 people. Either way, no one was prepared to rescue the captain's little lover, and they all hid in a corner and pretended to be dead. Chapter 147. Thea found a chair and sat on it with her legs crossed. The corner of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself, I'm going to ignore you. Let's see how long you can howl for. Sarah Lance's mind was blank. She thought about being dismembered by the enemy, and wondered if the enemy had taken out a gun. She was scaring herself, thinking that she only had a few seconds left in this world. She should make full use of it and continue to scream. But when her voice was hoarse, she realized that something was wrong. She was going to be a heroine in the future, so her basic intelligence was still online. There seems to be only my voice in the room. Where's the enemy? Was he knocked out by my scream? She opened her eyes a little. No one. The enemy ran away. Sarah Lance was overjoyed. She opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. But when she turned her head, she almost bit her tongue when she saw Thea sitting on the chair. You. Sarah pointed at Thea's face and thought. At this time, Thea took off her hood and revealed her face. She should know her. After all, it had only been a year, so her appearance wouldn't change too much. But it was hard to say. At least Thea didn't have much of an impression of her. Fortunately, she was arrogant in the past, but people still paid attention to her. You are? You're Ollie's sister? Sarah felt that the woman in front of her looked familiar. She slapped her forehead and tried to recall. Finally, she found a clue from Ollie. Isn't this his sister? As for her name, Sarah couldn't remember. She sighed. Thea Quinn. I'm here to save you. Your father and sister miss you very much. She reached out a hand and pulled Sarah up from the floor. This girl didn't look tall, but she had a lot of meat on her body. Perhaps the food on the ship was too good, but she was chubby. Fortunately, Thea had been exercising for a long time. If she was the skinny girl from before, she wouldn't have been able to pull her up. Sarah was still drowning in her longing for her father and guilt for her sister. She stood up and realized that she was being pulled out of the door. Where are we going? Where are the guards? Don't worry. Everyone on this ship is hiding. Go to the island and find my plane. I'll send you back to Star City. Suddenly hearing the familiar name of Star City, Sarah's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Thea frowned. This woman was too emotional. To be honest, Thea admired Sarah Lance's future achievements. Whether she was the captain of the Wave Rider or the leader of the Legendary Squad, Sarah Lance was a great heroine, relying on his own continuous struggles to repair the changes in the timeline, especially the phrase "legends never admit defeat," that left a deep impression on everyone. Compared to the Flash on the other side, Sarah's reverence for time was 10,000 times higher than his. The Flash had triggered the Flashpoint incident and rewritten the fates of countless people just to rewrite his own childhood misfortune. But that was the future. Thea could only say that heroes were created by circumstances, and that no one was born outstanding. Only heroes who worked hard to fight against fate were worthy of praise. Sarah only recovered a little when they were really out of the range of the ship. Her father's nagging and her sister's complaints were nothing. As long as she could leave this damn island, she would even beat her up. At this time, not far from the two of them, a wave of blue light appeared in the air. After a violent wave, a man and a woman walked out of the air. The short blonde woman was very alert, but when she looked around, her face was full of disbelief. Purgatory Island? The tall man on the side heard her call and looked around carefully. This is the Purgatory Island that you and Oliver stayed in? Why did Gideon send us here? Shouldn't we be in the Star City police station in 2007? The two of them were speechless. They could only silently get up and walk into the darkness. What is this thing? When Thea was installing the skateboard, Sarah's brain had returned to normal. She asked a lot of questions like where was Ollie, how was her family, and so on. Thea could only answer a few selectively. It's installed, Just when Thea was about to jump on, she suddenly felt her temple throbbing. A strong sense of danger surged in her heart. She could only see a blue light flying toward her. Get down! He pounced on Sarah Lance, who was still looking at him in a daze. The blue light didn't hit them, but under Thea's horrified gaze, it pierced through the skateboard. God! The skateboard that was floating in the air was like a kite with a broken string. It wobbled and fell to the ground, never to move again. F***ck your mother. Thea was instantly filled with anger. She turned her head to look at the culprit. Not far away stood a tall woman in black clothes with black hair and a blank expression. Who was this? Why would such a person suddenly appear on Purgatory Island at this time? But before she could open her mouth to ask, the weapon in the woman's hand started firing non-stop. Swoosh! 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 Rays of blue light shot towards Thea and Sarah. Laser weapon? Thea was a little confused. There weren't such high-end weapons in this era. The Batfighter was considered the pinnacle of human technology, but it hadn't entered the laser era. Could it be that this person was an alien? The situation was grim. No matter who the opponent was or where she came from, the fact that she was an enemy was undeniable. After whispering to Sarah to hide, Thea raised her hand and cast a dark magic. She didn't need to trap the opponent. She only needed to temporarily interfere with the enemy's vision. Then, under Sarah's shocked gaze, Thea cast the wind-walking spell on herself again. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Facing the enemy who had just escaped from the black fog, she raised her hand and slashed. Thea's speed was very fast. In just a few dozen moves she had completely gained the upper hand. She found that the woman's fighting ability was far inferior to hers. At best, she was at the level of a Special Forces soldier. But she was very strong and her body was very sturdy. Her sword that could cut iron like mud could only leave scratches on her body. Her body was so dense? She shouldn't be an earthling, right? She didn't know. While she was puzzled, the woman opposite her was also extremely surprised. She kept thinking in her heart, who was this woman fighting with her? She didn't seem to be the target of her mission. Two people who shouldn't be at this time appeared in a place where they shouldn't be and inexplicably fought. This was completely different from her initial plan. But as the fight went on, her anger also rose. Thea's sword slashed her body more than a dozen times. Although the cuts weren't deep, she was not a robot. She would still bleed. Relying on her strength that was far greater than that of an earthling, she didn't pursue small fights. Instead, she used strong punches. Seeing that she changed her attack style, Thea didn't dare to take it head-on. She deliberately exposed a flaw. The woman in black was overjoyed. She ignored the sword that was going to pierce her collarbone and punched Thea's face. Chapter 148. I was waiting for you to use this move. Thea's mechanical arm was already equipped, but it was hidden under the combat suit and could not be seen by outsiders. Now that she saw the punch that she thought was effective, she sneered in her heart. Aren't you just relying on your strength? I'll let you see what science is. She raised her hand and punched out. The woman in black saw that Thea was about to punch her, and her heart tightened. Is this woman from Earth really powerful? But the arrow was already on the bow, so she could only use her greatest strength to punch out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the woman in black felt an overwhelming force rushing from her arm to her shoulder. His entire body was knocked off the ground and flew back more than 5 meters. Damn it! How can this woman be so powerful? The woman in black was well trained. She turned around in the air and regained her balance. Her eyes kept rolling as she tried to figure out the enemy's plan. Thea was quite satisfied with this punch. She had already used all the available power in her arm. Although the maximum power in the design was 10 tons, considering the way the human body exerted force and the recoil, the actual power could not reach that high. However, this punch still contained more than 5 tons of strength. Although the woman in black was also known for her great strength, she was at most at the level of 1 to 2 tons, which was similar to the non-berserk Bane. Now that she was caught off guard, her arm was numb from Thea's punch, and her strength had decreased by at least 20%. Although Thea also suffered some recoil, the excellent shock-absorbing performance of the metal arm almost eliminated this force. She took half a step back and attacked the woman in black while she regained her balance. Who are you? The woman in black felt that this fight was not clear. Thea immediately asked, Tell me who you are first. I can't tell you. Tell me who you are. We must have misunderstood. The woman in black's fighting skills were not as good as Thea's, and now she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. She was beaten by Thea like a dog. Now you know it's a misunderstanding? Where's the energy you used to shoot my skateboard? You still want to know my name. Is it for revenge in the future? I'll never change my name or surname. I'm Barbara Gordon. Thea announced her name casually without any embarrassment. Her expression was so calm that it was a mess. Achoo! Barbara, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know that she had taken the blame and was still receiving special training from Batman. She couldn't help but sneeze. The woman in black was naturally not a magnanimous person. She muttered the name twice in a low voice. Barbara. Humph, I'll remember this. Although she was furious she couldn't beat him. She didn't have the ability to recall the memories of the main characters, so she didn't have that ability even if she wanted to. Seeing Thea's vicious punch coming towards her face, she became anxious. You're so strong, wouldn't that punch disfigure me? If he could tolerate this, what else could he do? He couldn't care less about the rules of the organization. Time stop. The woman in black raised her right hand and aimed it at Thea. An invisible field shrouded the place where the two were fighting. At this time, Thea maintained her right hand in front of her and her left arm in the air. She was completely unconscious and didn't realize what was happening. The woman in black gasped for breath. She could only change the flow of time in a small area temporarily. It was impossible to stop the entire world. However, even such a small area brought about a huge backlash. No one could deceive time. They were only the servants of time, not the masters. Next, she was ready to complete her mission and retreat quickly. However, she discovered a shocking fact. Thea, who was theoretically frozen by the flow of time, was moving slowly. Although the distance she moved was extremely small, she wasn't completely imprisoned. This guy. The woman in black was completely dumbfounded. This phenomenon could only mean that this guy who was fighting with her wasn't a nobody. She was an important person in this timeline. Countless people could have direct or indirect contact with her. Under the influence of these people, there was an even greater change in time. Instead of saying that she was imprisoning her, it was more accurate to say that she was fighting for control of the entire timeline. Let alone her. Even if she pulled out the 180 people in the organization and multiplied it by 10,000, they still wouldn't be able to go against the laws of this world. It sounded like a long time, but in reality only a second had passed. However, this short second had caused the black-clothed woman's vitality to be greatly damaged. Her originally pretty appearance was like that of an evil spirit, and her body also uncontrollably shriveled up. No, the backlash of time was too great. She had to stop immediately. She would rather be beaten to death than use this move. However, she underestimated the tolerance of time and overestimated her own limits. Halfway through her action, a huge amount of energy exploded from within her body. The explosion of energy was so quick and violent that it was shocking. Without even making a sound, the woman in black was blown to smithereens on the spot. This wasn't an adjective, it was reduced to an atomic structure. However, because the imprisonment field wasn't immediately removed, some strange substances in her body automatically entered Thea's body. With the woman's death, her time field was naturally removed, and Thea also smoothly regained control of her body. However, the scene in front of her made her a little confused. Although she was imprisoned, her memory was still there. The scene in front of her was that she jumped up and attacked, and then the woman in black was instantly blown to smithereens. Did I do this? Thea was confused. Did I hit her? Was she killed by my punch? Was she possessed by Saito-sensei? However, the enemy was indeed dead. Although many villains had the tradition of faking their deaths, as long as their heads weren't chopped off, this woman was already smithereens. In theory, it was impossible for her to revive, right? Carefully feeling her body, she vaguely felt that there was something extra in her body, but she couldn't identify it without a reference. At the same time, in the grass not far from her, two people were whispering. What do you think we should do? Thea killed the Time Wanderer. She's going to take my original body back to Star City. What was it? The blonde woman in white leather couldn't say what it was. The tall man named Rem had a funny look on his face. I'm a doctor of physics, not time travel. However, this Thea is very different from the Thea we know. The blonde woman rolled her eyes at him, knowing that he couldn't give any constructive advice. Just as she was racking her brains for a solution, their communicator rang. Miss Lance, Dr. Palmer, the timeline shows that Wanderer is dead. Did you do it? The owner of the voice found it hard to believe, but his tone was very relaxed. The two in the grass looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They wanted to accept this glory, but they really didn't do it. Chapter 149. The two of them came up with no good ideas, so they decided to go back and discuss it. But when they moved, Thea immediately sensed them. Even when she was a pure martial artist, Thea was astonishingly sensitive, not to mention now that she had evolved into psychic power. Who's there? The sound of their footsteps instantly alerted Thea. Relying on the support of the wind walk spell on her body, she glided over to the two of them like a flying dragon, her feet barely touching the ground. But when Thea saw the faces of the two people clearly, she was instantly dumbfounded. The blonde girl was Sarah Lance, and the tall, handsome and funny guy next to her was Ray Palmer? Why were they here? At this time, at this place? Thea vaguely understood something. She used her psychic power to sense Sarah Lance, who was knocked out by the shockwave. That's right, there were two Sarahs. The one in front of her was Sarah Lance from the future. Hi, I'm Ray. You don't know me. Oh, at least not now. No, I mean you shouldn't know me now. The handsome Ray Palmer, who was 1.9 meters tall, ignored the mysterious atmosphere between the two women and greeted them in a relaxed and cheerful manner. But after a few words he found it more and more ridiculous, so he stopped talking. But he still stared at her with bright eyes. This guy was indeed Felicity's boyfriend. He was just as funny as she was. Thea pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly. Then she turned to the blonde girl who was silent. You're Sarah. Sarah Lance, who already had the demeanor of a future legendary captain, bit her lip and said helplessly, Yes, you. Why are you on Purgatory Island? I'm here to find Oliver. Thea answered firmly and reasonably. No one could find fault with it. Sarah was having a headache. Naturally, she couldn't find any fault with the answer. Just as she was racking her brains, Captain Rip Hunter's voice came from the communicator. "Hold her down for now. We'll be right there." Sarah and Ray exchanged glances and decided to let the Atom Man, who was more talkative, buy time. "Hey, where were we? Oh yes, you don't know me yet, but you will soon. Blah blah blah." Sia didn't see their secretive gazes, but she didn't feel that these two guys were a threat to her. After all, they were on the same side. Ray used to be Felicity's boyfriend, and Sarah was Laurel's sister. She was related to them in many ways. Seeing that they had the intention to chat about their daily lives, even though she was a little confused, she still started to talk nonsense with him. Unfortunately, Ray Palmer was the kind of person who could talk nonsense all day long, but was always unreliable at crucial moments. After a few sentences, he could not continue. Thea saw through his intentions, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she changed the topic and discussed with him about physics, technology, and nanotechnology. This made Ray Palmer breathe a sigh of relief. For an authority in quantum mechanics who could solve the Ehrenfest theorem in an hour, he could talk about science and technology for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating himself. What a genius! Although many of his ideas were just general discussions, they still made Thea's eyes light up. This guy could be seen as a weakened version of Tony Stark. Just a simple conversation between the two had benefited Thea a lot. Just as Ray was explaining a formula to her, Thea smiled. "Your friends are here." "We mean no harm," Sarah quickly explained. Yeah. Ray Palmer nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Whether or not they meant harm, they would only know when they met. Thea looked at the people opposite her who didn't hide their tracks and rushed towards her. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Was she so strong that she needed to team up to fight? She was so happy. Happy my ass. She didn't get any experience or reputation from fighting these people. 5 people came from afar. The one in the lead was the captain of Wave Rider, Rip Hunter, who was wearing a long brown windbreaker. On his left was Captain Frigid, who was wearing a down jacket and sunglasses and holding a slightly exaggerated-looking gun. Next to him was Captain Frigid's good partner, Heatwave, who was wearing an asbestos fireproof suit and holding a flamethrower. On his right was an ordinary-looking black youth with thick lips. Thea couldn't remember his name. Beside him was a fat old man with white hair and round glasses. Was the whole Tomorrow's Legend squad coming out? No, there should also be Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Were those 2 idiots dead or not? "Miss Quinn, we're not enemies. We mean you no harm." Rip Hunter was the first to speak, explaining his side's position. Thea believed in this. Although her brother Oliver was a weakling now, his reputation would still shock many people in the future. He was known as the 8th magnate outside of the 7 magnate of the Righteous Alliance. As his sister, she would definitely have a good reputation in the Justice faction. They wouldn't dare to harm her. Seeing that she didn't overreact, Rip Hunt silently sighed in relief. It was inevitable to run into relatives and friends while traveling through time, so he couldn't just kill every single one of them. If he really did that, even the heroes of justice wouldn't spare them, so he was very experienced in dealing with such sudden incidents. His faction was neutral and even leaned towards the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he couldn't force Thea, who had a close relationship with the Green Arrow Party. "We came here from a certain time in the future. We wanted to stop the Time Wanderer from making a move on Miss Sarah's past, but we didn't expect to meet you here. I hope you can hand Miss Sarah," Rip Hunter pointed at the fainted Sarah Lance in the distance, "to us and let her return to her original time." Thea had never thought about the broad issue of time changing Sarah's fate. She thought about it carefully. Wouldn't it be better to send Sarah back to Star City, to her father and sister? Yes, that's great. There was nothing wrong with that at all. From every angle, Purgatory Island was the beginning of Sarah's tragic fate. If it could be changed from the beginning, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. But Rip Hunt couldn't say that. A person's perspective was different from his or her own. From Sarah's point of view, changing everything would definitely be a good thing. In fact, it would be an extremely good thing. If she could return home and live happily ever after, who would be willing to suffer so much? But for Rip Hunter, it was a bit of a headache. Sarah was someone he had focused on nurturing. She had brains, potential, and enough decisiveness. But all of that came from the suffering she had endured. If he agreed to let Sarah go home, she wouldn't have any of those experiences. Wouldn't he be looking for trouble if he recruited her? Rip could swear to the heavens that as long as he let Sarah go, the capable blonde girl in front of him would instantly turn into a powerless young girl, changing boyfriends twice a month, having some pox on the weekends, and having parties when she was bored. This was the norm for young Americans. If he could maintain Sarah's original life path, it would be this image. But he couldn't say a single word of that. He could only rely on Sarah's own wishes. Whether his right-hand woman wanted to live her current life or return to the past was all up to her. Chapter 150. In the end, the choice was back to Sarah. Of course, it was the future version of Sarah in front of them. The unconscious weakling in the distance was automatically ignored by them. What should I do? Even with Sarah's extraordinary decisiveness, she was still somewhat hesitant. If she nodded, all her suffering would end, and she would return to her daily life. What Assassin's League or Legendary Team? To hell with it. If she shook her head, everything would go back to normal, and she would still have to continue struggling in this sea of suffering. Everyone was silent for a moment. Those who understood lowered their heads in deep thought. When the problem fell on their heads, how should they choose? Those who didn't understand were also looking around, wondering why no one spoke. Sarah opened her mouth and couldn't continue after that one word. Perhaps she herself was in extreme hesitation. You shouldn't become a weakling, Sarah Lance. You're an assassin, a fighter against fate. Think about the true meaning of your existence. Beside her, Captain Cold Snart said with a sharp duck-like voice. The originally fluctuating balance had a subtle change because of his words. Sarah's expression gradually changed from hesitation to determination. She closed her eyes and said with a pained voice, "You're right. That's my fate. I shouldn't run away from it." Thea couldn't help but glance at this guy who suddenly interrupted. This person's overall aura was sinister, which intuitively made Thea uncomfortable. She didn't think that he could understand Sarah's heart so well. In her impression, one of them was gay while the other was a lesbian. Unexpectedly, they had developed feelings for each other. She really didn't expect that their hearts would be linked so early. "Since you've chosen this path, I can't drag you back." Thea nodded at her, indicating that they could solve it on their own. With one problem solved, Rip Hunt, who had a beautiful beard, felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. But immediately a new problem emerged. He reached into his pocket and took out a capsule, saying awkwardly, "Miss Quinn, we're time travelers. You'll know us in the future, but not now. So you have to take this pill and forget what you've experienced today." "Ha ha." Thea covered her mouth and laughed in anger. "Just because you think I'm easy to talk to, you think I'm a pushover? Time traveler? I'm so scared. I'm dying of laughter." Thea was laughing so hard that her body was trembling. However, under the puzzled gazes of the others, her face instantly turned ashen. "Are you sure you want me dead?" Rip Hunter tried to mediate for the last time. "We don't want to be your enemy, but these are our rules." "Humph." Thea snorted. "Do you give everyone you meet pills? How is that possible? Our spaceship is a time-traveling spaceship, not a pharmaceutical factory. If we were to give one to everyone we see, we would have to work 3 shifts a day and not do anything else." Rip Hunter shook his head. "We don't want to do that. We respect Green Arrow a lot, but you need to know that there are 7 of us." Hearing his threatening words, Thea smiled contemptuously. So what if there were 7 of them? They were just chickens and dogs. He drew his bow and aimed at Rip Hunt, who was threatening him. Although this guy spoke of saving the world's peace, it was actually all for the sake of saving his wife and child. Saving one's wife and child wasn't shameful at all. In fact, it was a very noble act. However, in order to cover up this fact, he dressed himself up as the savior of the world. Perhaps he didn't even realize how fake his words and actions were. As she drew her bow and shot an arrow, the others had no choice but to join the battle. "What abilities does she have?" The gloomy Captain Lung asked the so-called acquaintance of Thea, Sarah Lance. She was the one who interacted with Green Arrow's party the most. "She's Malcolm's daughter. Her training is similar to mine." Although Sarah had seen Thea fight with the Time Wanderer, she was a bit far away at the time. Thea didn't display much supernatural power, so she could only describe it based on what she knew. "So that's a normal person with extraordinary skills?" Heatwave shook his head, his face full of disdain. Rip Hunter said in a low voice, "Don't hurt her. She's an important person in the timeline. Don't worry. We can take care of her with our fists and feet. The ice and fire duo silently put away their weapons and rushed out. The rest of them also ran towards Thea. As they ran, they finished changing. Ray Palmer took out a small box from his pocket. The atomic suit instantly enlarged and he put it on. The black guy and the white fat old man clasped their right hands together and combined to become the superhero Firestorm. Although Sarah didn't want to be Thea's enemy, she still took out her iron rod and pretended to run. Thea was a bit speechless at their formation. 7 people. Fine, 1 person. Now there were 6. The 6 of them ran in a row like European soldiers from the age of matchlocks. From a visual point of view, they were indeed intimidating. The 6 of them were like fierce tigers or dragons coming out of the sea. But this isn't a photography competition. This is a combat competition. You're standing so close together that Thea was embarrassed to attack. But since she didn't want to take advantage of them, Thea decided to teach them a lesson. The name of the lesson was Mom, we'll never group together again. Her right hand released the bowstring and drew a few mysterious runes in the air. This was her modified illumination spell based on the dark mist spell. The starting movements and ending sounds were exactly the same. She just needed to change the rhythmic runes in the middle from dark to light. With the help of the sun rune's strong light affinity, Thea released this modified spell in less than a second. The light attribute was known for its speed. Thea raised her hand and threw the glowing ball at Rip Hunter, who was running at the front. The ball of light instantly exploded around them. The originally beautiful formation immediately fell apart. What's that? A flash bomb? Thea didn't have the obligation to explain it to them. She quickly shot out a binding arrow. They didn't want to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She couldn't kill them directly either, so she could only use a skill to stun and blind them. Under this kind of unprepared situation, the difference between an ordinary hero and a hero with superpowers could be seen. Rip Hunter lived up to his name. With a very ridiculous posture, he was caught in the net without even making a sound. He reflexively struggled a few times, but the result was that the net became even stronger. He naturally couldn't withstand the chemical agent that could stun even Bane. In less than 10 seconds he was GG. Heatwave, who was also rushing fiercely, was in the same situation as him. He came into close contact with the spiderweb. As an arsonist, the first thing he thought of when he saw the spiderweb was to burn it. But he didn't have a weapon with him. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare. He was still hanging on the net. He could only turn his head to his partner, Captain Cold, for help. Captain Cold, who was known to be able to fight against the Flash with his ordinary physique, had amazing reflexes. Perhaps his sunglasses also provided some protection, so he was less affected by the strong light. He could vaguely see Thea shooting an arrow, so he slowed down a little and avoided the fate of being caught in the net. Chapter 151. Sarah, on the other hand, was very lucky. She started late and was the closest to Thea among all the people present, not to mention that Thea had come all the way here to save her in 2008. She couldn't bite the hand that fed her. She seemed to be rushing out with the team, but in fact she was still far away from Thea. The ball of light did not explode in front of her, and she used the heatwave to avoid most of the glaring light. Although it was more or less uncomfortable, she still saw the dense cobwebs and nimbly avoided them. Ray Palmer was usually very funny, but his atomic suit was not for show. The moment the spider webs were about to hit him, he shrank and passed through them. The remaining firestorm seemed to be a combination of 2 people. His brain was a little messed up and he rolled his eyes every day. It was not the supercilious eyes in anime, nor was it the adjective supercilious eyes. It was purely the action of rolling the black eyeballs to reveal the white eyeballs. Thea did not understand how they could receive retinal signals like this. Anyway, she knew that her flash did not work on them. The combined guy was on fire and went straight through the center of the spider webs, leaving a human-shaped hole. Captain Lung hesitated on the outermost side, wondering whether he should save his partner first or gang up on Thea first. Sarah did not want to fight at all. She pretended to be an 80-year-old woman and slowly moved forward. In the end, the only ones who rushed in front of Thea were the Atom Man and the combined firestorm. Both of them were strong opponents, and Thea did not dare to take them lightly. However, their fighting styles were not mature enough. The Atom Man's personal chivalry was too strong. He had a long-range weapon on his suit, but he insisted on fighting hand-to-hand. If a bookworm with several doctorates and a contemporary grandmaster of martial arts like Thea fought hand-to-hand, the result was already doomed. Thea didn't pay much attention to him and dealt with him casually. Her attention was always on the firestorm in the sky and Captain Lung Han, who was rushing over from afar. Firestorm's flying ability was quite fast, but he mostly used the reverse thrust of the flames to accelerate his flight. It looked like two streaks of flames flitting through the air, mighty and domineering, but in fact, his steering was extremely poor. If Thea's skateboard was still there was no way she could beat him up. "Dr. Palmer, is your suit sturdy?" Thea dodged Firestorm's air-to-ground fireball and asked Atom Man with a smile. "Of course my battle suit is made of..." "Ah." Before he could finish his sentence, Thea's mechanical arm went into overdrive and grabbed one of his arms. Like a discus, she spun 3 times on the spot and threw it at the Firestorm in the air. The black guy and the fat old man were not very smart. When they saw Atom Man flying at them, they reached out to catch him without thinking. Thea had been waiting for this moment. There were many problems with their combination. The black guy and the fat old man's cooperation was always half a beat slower. In the original plot, there was a glorious failure where they were shot apart by an arrow. Coincidentally, the arrow was shot by none other than Malcolm Merlyn, Thea's biological father. Of course, in the current timeline, they hadn't met Old Ma yet, so they didn't realize how big the problem was with their seemingly cool combination. Thea found the right landing point and shot the arrow right in the chest of Firestorm. There was a momentary pause in the communication between the two of them. One of them wanted to run to the left, and the other desperately dodged to the right. As a result, the two of them withdrew from the combination state with blank faces. Fortunately, Atom Man was on the side and gave them a hand. Otherwise, they would have been crippled. The two of them fell to the ground a little angrily. When they tried to combine again, they found that their hands were swollen and there was no sign of fusion. Thea looked at this scene from the corner of her eyes and felt relieved. Super speed, super conversion ability, and a body strength and damage reduction ability that far surpassed Superman. So balanced in all aspects. Do you think you are Superman? There must be a limit to so many abilities. Otherwise, if you are so strong, how can others play with you? Thea had expected that the combination would have a cooldown. Since they couldn't combine, the threat to Thea instantly decreased from the biggest to the smallest. She turned her head and looked at White Canary Sarah Lance, who finally ran over. "It's so strange. You are much stronger than the Thea I remember." Sarah, who was determined to stop killing, said with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Thea didn't display any supernatural abilities. They thought that the flashing spell from before was a flash bomb. After that, she also used a bow to deal with them. Although Sarah didn't see any clues, her intuition told her that Thea in front of her was fully capable of killing her. Hearing her question, Thea rolled her eyes. "How refreshing. Do you think I'm the Eagle Hero and Eagle Girl who are still weak even after being reborn 206 times? Those two are a disgrace to all reborn people." Thea couldn't be bothered to explain. She silently raised her hand and made an inviting gesture. "Speaking of which, I haven't fought with you before. Judging from your movements, it seems to be the martial arts of the Assassin's Alliance. So you and Malcolm have reunited?" Sarah constantly adjusted her pace and at the same time analyzed why Thea was so strong. According to her timeline, Thea should still be in Star City. But when she saw Thea's movement, she instantly understood. So that's why. She and Malcolm had reunited in advance. Thinking that she had found a reasonable explanation for the timeline's distortion, Sarah felt much more at ease. Thea neither admitted nor refuted Sarah's conjecture. Those were all trivial matters. It was rare to meet a pure Earthling who didn't have any messy abilities or technological equipment. Thea also put away her bow and secretly deactivated her mechanical arm. She wanted to face this legendary team leader who had surpassed her master in a fair fight. Both of them drew their swords, greeted each other, and began to duel according to the rules of the Alliance. This battle was far less intense than the last time with Talia. Neither of them had the intention to kill. Thea was stronger than Sarah in terms of height, combat skills, strength, and speed, but she didn't have an overwhelming advantage. At first, Sarah thought that she could defeat Thea with her experience, But she soon realized that Thea was more experienced than she was. On the contrary, because of her experience as a legendary team, she had to deal with laser guns, primitive people, and aliens every day. It had been a long time since she fought with a master of the same level. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves, and her offensive was gradually suppressed. Thea was too familiar with her martial arts. Her level was far inferior to old Ma and Talia, and naturally she couldn't be compared to the current Thea. But out of admiration for her future bravery, Thea didn't go all out. She was prepared to end the battle with a draw. As Thea deliberately went easy on Sarah, the situation was reversed a bit. The Atom Man on the side stared at them with a pair of big eyes. It was not until Captain Frostbite shouted, "Sarah, let me help you," that he realized that he was still in combat mode. His body was sluggish and he also ran up to attack. Chapter 152. The three of them seemed to have the advantage in numbers, but it was no different from before. Captain Frosty's freeze gun couldn't be used, so he could only pull out a dagger for close combat. The Atom Man, on the other hand, was more of a hindrance. He was 1.9 meters tall, and with his battle suit, he blocked their line of sight, which made the short Sarah stomp her feet in anger. The fat old man and the black guy were cheering them on from afar, which made Thea laugh. As expected, heroes on the side of justice were more or less funny. If they were Gotham villains, they would have run away by now. Thinking of running away, Thea was also ready to retreat. It wasn't that she couldn't beat them, but that there was no point in fighting them. It wasn't appropriate to win or lose, so she had to take care of their reputation. He kicked Captain Frosty away and grabbed Sarah's arm in front of him to block Atom Man's fist. Thea threw a Batman smoke grenade. Bang! The smoke grenade was specially made by her master, and no infrared or thermal imaging could see through it. It was the best escape tool in the DC world. Where is he? Where is he? The Atom Man, who was wearing an X-ray helmet, looked left and right. Everything was white, and when the smoke dissipated, they were the only ones left. None of these people were injured, which was a good thing, but the two people on the net were in a bad mood. The more they struggled, the harder they got stuck. Rip had already fainted, while the rough man's heatwave physique was better than most people, so he was barely conscious, but his face was currently covered in white cobwebs, which made him look quite pitiful. Although they didn't have Thea's escape potion, Ray Palmer and the fat old man were the world's top scientists. After some analysis, they still rescued Rip Hunt and Heatwave. He did come down, but Rip Hunt's cool beige trench coat and his Heatwave army green fireproof suit were completely stuck to the ground and couldn't be removed. Heatwave was so angry that he took out his flamethrower and sprayed the cobwebs until his clothes were burned to ashes. Only then did he walk back angrily. The few of them were a little dejected. Thea did not appear to be very strong, but she was able to crush them as easily as crushing dry weeds. This made them doubt whether they could save the world in the future. That's right, a follower hero from Green Arrow's team could beat the 7 of them to such a state. Wouldn't a guy stronger than Green Arrow be able to kill them in minutes? Rip Hunter had lost his windbreaker and was only left with a shirt. His entire aura instantly changed from that of a rich and handsome man to that of a poor loser, but he didn't have the time to ponder over his image. He turned to the AI on the console and asked, "Gideon." "I'm here, Captain." A light blue 3D holographic projection appeared on the console. The mouth of the 3D person seemed to be opening and closing as he replied calmly, "Gideon, help me find out which timeline the Time Walker is in. We have to save everyone before she does." The light blue figure was silent for a while, as if he had gone through a careful examination. "Captain, the Time Walker did not appear at any point in the past, future, or present." "What do you mean?" Rip Hunter was a little confused. "Captain, according to tradition, the Time Walker is already dead. She no longer exists. She has been completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind in the timeline." "How could that be?" Rip Hunter was a little dumbfounded. He wasn't like those heroes of justice who didn't understand the situation. As a member of the Time Master Council, he knew that the Time Walker was the #1 assassin under the control of the Council. Now this #1 assassin had just shown her face and hadn't even done anything before she was killed by a passing hero in a few punches and kicks. Isn't your #1 a little too weak? Or was it that the heroes of the main plane were all very strong, and the Time Master Council was just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, closing their doors every day to proclaim themselves as number one in the world? This bunch of weaklings. Rip Hunter's impression of the organization he used to be loyal to was becoming more and more unfavorable. The people they trained were too weak. For a moment he didn't even know what to do. The Time Walker's way of doing things was simple and crude. Find a point in time before the members of a Legends team made a name for themselves and kill them in advance. According to Rip's original plan, he would have been one step ahead and pulled back all the members' precursors to protect them. But now that the assassins were all dead, there was no point in protecting them anymore. He turned to Sarah and asked, "Which point in time do you plan to send your past to?" Although Sarah was a bit sad, she still pondered for a bit before answering. October 2008, outside Purgatory Island, along the path of the Assassin League's Nissa El Ghul's trial. Rip nodded slightly and patted his capable comrade's shoulder. Gideon, go to October 2008. Everyone sit down and prepare to depart. The last sentence was for the remaining crew members. But when they all sat down like elementary school students and waited for 5 minutes, nothing happened. They all looked at Rip in confusion, meaning, "What's wrong with your ship again?" As the ship's repairman, the black man was already preparing to repair it. "Captain, it's..." Before the blue electronic voice could finish, it was interrupted by a clear voice. "Ahaha, it's me, sorry to disturb." The only one who didn't treat herself as an outsider was young Mistress Thea. Thea separated from them, but after running for a short distance, she remembered that she had damaged the skateboard for no reason. No matter what, she had to ask them for compensation. There were so many pieces of futuristic technology on the ship, she couldn't just let it go, so she circled around and came back. Her hinting was ineffective against hostile targets, but fortunately, apart from Captain Frigid and Heatwave, everyone else on the ship was on the side of justice, so they didn't have any ill intentions towards her. Plus, with her professional stealth skills, she constantly used the shadows to hide from the two hostile eyes. Thea also followed them onto the ship. Just as she was wondering how she should start, she didn't expect these people to be so impatient, wanting to take off without saying anything. The young mistress was naturally discovered by the omnipresent AI, so to avoid awkwardness, she had no choice but to stand up. "Why is it you again?" Heatwave, who thought with his fists more than his brain, was furious just looking at her. He'd worn that fireproof suit for so many years that he'd grown attached to it, and it was all because of this person that he burned it in anger, so she had to pay for it. He wanted to rush up and fight, but the gloomy Captain Frigid held him back, coldly watching the situation unfold. "Miss Quinn, what business do you have here?" As the captain, Rip was the first to ask. "If not, I wouldn't have come." Thea crossed her arms. That woman in black was here to cause trouble, wasn't she? There was nothing that couldn't be said, it was the truth. Rip nodded. "You're talking about the Time Wanderer, right?" "That's right." Thea raised her skateboard and pointed at the large hole in it. "She destroyed my equipment. Without it, I can't leave the island. My mother is home alone. If I can't go back, it'll be so pitiful. You'll have to fix it, right?" Actually, she could have flown the helicopter back, but Rip and the others didn't know, so Thea described her situation as terrible. Chapter 153. Seeing Sia acting cute and pitiful without the demeanor of an expert, they all had complicated feelings, especially Rip Hunt. Was the Time Wanderer an assassin whose name had shaken the multiverse really killed by this guy? Fortunately, she wasn't here to blackmail them, and her request was reasonable. He had an AI on his spaceship and 2 professors who could sell their theses by the pound. It was just repairing some technological equipment, and he could even fix a spaceship for her. Just as he was about to ask them to help him get rid of her and get it over with. "Captain, let me remind you, we've stayed at this point for too long, and we've attracted the attention of the Board of Governors at this point in time. The search team is expected to appear in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The artificial intelligence Gideon reported unhurriedly. "Oh God," Rip Hunter slapped his forehead and quickly walked to Thea's side. "Miss Quinn, you heard it, we're about to depart, don't you think you should? Does that mean you should run away?" Thea wasn't so easily fooled. The skateboard wasn't badly damaged, and back in Star City, the tools were ready-made and could be repaired in half a day. She was just using this as an excuse to get on the spaceship. There were so many high-tech crystals on the spaceship, as well as the Atom Man's suit energy source and shrinking technology, all of which made her jealous. "Now you want to drive me away?" Dream on. She shook her head fiercely. Even if you let me get off the spaceship now, I can't go home, so I'll just stay here. Miss Quinn, I'm doing this for your own good. If you insist on traveling with us, of course I'll welcome you, but your own history will be forcibly erased. You're different from us, you're an important person in the timeline, so you can't just leave. Rip Hunter's words were sincere. The team members he chose were all people who had no influence on the original timeline. Hearing this, Thea was shocked. So not everyone could get on the spaceship. He didn't look like he was lying. I'd better hurry up and leave. What a waste of so many good things. In that case, I'll take my leave first, Thea said and ran out. Miss Quinn, you can actually time travel, AI Gideon said to everyone's surprise. Thea also stopped, waiting to hear what it had to say. Gideon, are you mistaken? As the captain of the ship, Rip understood the rules very well. Anyone who could cause more than a 1% change in the timeline was strictly forbidden from using time travel, because the slightest mistake could cause a huge disturbance. Captain, I'm not mistaken. Miss Quinn's body somehow absorbed part of the Time Walker's characteristics, but she doesn't have an official appointment from the Time Council. She is fully qualified for time travel according to the provisions of Rule 112, Paragraph 18 of the Council. Do you mean that she has the right to travel through time? She won't cause chaos in the timeline and can maintain the original historical trajectory? Rip Hunt was also a little confused. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. After asking Gideon a few more questions, he hurriedly explained to Thea, giving her the general idea. He wanted to go into detail, but there was no time. Although she didn't understand some of the words, Thea still understood some of the inside story. In layman's terms, when the black-clothed woman self-destructed, her work permit was left with Thea. Rip Hunt was only a former employee of the Time Masters Council, while the rest of the people on this ship were all privately recruited by him, each of them temporary workers. Thinking of this, Thea suddenly felt a lot taller. Although she wasn't officially employed, she was still an official worker. Now that she got it, Thea hurriedly found a seat and sat down. If they didn't leave now, they would be discovered. The time travel process was nothing special. It was almost over in the blink of an eye. There was no scenery along the way. This short trip made Thea feel very uncomfortable, as if something was coming out of her body. According to the few people, there would be some symptoms during time travel. Some would lose their speech, some would lose their sight, but they would recover after a while. Thea was also relieved. The ship docked on land. After learning that they were going to put Sarah in 2008 back to the original historical trajectory, which was the time when Thea left, Thea didn't get off the ship. She always felt that it was like releasing animals in the wild. It was really boring, so she just looked around on the ship. Are you Miss Kendra? Thea stopped an African woman and took the initiative to greet her. This woman was Hawk Girl. In her previous life, or rather in her first life, she was the High Priestess of Egypt. She just happened to have the Ball of Horus translate it. The very shy Hawk Girl smiled. Thea, actually I know you. It was you and Oliver who helped us. Damn it. This feeling is terrible. I know her and she knows me, but I still have to pretend that I don't know her. She still has to explain why I don't know her. Time travel was really the easiest place to pull the wool over one's eyes. Thea was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. After a short conversation with a few people on the ship, she had already figured out that her husband, Hawkman, had been dead for a long time. To be honest, she despised this couple. From ancient Egypt to today, they had been reincarnated 206 times. What was the result of wasting so many reincarnation opportunities? Every time they were hunted down by their old enemy, Vandal Savage, and the old man didn't bother to kill them 206 times. What a waste! Normally, they would awaken their memories when they reached adulthood. Knowing that their old enemy would come, they should have made some preparations. What did these two do? And that was to run away as fast as he could. The two were chased like sheep. They ran from Siberia to Canberra, from Yokohama to the Congo. The two climbed snow mountains, crossed grasslands, and walked through deserts. Other than measuring the size of the world with their feet, they didn't contribute anything to the development of human society. To be able to chase them to the ends of the earth, one had to think that this Vandal Savage was especially powerful. With the word "da" in his name, was he Darkseid's cousin? The kind that could kill Superman with one punch and kill Batman with a backhand? Actually, that was not the case at all. Apart from having a ferocious beard, Vandal Savage's only commendable trait was that he could throw 2 flying daggers. Most likely, he was bored during the 4,000 years of chasing, so he took a year and a half to practice this unique skill. Other than that, he didn't have any other special skills. However, Big Beard's ambition wasn't small. He wanted to rule the world. For this goal, he planned for another 4,000 years, relying on his immortality. Finally, in 2166, he used tortoise tactics to kill all the heroes who could fight. Finally, he could stand on the rooftop and shout that he was the king of the world. Rip Hunter was deeply dissatisfied with the old man. He couldn't bear to see him doing well, so he resigned in anger. In 2016, he gathered a boat of friends to interrupt his dream. This was the general plot of the story that Thea knew. It was a big adventure filled with revolutionary optimism. Chapter 154. Kendra did not know that Thea was criticizing her in her mind. She asked kindly, "You didn't get off the spaceship. Why are you looking for me?" Of course, Thea wanted to talk to her about something. The orb of Horus she found on Purgatory Island was filled with words that gave her a headache. After studying and comparing the words, she was dismayed to find that most of the words had been lost. Fortunately, there were 3 people who had survived from that era. They were the ancient Egyptian high priest Vandal Savage, the priestess Chayara, the current Hawkgirl Kendra, and the current Hawkman Prince Khufu. Vandal would definitely ignore Sia, and Eagle Man had also died. Even if he didn't die, Sia wouldn't have any feelings for him. After all, this guy was Khufu in his first life, the guy who was famous for building the largest pyramid. According to history, he was a man who loved grandiose achievements but was unlearned. The so-called man who was full of nonsense was him. Thea looked at the friendly Hawkman with anticipation. She took out the orb from her backpack. "Do you have any impression of this?" Kendra took the orb. Its handle was 30 centimeters long, and it was golden in color. There was a red gemstone at the top. She played with it and asked uncertainly, "Is this a hammer?" Pfft. Thea almost vomited blood. "Hammer my ass." Perhaps her expression was a little scary, but Kendra knew that she had misunderstood. She said embarrassedly, "You might not know this, but I was just a waitress in a cafe half a year ago. I don't know much about fighting." She was right. She did not know much about fighting. Her husband, who had accompanied her through 206th life, had taught her how to fight. She would spread her wings and fly over with the hammer. She would smash the enemy's head with a single blow. If the enemy fell, she would be done with it. If not, she would fly further away and do it again. What kind of F***king strategy was that? She had unparalleled speed. How much damage could she cause to the enemy with a sharp weapon? She could fly at the speed of sound with a 3-meter-long spear. Even Darkseid would lose a few drops of HP from the impact. Even if she could not defeat the enemy, it would look tragic, right? They had given up on this strategy and chose to use the hammer instead. Use a hammer. Use a hammer. Important things had to be said thrice. Flying in front of the enemy, swinging his arm and hammering him. Even if they wanted to use a hammer, they could have used a large hammer instead. However, the 2 of them chose to use small one-handed hammers. Their destructive power might not even be as great as Thea's rock. Thea also knew that she couldn't expect too much from this pair of weaklings, but the bloody reality still made her sad. Did she really have to ask Vandal? "Miss Sia, I can translate these words." The omnipresent artificial intelligence, Gideon, interrupted her thoughts in a timely manner. To be honest, Thea was a little afraid of the artificial intelligence on this spaceship. She coveted the technological achievements, but she did not dare to lay her hands on the artificial intelligence. Others might not know, but she knew very well that Gideon had developed a bit of admiration for Rip Hunter, the captain. What did that mean? It meant that this artificial intelligence had feelings. It had reached the peak of artificial intelligence, and was at the same level as Marvel's Ultron Ada. It was a bit weaker than Brainiac, but not by much. If it wasn't for its feelings for Rip Hunter, Gideon would have been able to access the real world's network in a matter of minutes. Thea had always kept a respectful distance from this kind of boss-level passerby character. Although she thought about artificial intelligence day and night, she had never thought about Gideon. Now that it had taken the initiative to talk to her, she could not refuse and could only express her gratitude very politely. as the crystallization of human wisdom that traversed the river of time and knew all the knowledge of both ancient and modern times. Gideon's ability was not to be underestimated. In less than 3 minutes, it had completely deciphered the words on the sphere of Horus and even thoughtfully made it into an annotated version. This guy is amazing, Thea thought to herself as she held the annotated version. It was actually able to estimate Thea's knowledge structure and level of understanding through various calculations. Its annotated version was very accurate and was tailor-made for Thea. Although she did not like the feeling of being seen through, she had to admit that Gideon's translation was very accurate. But when she looked at the translation carefully, she could not help but frown. Horus was the guardian of the pharaohs in ancient Egypt and the symbol of royalty. Horus usually accepted priests in the form of an eagle head and a human body. There were a total of 3 artifacts that were passed down in the world: the Eye of Horus, the Scepter of Horus, and the Sphere of Horus. The Eye of Horus was said to have been offered to Hades, the Sphere of Horus was in Thea's hands, and the scepter was specially marked by Gideon as being in the hands of Vandal Savage. Thea narrowed her eyes. This artificial intelligence was quite sneaky, leaving a bait for Thea to bite. You want the scepter? Well, go and fight with Vandal. He happens to be the enemy of the legendary team. What a coincidence, it's fate. No one would feel comfortable being used as a tool. Thea lowered her head and pondered. In her memory, Vandal's Scepter of Horus was destroyed by the combined efforts of the Green Arrow and the Flash. It was hard to say if he still had it in his hands in this timeline. Thea sighed. She still could not resist the temptation. Should she help? Depressing. Her experience with Gotham made Thea a little resistant to helping. Although these people were stronger than the Bat family, there was a limit to their strength. She would not become the main force again if she helped, right? In the timeline of Hawkgirl and the others, the scepter had been destroyed, but to Thea it had not happened yet. This created a paradox. Did it happen or not? If it was still there, she could easily take it. It was a set. If it was already destroyed, it would be useless even if she chopped Vandal up and fed him to the dogs. Thea shook her head. She bid farewell to the artificial intelligence and the confused Hawkgirl Kendra. She was going to ask the old driver, no, the old Captain Rip Hunter. Before she could find the old captain, Thea was stopped by Atom Man Palmer. The Atom Man was all smiles as he helped to repair her skateboard. He dragged her to see the latest results. Thea could only follow. Since he was so eager to help, she had to take the initiative. Miss Thea, was your skateboard software written by Felicity? Atom Man Palmer said with a confident expression. Damn, was it really that good? Thea had just been seen through by Gideon, and now he had exposed the source of the technology. She could not accept it. It was not surprising that the artificial intelligence could see through countless calculations per second, but how did you find out? Professor Palmer, how did you find out? Are the traces that obvious? Ray Palmer laughed proudly at first, then his expression turned serious. Actually, the software part of my battlesuit was written by her too. Haha. Chapter 155. Sia looked at him speechlessly. Speaking of which, this Joker's personality was really good. Plus he was tall and handsome and he was humorous and witty. He would definitely be the best mentor and helpful friend if he were to be her boyfriend. It was the biggest tragedy for him to be her boyfriend. There was no room for negotiation. This person was too unreliable. The two came to the maintenance room of the Wave Rider. The Firestorm duo was also there. The black guy was the ship's repairman. The fat old man looked serious, but he was actually a talker. When Thea entered the room, he was still talking to the black guy. Let me introduce you. This is Professor Martin Stein. He is the current authority in the field of nuclear physics. This is his partner Jackson. He is our ship's repairman. He is very skilled. Ray Palmer introduced the two of them to each other. Sia saw that they were repairing her skateboard, so she praised the two of them very respectfully. She said that they were the leading figures in the field of physics, the saviors of Central City, and the defenders of human justice. The good thing about being a hero of justice was that they were thin-skinned. The fat old man had won countless Nobel Prizes and was often praised, so he had a strong immunity. The black guy who was working as a repairman was completely embarrassed. He showed his big white teeth and smiled brightly. Thea praised him for being free while looking at his handiwork. After all, this guy had been a car mechanic half a year ago, and had been forcefully recruited by the careless Rip Hunter to repair a spaceship. Sia had always been suspicious of his skills. But after looking at the scene, the black guy's repair skills were indeed quite good. Although he was not as good as the omnipotent Batman, he was still very talented. Your skateboard was originally driven by magnetic power, right? We don't have a dynamic drive part. We just added a few speed gears. You can adjust it to high speed when you're on the road and freely control it during combat. This will increase your unit synchronization rate with the skateboard. Atom Man pointed to a device at the bottom of the skateboard and introduced. At the same time, I upgraded your software. Or rather, I used the program Felicity wrote in 2016 to overwrite the program she wrote in 2007. After all, she wrote the driver software for my suit. Then he introduced a few more major changes. This guy was indeed a weakened version of Iron Man. In just half a day without major changes, the overall performance of the skateboard had been improved by 30%. If the original version was only 0.7, then the current skateboard could be considered the official version. Both the braking and synchronization rate had been greatly enhanced. Thea operated the skateboard indoors for a while, and her flexibility had increased by a lot. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could move the skateboard like an extension of her arm. Although he was grateful, Thea, who was eyeing the technological achievements of this ship covetously, had to be squeezed out of a stone to get something out of it. Gideon was too smart and scary to make a mistake, but the three guys in front of him seemed to be able to make use of them. Thank you, Dr. Palmer, Professor Stein, and Mr. Jackson. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to go home. Thea could not directly tell them what good things they had. She needed them to contribute voluntarily. Thea began her old path of acting cute and pitiful. Some time ago, Tian watched Moira on the stage, shouting herself hoarse to call for the protection of women and children, and the elimination of racial discrimination. Unknowingly, Sia's acting skills had also improved greatly. Now she dared not say that her acting skills were perfect, but it was more than enough to deal with these heroes. In the blink of an eye, she had charmed the three of them. The first to give in was the black guy who was single. There were more men than women on this ship, and there were only two of them. There were some sparks between Sarah and Captain Lung. Both of them were ruthless people, so the black guy did not dare to tease Sarah. As for the silly and sweet Kendra, she had a husband who lived with her in 206. After her husband died, he was immediately replaced by the handsome Atom Man. Could be said that he had no chance. Now, facing Thea's pretentious act, although he knew that it was impossible between the two of them, the natural instinct of a male creature to show off still prevailed. I'll install a deep-level connection network for you. In the future, you can remotely control the skateboard from 5 miles away. How about that? Awesome, right? The black guy's eyes were not his eyes and his mouth was not his mouth. Mr. Jackson, I have to remind you that the deep-level connection network is a technology 35 years in the future. According to the Time Council's Article 19-112, it is not to be disclosed. Gideon's emotionless voice came out. The black guy acted as if he did not hear anything. He deftly added a device to the side of the skateboard and made an okay gesture. Thea had a hard time holding it in. It was not a waste of her effort to act pitiful here. This technology was already very awesome. The technology of the Iron Man's remote control suit was similar to this. She had made a fortune. When the value of the young guy was almost squeezed out, she looked at the two high-level intellectuals with bright eyes. The fat old man was old enough to be her grandfather. Naturally, he was not lustful. He was just influenced by her acting skills and felt that she was a little pitiful. After thinking about it, the fat old man took out two things that looked like number 5 batteries. He handed them to the black guy and motioned for him to install them. He also explained to Thea that this was not future technology, but a nuclear battery that he had researched. So, little girl, you can use it without worry. In the future, if the magnetic force suddenly disappeared, you can use it as an emergency. Thea was speechless. If the magnetic force disappeared, how many people on Earth could survive? However, the principle of this thing could be modified into a super bomb. No matter what, the fat old man had given out such a good item without any qualms. He was truly worthy of being called a master of the Mount Tai and the North Star. Comparatively speaking, The handsome atomic man was much more resistant to beauty than Thea. When the three of them looked at him, he thought about it and then awkwardly said that he would be able to complete the atomization in a day if he gave the skateboard to him. This was a pleasant surprise. Thea had no objection to him taking it back for modification. This was his exclusive technology, so he would definitely not modify it in front of them. After thanking them for their generosity, Thea was not in a hurry to find Rip Hunter. She went back to rest happily. The next day, Thea received the brand new version 1 of the skateboard. Usually it was only the size of a cigarette box. She could just put it anywhere. It was much lighter than before when she had to carry a big bag everywhere. Unfortunately, this technology was not easy to crack. "Miss Thea, has your skateboard been fixed?" Rip Hunter had already put Sarah back in 2008 in her original timeline. He was now looking at her with a smile. The hidden message was, "You don't have an excuse this time, right? Hurry up and go back to your own timeline." Thea also felt that she had gotten all the benefits on this ship. What was she waiting for? Just as he was about to agree, Gideon suddenly interjected. "Let's stop while we're ahead. Captain, Miss Thea is going to fight Vandal Savage with us." Chapter 156. They all let out an unintelligible exclamation. Is that what happened? This little girl is really warm-hearted and courageous? The technical trio who had suffered a huge loss yesterday all looked relieved. The big joker, no, the handsome atomic man who was originally reluctant, turned from cloudy to sunny. He shook Thea's hand and said, "A friend in need is a friend indeed. It seems that I misunderstood you." The black guy and the fat old man also ran over to express their gratitude. The black guy was a little embarrassed, but the fat old man didn't care. He was old enough to be Thea's grandfather, so he gave her a brotherly hug. F***ck. Sia wanted to cry but had no tears. She had been tricked by this cunning artificial intelligence. If she rejected it now, the three of them would immediately turn hostile. She was not afraid of them turning hostile, but if they said that they wanted to take back those technological devices, how could she reject them? She couldn't just kill them. She couldn't do such a tasteless thing. This damn Gideon. Thea hated him to death, but she still had to put on a righteous front. What did he mean by "I'm a hero"? What did he mean by "I won't return Lulan till the end"? Vandal Savage must die. Although he felt that her acting was a little exaggerated, Rip Hunt still thought it was a good thing. After all, Thea could fight 7 of them alone and retreat. That was strength. As the captain, he didn't have any objections to her bringing her own food to help. Come on. Isn't it just providing a place to stay? We have a lot of empty rooms on board. You can stay wherever you want. Just as he was about to give a welcoming speech, Captain Lung said sarcastically, "What does she have? With those few arrows? We didn't use any weapons that day." He was annoyed at the mention of this. In the future, he was someone who wasn't even afraid of the Flash. Now, he was beaten up by an ordinary person and he was one of the 7. Just thinking about it made him angry. Damn it, if I used a freeze gun I would never lose. He was annoyed and Heatwave was even more annoyed. Captain Lung went up and tried a few times, but whether it worked or not was another matter. He didn't see what was going on before he was caught in the net. After that, he was rescued like a dead pig. Thea kept her head down and ignored their hostility. "I'm not going to explain it to you. If you want to fight, I'll just get off the ship. No one can say anything." But her thoughts did not escape Gideon, who was calculating billions of teraflops per second. This annoying artificial intelligence spoke again. According to Article 2, Article 55 of the Time Council Act of Principle, the members of the Wave Rider can check the history of special personnel, but at least 3 people have to agree. Check, I agree. Me too. Captain Lung and Heatwave expressed their opinions as soon as it finished speaking. The scene was quiet for a moment as everyone was trying to figure out who would be the third one to jump out. Actually, I'm quite curious too. Commander Billy Palmer nodded when he saw that no one spoke. I agree too. He even gave Thea an apologetic smile. Humph. Thea glanced at him. He was a billionaire after all. His sunshine and cheerfulness were real, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. If he was stupid, would his billions fall from the sky? Thea, who was also a rich person, knew this style of doing things too well. He took advantage of others without offending anyone. Because she was also this kind of person. After Gideon got the authorization, he showed a smile that was calm in the eyes of others, but proud in Thea's eyes. Checking. Thea Quinn, the last Archmage in recorded human history. Her last public appearance was in 2071 at the funeral of her brother, Oliver Quinn, who was 86 years old. At that time she still retained her youthful appearance. After that, she disappeared into the long river of history. Everyone was stunned by his words. Even the person involved, Thea, was a little stunned. She didn't know that her sister would be so powerful in the future. Listen, the last great mage. So cool. As a member of the Green Arrow Party for a few days, Sarah Lance, who knew about Thea's past, was a little dazed. This is different from what I remember, right? Or do I know a fake Thea? Mage. Captain Lung was not satisfied with this conclusion. What are her outstanding achievements? Sorry, this involves important historical events. I can't reveal it. Gideon rejected Captain Lung's request under Thea's confused gaze. Can't reveal it? Seems like she's an important person. Captain Lung speculated while rubbing his chin. Then how did she enter the public eye? Can you tell us? Gideon's voice was still calm. It requires the person involved to agree. Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to Thea again. They were curious, surprised, and gossipy. In fact, they were curious. Thea was also a little curious because she thought she hid it well. How did she give herself away? Cal agree. Although he agreed, he hated this evil AI to the core. Can't you tell me in private? They waited with rapt attention, but after 2 minutes, Gideon still did not show any sign of interest. Just when Rip Hunter thought it had crashed, it finally spoke. I also need the consent of another person involved. Their heads were full of question marks. What did this mean? Did this matter involve them as well? They looked at each other as if they were about to expose a traitor. Was it you? It must be you, right? Gideon, whose consent do you need? As the captain, Rip Hunter was too lazy to guess. It was better to just ask directly. Mr. Snart. Gideon gave an answer that made everyone's jaws drop. Captain Lung's mouth opened a little wider than usual. He put away his usual pretentiousness. I didn't know her in the past. I definitely didn't have any contact with her. Can't be the future. Didn't you say that when we enter time travel, our original tracks will be erased? In other words, it's impossible for me to meet her in the future. His analysis was spot on. A few members who thought that their IQ was passable were thinking about it. Sia was also wondering how she could have come into contact with him. He was in Central City and she was in Star City. Normally, they wouldn't have come into contact with each other. Mr. Snart, you robbed the Central City History Museum in 2010. Miss Thea, who was in charge of the meeting, had no choice but to stop you. That's what history says. Captain Lung stood up angrily. Nonsense, I've never met her. I didn't rob any museum in 2010 either. No, you've met her. History can't be wrong. Seeing how firm it was, Captain Lung was a little uncertain. He asked his good partner Heatwave. Mick, do you remember? Getting an uncertain answer, he was a little confused. It didn't make sense. His memory was clear. He definitely didn't know Thea. Chapter 157. Mr. Snart, Gideon continued to explain in an infuriating tone. Miss Thea has most of the Time Walker's authority. Her energy level is higher than yours. If she's in the same timeline as you, she'll automatically overwrite part of your past. At this time, Captain Han finally realized what it meant to be thunderstruck. Vaguely, some of his memories were indeed loosened. What the F***CK? You didn't say anything when she boarded the ship. You set me up. What's the point of telling me now? If Thea knew what he was thinking, she would definitely run over and shake his hand. You finally understand me, right? This guy is too evil. He'll set me up without paying for it. Sarah Lance, who had been silent all this while, pointed at Thea and said, She's probably the one who interacted with me the most. Is my future still there? Gideon calculated for a while. If Miss Thea still maintains her original trajectory and shoots you to death in 2015, your history won't change much. Well, I still have to beg her to shoot me when the time comes? Why am I such a bitch? Sarah's expression was either ugly or speechless. She silently looked at Thea without saying a word. At this time, Thea finally remembered that she did shoot Sarah Lance to death in the 3rd year of the storyline. However, at that time Old Horse was the scapegoat. Oliver, who was obsessed with his sister, pretended that it never happened. Now, however, Old Horse was ordered by her to search for his ancestors. Who should she find to be the scapegoat? Besides, she probably didn't know about it. After all, it hadn't happened on her side yet. Thea immediately used her increasingly skilled acting skills and made a confused expression. To be honest, this expression was a test of her acting skills. She didn't have enough time to figure it out. Thea could only use all her skills to play the role of an ignorant girl. She was afraid that she would be seen through if her expression was not on point, so she even added a hint spell on herself. Fortunately, the people on this ship were all good at fighting and killing. They didn't have a teacher who was both virtuous and skilled. Although Gideon was as cunning as a ghost, he was still not a human. It was impossible for him to completely simulate human emotions. With several factors, her performance was successful. The legendary squad only knew that Sarah Lance had been killed once and then resurrected. However, he had never known who the murderer was. Today he finally knew. There was only one truth, and it turned out that she was the murderer. But seeing that Sarah didn't seem to mind, they could guess that there was another story behind this. Naturally, they wouldn't poke their noses into other people's business. They could only sigh at how small the world was. Don't ask anymore. Let's get ready to set off. Since Miss Thea's going with us, let me introduce our mission objective to you. Rip Hunt hurriedly cut off their questions. After all, the timeline was extremely fragile, and Thea still needed to return to the original timeline. If she knew too much, she could easily do something that could cause half of the Legends party to disappear. So he hurriedly stopped the others who wanted to continue gossiping. In fact, his so-called introduction of the objective was very simple, and the specific battle plan was so mysterious that it made people's hair stand on end. Using the spaceship's shuttling function, a group of transmigrators would drive to Vandal Savage's backyard, and then quickly take him down and bring him back. There would be no cover, no support, no plan 1, no plan 2. It would be a one-wave attack. Everyone would rush up and use their ultimate skills, regardless of whether they were dead or alive, to drag him back. This plan was simply brainless to the extreme. Sia was only left with disdain for these people's battle tactics. One had to know that they were outside the timeline and they knew everything. Using such a huge cheat to fight an old native who didn't know the future for 16 episodes, they really embarrassed the transmigrators. But at least they were on the same ship. This place was different from Gotham. She didn't have overwhelming strength, so she wanted to keep a low profile. Thinking back, it seemed that Vandal was also brainlessly captured. Since they could win whether she participated or not, why should she be the bad guy? Sit tight, Gideon. Set the coordinates, London 2166. Rip Hunter didn't wait for them to object, and arbitrarily skipped the discussion process. The original proposal became the final plan. Thea was speechless. How many people on this ship didn't object? She pouted. A bunch of unorganized, undisciplined, and thoughtless people. They didn't have any strategy or cooperation. She would just be a bystander. Once she got the whereabouts of the scepter of Horus, she would retreat. Whenever she thought of the scepter, she felt depressed. This cunning artificial intelligence had stopped talking about this matter. The meaning was very clear. She had to follow the main group and kill a few people to prove her loyalty. Sia let out a long sigh and sat on the chair, ready to wait for the spaceship to pass through the time tunnel. Everyone sit tight. Let's go. Rip said in an imposing manner, but no one paid him any attention. They all sat down with their eyes closed, competing with each other. It seems that they weren't used to this kind of traveling either. Thea glanced at them from the corner of her eyes. None of them were optimistic about this so-called time travel. The oldest among them, the chubby old man, was already sweating profusely. She didn't know if this time travel was a test of mental power or endurance, but Thea believed that she didn't lack either. She was only looking at them with the attitude of watching a joke. Who asked you to gossip about me earlier? I'll just watch now, I won't say anything. But as the spaceship entered the depths of time, Thea didn't have the mood to watch a joke. This feeling was indescribable. She felt like every single cell in her body was rapidly expanding. What's going on? Thea tried her best to endure the pain and turned to look at the people around her. Although their expressions weren't good, they weren't as bad as she was. Take the chubby old man for example. His expression was that of a cut on his hand, but why does it feel like I've been cut by a knife? This isn't right. She endured it bitterly. Every second felt extremely long. Even though her body was in extreme pain, her powerful mental power was still stubbornly supporting her, preventing her from fainting. You? When the fat old man beside her saw her strange behavior, his glasses almost fell off. He pointed at her with a trembling finger and stuttered, unable to speak. Thea was about to ask him what was wrong with her when she noticed that the spaceship had entered a thin wall, instantly increasing the burden on her body to its maximum. She could faintly hear Rip Hunt's low voice saying, "We've arrived at the year 2166. This is the final battle, oh my God." Before he could finish, Thea felt an immense amount of energy surging out from the depths of her soul. Countless blinding lights filled her body. Whether it was her blood vessels, bones, lymph, or cells, everything was bathed in a blinding white light. The incalculable amount of energy instantly crushed the last bit of consciousness she had left to resist, causing her to fall unconscious. Chapter 158. Time seemed to be eternally unchanging. After an unknown period of time, she heard someone calling her in her dazed consciousness. The voice was gentle and beautiful, but the tone was not so kind. "Wake up, pighead. You big idiot, you're going to die if you don't wake up." Who dares to call me that? Do you want to die?" Thea opened her eyes in a daze. Her gaze was unfocused, and it took her a while to see the person who was hitting her. Who is this? She had a white face and wore a somewhat retro robe. She was tall with a pair of long legs, light-colored eyebrows, and silver hair. Silver hair? Are there still people who dye their hair white these days? She glanced at the person's chest. There were two small buns. They were not big, but the shape was not bad. Thea moved her lips. Fortunately, her speech was not affected. "Big sister, who are you?" The silver-haired woman had an awkward expression on her face. She angrily grabbed Thea's collar and shook it. "Big sister? Don't you recognize me?" "It's me." Thea was confused. Is she really someone I know? She looked carefully, tried to recall, and repeatedly confirmed. "Who are you? And where is this?" "You're so stupid. This is the space of consciousness. I'm Arthas. Do you remember now?" The silver-haired woman covered her head with one hand and said embarrassedly, "Arthas?" Thea's first reaction was, "Did I transmigrate to World of Warcraft again? No way." Just as she was wondering if her sorcerer system was compatible with Dalaran's, she suddenly realized that the woman had mentioned the word, space of consciousness. Since it was the space of consciousness, she must have not transmigrated. The identity of the silver-haired woman was obvious. "Arthas. That dumb and adorable guy?" Sia said as she gestured with her right hand to show that she was on all fours. Arthas's face darkened. "That's a turtle, right? I can see part of your thoughts. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Tui 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 tui." Huh. Thea recognized this iconic action. As expected of my cute pet. But she was so cute when she was young. Why is she not likable when she grows up? By the way, how did you grow up? Isn't it going to be exposed to the sun for a long time? Thea felt a little wronged. No one would associate this silver-haired beauty with the little unicorn that had just been weaned. There was a limit to one's imagination. You're the one who's exposed to the sun, not a dead pig. When Earthies heard the word exposure, half of her face turned black, and the veins on her forehead began to throb. Her eyelids drooped as she said in a low voice, "As for how I grew up, I don't know." Thea looked around. Was this really the space of consciousness? It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was similar to what he had imagined. But what was he doing here? "How did I get in here?" The silver-haired Arthas asked. "You didn't summon me, how would I know?" Earthies, who had turned into a beautiful unicorn for some unknown reason, said angrily. Thea stared at her for a long time. The way her eyes were shining was indeed very similar to when she was young. However, at that time Thea would always throw some food to her. Now she didn't have any. Could it be that she could conjure food out of her imagination? For some reason Thea felt very hungry. Very hungry. However, no matter how much she tried, there was no food in front of her. Could it be that my space of consciousness is fake? What are you thinking about? This isn't a dream. You're so stupid. A clear voice rang out behind them. The pure white space seemed to be dyed with a layer of black ink. After continuous converging, a tall woman wearing a black veil slowly walked out of it. Thea frowned as she looked at the woman. She knew this woman because other than her black hair and eyes, she looked exactly the same as her. Even though she had some guesses, she still asked carefully, "Who are you?" The woman in the black veil blushed and the corner of her lips twitched. "You've done so many things with me, and you're asking me who I am." Thea hurriedly shook her head. "Wasn't it to test your limit?" She thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what your was, so she could only vaguely say it. Looking at the unicorn beauty and the woman in the black veil standing on opposite sides, it was clear that they didn't like each other. The unicorn was a silly girl. This was the space of the bloodline mark, not Thea's space of consciousness. In theory, she was the guest and these two were the hosts. She knew Arthas, but the newcomer in the black veil should at least have a name. Using hey or hey to address her obviously wouldn't work. Moreover, seeing someone who looked exactly like her in an unfamiliar environment, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. "How should I address you?" The woman in the black veil was secretly relieved that she changed the topic. She recovered some of her spirit and said with a sweet smile, "You can call me Thea." She paused and saw the surprise in her eyes. She was very proud. "Thea Merlin? You? Did you just make up a name?" Thea was furious. "How dare you steal my name? Do you still want to live?" "I was called this name when I had self-awareness, so I knew it automatically." The woman in the black veil named Thea Merlin answered indifferently. She even pointed her middle finger at the unicorn standing opposite her. Earthes, on the other hand, did not show any signs of weakness as she flashed her mouth full of white teeth. She even made a strangling gesture with her hands. Thea scratched her head. Their relationship was really harmonious. If she wasn't here, the two of them might have already started fighting. Her bloodline talent was very strange. Light and darkness, a sunny unicorn and a dark shadow. The unicorn could be seen as the good side of the Quinn family, and the shadow represented the evil side of Malcolm. Or it could be said that the unicorn represented the original Thea Quinn warrior's personality, and the shadow represented the path of a mage that was accidentally fused with the transmigrator. The same starting point, different choices, different results. This matter couldn't be considered carefully. There were more and more things that could be interpreted. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was extremely frightening. Fortunately, the two powers were now her own. There was no such thing as either one or the other. She interrupted the two people, beasts, who were about to fight loudly. "Stop fooling around. Can someone explain to me why you suddenly grew up? And how am I going to get out of here?" Arthas, who was strangling Thea Merlin, said energetically, "I'll tell you later. I'm telling you, I know a lot." Thea, who was in a disadvantageous position, didn't show any weakness. She used her knee to hit Arthas's small bean bun, and her other two hands scratched and scratched. She didn't stop talking. "I'm a great mage. I know the situation here. I'll tell you after I get rid of her." Chapter 159. Thea was speechless as she looked at the two buffoons. Was she thinking too much before? There might not be any secrets in this. These two are purely here to harm me. I don't even know what's going on outside, but these two are already playing with each other. Yes, Thea thought that they were just playing. In this space, no supernatural power can be used. The two of them were like shrews fighting, kicking and slapping each other. Seeing that the black-clothed Thea's face was swollen by Earthes's slap, a black light flashed in the space, and the injury was instantly healed. In such a place where you can revive with full health, what is this if it's not playing? Seeing that they were not going to stop, Thea hurriedly went up and pulled them away. Because in such a short time, she felt that she was getting hungrier and hungrier. Could it be that their injuries are consuming my physical strength? Thea, who had read a lot of books, automatically came to this conclusion. If I let them fight for a while, I won't die, right? Stop, stop. Thea had just pulled the two of them away, when Earthes took advantage of the fact that Thea's back was facing her. She kicked the black-clothed Thea again, and then proudly ran away alone. "You bastard! You actually helped her hit me." The black-clothed Thea bypassed her and continued to chase after Earthes. "Oh my God! Save me, old man!" Thea looked up to the sky and roared. How much sin did I commit in my previous life to meet these two? Then the three of them entered the stage of a chase. At first, Earthes was leading, the black-clothed Thea was chasing, and Thea was persuading at the end. At other times, the black-clothed Thea was taking advantage of the situation and running in front. Earthes was chasing after her while spitting saliva, and Thea continued to persuade her from behind. Thea spent a lot of effort to appease these two immortals. In the process, they signed a lot of unequal treaties, such as promising to buy delicious food for Earthes in the future, and not continuing to ask the black-clothed Thea to do those indescribable games. Alright, stop messing around. Thea felt like she was an auntie in a kindergarten, taking care of two seemingly mature, but actually very young naughty children. She coaxed them and finally stabilized the situation. Damn it, after running for such a long time, the feeling of hunger was getting stronger and stronger. He had to get out quickly. I hesitated for a moment. Arthas doesn't seem reliable. I should ask Black Thea. After all, she has the surname of an archmage, so she should know more. Tell me what happened. He pointed at Black Thea and asked. His words sounded very impressive. If he were to wear a police uniform and write these words on the wall, it would be even more impressive. Black Thea rolled her eyes at her. Our minds are connected. I know what you're thinking. Your imagination is really wild. Under Thea's awkward expression, she continued. If I'm not wrong, it should be because you passed through the time vortex that caused the current situation. Our strengthening condition is light. Broadly speaking, time is also a kind of light. It may only be a moment for you, but for us it has been 150 years. Because of our unexpected growth, a large amount of energy has accumulated in your body. Before the energy went out of control, your subconscious pulled you into this space. Do you understand? Black Thea raised her chin at her and rolled her eyes at the faraway Arthas. Time is also light? What kind of theory is this? Although Thea did not understand, she did not want to dwell on these theoretical questions. She just wanted to get out as soon as possible. Then how do I get out? It's easy to get out. Just focus your mind. However, your energy outside is about to go out of control. Have you thought about that? Black Thea looked at her original body as if to say, You're about to die, hurry up and beg me. Thea valued life and death so much that she did not hesitate. She hugged Black Thea and cried. Her acting skills were so good that Arthas, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. The doppelganger was also shocked by the original body's lack of integrity. She stammered. You can combine with that foreign horse over there to release the excess energy. She struggled to break free from the original body's embrace and pointed her middle finger at Arthas. You have to maintain your sense of self. Otherwise, you will be led astray by her Chinibu personality when you combine. She did not wait for a reply and disappeared from her sight like a puff of smoke. Homogeneous personality? I really don't know. Thea rubbed her chin as she thought. There were a lot of secrets to this bloodline talent. However, she did not have time to think about it. She turned to look at the foreign horse with a suspicious gaze. Arthas did not wait for her to ask and quickly went through the main points. Thea memorized it very quickly and had no problem repeating it once. She quickly left this strange space. When her consciousness returned to her body, she was instantly dazzled by the strong light that filled the spaceship. She had a physique that could absorb light. Even she found it dazzling, let alone the others. Gideon, hurry up and scan. What the hell is that? Rip Hunt was still trying to find the cause. He had come to Vandal Savage with the determination to fight to the death. Now that such a thing had happened as soon as he stepped into the other party's doorstep, he was about to go crazy. Gideon's voice was obviously slower than usual. He said in a tone that sounded like he was about to crash. The energy field in the spaceship was too strong. His scanning line could not even get close before it was assimilated. He could not figure out what the situation was. Even the omnipotent artificial intelligence could not figure it out. Rip Hunt was completely at his wits' end. Captain, this is like a nuclear fission reaction. Is there a problem with some of the ship's equipment? As a leading figure in the world of nuclear energy, the fat old man felt like he was about to be burned. After all, he was the other half of the firestorm, a fierce person who could directly absorb the energy of a nuclear reactor. Now even he could feel the drastic change in heat energy. One could only imagine how strong the energy overflow was. Rip was even more devastated. My ship is made of futuristic technology. How could it be powered by nuclear energy? But at least it was a direction to investigate. Gideon, report the ship's damage. The artificial intelligence was very quick this time. Captain, the power room is 17% damaged. The quantum neural chipset is severely damaged. Entering manual operation mode. The propulsion room is unknown. It is recommended that Mr. Jackson enter for inspection. Also, Gideon blabbered on and on, as if the spaceship was about to explode. Just as Rip Hunt was about to despair, he changed his tone and asked, Captain, I have good news and bad news. The bad news. The old captain was very experienced when it came to his own artificial intelligence. At the same time, he was prepared for the worst. The bad news is that because of the overflow of energy, our ship has already left stealth mode. The moment we appeared at this time, Vandal Savage had already discovered us. Not bad. Rip could accept this result. It didn't matter if they were discovered. His ship was about to explode. Given the choice of dying without anyone looking, or rising to the heavens in front of everyone, most people would choose the latter. Chapter 160. Amidst the blinding white light, Captain Han suppressed his discomfort and shouted at the top of his lungs, What's the good news? The good news is that the light is too strong. Vandal's army can't aim at us. We've already escaped from their encirclement, but if we don't find the source of the light, they'll definitely catch up to us. Gideon tried to sound relaxed, but it still put a lot of pressure on them. As the culprit, Miss Thea had just run out of the bloodline space and overheard their conversation. She originally planned to play dumb, but it seemed that things had gotten a little out of hand. She wasn't the type to shirk her responsibility. Although she didn't know beforehand, she still admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, everyone. This seems to be caused by me. I'll solve it immediately. Miss Thea. Several different voices sounded at the same time. They were confused, puzzled, and surprised. Miss Thea, how did you do it? You should know that your current energy reaction is far beyond a 5-ton uranium fission chain reactor. This doesn't conform to the principles of physics. The fat old man sitting next to Thea closed his eyes and rambled on about the formula of nuclear energy conversion to heat energy. Professor, please tell her to stop this kind of behavior first. Our spaceship can't hold on any longer. Rip Hunter interrupted his incessant questioning. He was helpless against the fat old man's unreasonable demand for the truth. Look at the situation. If you guys continue chatting for another 2 minutes, the spaceship will be burned to ashes. Thea naturally wouldn't be so unreliable as to chat with the old man. She had already summoned Arthas, and the two were having their first exchange of thoughts, preparing for the fusion. She was different from the flame storm formed by the fat old man and the black young man. They were two different entities that were trying to synchronize. On his side, whether it was Arthas or Black Thea, they were all a part of her. Light didn't represent justice, and darkness didn't represent evil. The two substances were just external manifestations of her. In the end, no matter who she was still herself. Her fusion was just an almost infinite amplification of one of her characteristics. A mysterious incantation came out of her mouth. Although they were on the brink of death, this was magic. The few people present couldn't help but listen. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that they couldn't understand this language at all. It was like a whisper full of ethereal emptiness. Every word could be heard clearly, as if someone was chanting it in their ears. Captain, Miss Thea seems to be emitting some kind of special sound wave. This frequency seems to produce a kind of inert wave. He was interrupted by Rip's words. The old captain didn't care about the theory behind this. He just wanted it all to end so that he could escape. Was he afraid that people couldn't see such a big light bulb hanging in the sky? Although Thea was in the midst of her first fusion and the incantation was a bit lengthy, she wasn't completely unaware of the outside world. She almost laughed out loud at Gideon's unrelenting attempt to use science to forcefully explain magic. It was a good thing that he didn't have a worldview, otherwise he would have shattered into pieces. Magic, as the name implied, was the language of the devil. In the beginning, humans continuously tried to communicate with the demon realm and finally brought this language to the material realm. The number of mages who died in this process was uncountable. Some of them were just seeking death, but there were also some who were willing to fall into the abyss for the sake of humanity's strength. Through their continuous sacrifice, this language full of magic was finally brought to this world, and all kinds of mages and occultists were born. Great Mage Merlin wasn't the founder, but he still made great contributions. This was recorded in the first trial of the secret realm. The spell Thea was chanting now was more of an improved version of the secret technique. It was different from traditional magic, and the effect of the language was much lower. Otherwise, these guys would have gone crazy with their ears perked up at such a close distance. Come, my friend. Thea stretched out her right hand to Arthas, and the two looked at each other. Arthas took 2 steps back and revealed its true form. It was an adult unicorn with a shoulder width of 2 meters and a height of nearly 3 meters. It had a silver-white mane and a 30-centimeter long horn on its forehead that flashed with a wonderful light. There were also 2 pure white wings on the horse's abdomen. As it slowly retreated, its majestic body swayed beautifully. Thea opened her arms, and the unicorn didn't hesitate and ran quickly. At this moment, time and space lost its meaning. The two could only see each other. Courage, hope, and expectation constantly flashed in the unicorn's eyes. Thea nodded silently and opened her heart to accept these noble qualities. Ah! The unicorn seemed to have rushed over from 10,000 meters away and fiercely plunged into her body, completing the last step of the fusion. The huge kinetic energy made Thea unconsciously take 2 steps back. Magic power, an almost endless amount of magic power. From the depths of her soul, spirit, and body constantly poured out, and the blood flowing in her veins was completely replaced by the golden blood full of magic. Thea only felt that she could win. No matter who she faced, she could win. If the original level was set at 10, now it was 1,000. Compared to the Superman she met before, Thea didn't know if he used his full strength at that time, but she believed that she was now stronger than the Superman at that time. She might not be able to crush him, but she could definitely beat him. For a moment she was smug, and couldn't wait to punch Superman, kick Steel Bones, and elbow the Martian hunter. Unfortunately, her good mood only lasted for less than 10 seconds. Beautiful, right? Happy, right? While you can still use it to your heart's content. The unicorn transformed back into its human form in her consciousness, and the heroic and domineering aura it had just now was gone. It spoke lazily. What do you mean? Thea was a little confused. We're going to be invincible soon. Why are you pouring cold water on me? You know, you're also a part of me. The mystery of time is far beyond your imagination. No one can take advantage of time. You accidentally obtained power in this time and space. If you return to your original time and space, you'll be beaten back to your original form. Of course, you can choose not to return. Arthas spoke very slowly. In order to express it clearly, many words were carefully chosen, and the tone was much more serious. If she returned, she would be beaten back to her original form. If she didn't return, she could be the king of this world. Thea hesitated for a second before making a choice. She had to go back. Her family and friends were all there. The heroes in 2166 had all died of old age. No one would appreciate her being invincible. Sigh. She sighed. No matter what, she enjoyed it in advance. She would slowly bask in the sun when she returned. She didn't know if she could reach this level of power in her lifetime. Don't worry, you and I share our lives. We can live for at least 4,000 years. Thea felt much better after hearing that. 4,000 years. The tree on Superman's grave must have died of old age. That's great, that's beautiful. Chapter 161. Although her mind was wandering, her hands didn't stop. She kept chanting spells and gradually took back the dissipating energy. It was unrealistic to directly take it back into her body. The energy was too violent, and she didn't dare to absorb it without purification. Captain, Miss Thea has controlled the energy source. We're saved. Gideon's tone returned from the slight urgency just now to the usual calm tone. Well, why do I feel like everything is still white? Miss Thea, please hurry up. Rip Hunt's heart was about to break into pieces. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Thea on board. She was too much of a troublemaker. Thea was busy carving the magic circle. Such a huge amount of energy required an extremely high-end magic circle. The magic circle structure was knowledge brought over by Earthies after the fusion. She had to study it and draw it at the same time. Naturally, she couldn't be that fast. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. Who knew when it would be done? But to tell the truth, she was learning as she worked. These people were going crazy. In order to give them some hope, Thea told a small lie. Fortunately, as time went by and Thea carved 2 simple shrinking magic circles, part of the energy dissipated into the atmosphere, and a small part of the remaining energy in the spaceship was absorbed by her. The Legends of Tomorrow team finally returned to the normal world from the world of light. At this time, the level of strength of these people could be seen. Next to Thea, the fat old man and the black guy not far away had shockingly high fire resistance, perhaps because of the firestorm. After the strong light disappeared, the two rubbed their eyes and recovered. Although the naturally airhead Kendra was a weak little chicken, she was still a priestess of the Egyptian god Horus in her previous life. She might have enjoyed some divinity residue in her daily worship. Although the residue didn't affect her combat ability, it was extremely resistant to all kinds of abnormal conditions. She looked around in a daze, not knowing what had happened. The others were ordinary people. The Atom Man carried a suit with him and immediately put it on when he felt something was wrong. The thermo-optical sensing transmission system, ion mass spectrometer stabilizer, carbonated polyester lenses were all turned on. With a lot of advanced technology, he was the first to recover among all the ordinary people. The remaining few who had neither mutated nor had any technological equipment were in a miserable state. Sarah and Rip Hunter were a little further away. Their reactions were rather fast, so they weren't affected by it. On the other hand, the 2 criminals in Central City were unlucky. They were only separated from Thea by the fat old man's seat. Heatwave's skin was thick, and he was an arsonist, so his heat output was more or less enhanced by his profession. Although he was sweating profusely, his mind was still clear. At this time he was staring at Thea with wide eyes. His little buddy, Captain Lung Han, was in a very bad situation at this time. This person was not strong at all. He was wearing a down jacket in the hottest days of the year. You could tell how bad his physique was. Now that he was hit by this energy wave that didn't have any radiation or shock waves but was emitting a terrifying power, he was in a terrible state. The heat wave caused him to sweat profusely to expel the excess heat from his body. He was sweating profusely, and his bodily functions were almost in disorder. His breathing was weak and the whites of his eyes, which usually looked like a lone wolf, were rolling up. "Quick, Gideon, prepare the emergency room." Seeing his partner's miserable state, Heatwave didn't have time to be angry with Thea. He carried Captain Lung Han and ran to the emergency room. Thea was just about to say that she already had healing spells, and this kind of injury could be healed with a Bayou. But she knew that she had made a big mistake. She obediently continued to squat in the corner and draw circles. No, draw circles. Whoosh! After drawing 5 more circles, she finally gathered all the overflowing energy. She just needed to purify it a little and she could absorb it again. After finishing her work, Thea got up and apologized to them. She had made such a big mistake, so no matter what, she had to do something. At this time, her identity as Green Arrow's sister played a big role. Even though Rip Hunter's face was a little ugly, he reluctantly accepted her apology. Heatwave carried Captain Lung away to treat his injuries. The rest were all heroes on the side of justice. Everyone was very magnanimous, or rather tolerant. Look at how the Flash caused such a big incident in Flashpoint. It was such a big mess, and other people only said a few words, but no one had ever heard of a hero clamoring to kill the Flash as a sacrifice to their flag. If this incident had been caused by a villain, the battle would have been going on for 5 minutes. So, the identity of the side of justice was still very useful. As long as you were still on the side of justice, everyone's tolerance was very high. At the same time, this also had to do with Thea's energy attribute. Sunlight, light attribute. It sounded like a friend of justice. This was a misjudgment caused by the narrow worldview of Westerners. They all thought that light was justice and darkness was evil. If Superman lay in the graveyard and absorbed ghost energy every day, forget about doing one good deed a day, it would be useless no matter how many good deeds he did. There would be a large number of righteous people who would crusade against him. These people always liked to use their own inherent logic to measure everything. What was the same as their understanding was right and the opposite was wrong. Thea couldn't comment on this kind of universal value, but as someone with vested interests she wouldn't explain. "Thea, what are you wearing? And your hair?" asked Sarah Lance as soon as she regained her vision and noticed Thea's abnormality. The rest of the team looked over in unison. Why did you change your clothes in such a short time? Armor. Thea's current appearance could be described as a huge change in the eyes of the team. The original red Kevlar was nowhere to be seen. Now the main color of her body was gold and red. The most eye-catching thing was the shoulder guards on both sides of her shoulders. They were gold in color with a red satin lining. Mysterious runes would appear on the surface of the shoulder guards from time to time. There were also 2 small swords embedded on each shoulder guard. The arm guards and chest guards were also gold in color. Overall, they looked dignified and majestic. The leg guards were different from the traditional chainmail. Instead, it was a battle skirt with a red base and golden leaves hanging from it. The expressions of the legendary squad members were different, but the meaning in their eyes was similar. Is it really okay for you to wear such a traditional and magical armor on our sci-fi spaceship? Since they could see the abnormality, Thea naturally noticed it long ago. According to Arthas' original words, this rather flashy armor was a free gift. It would automatically be worn during fusion, and would disappear once the fusion was removed. Originally, Arthas even suggested that since the fusion was complete, shouldn't the name be combined as well? What do you think about SARS? Thea spat on her face. What's with your sister? My name is so catchy, sire, that's. Won't I be called Cervantes in a few days? Are you cursing me to death? Thea rejected the name that could easily cause misunderstandings. Chapter 162. As the host, it wasn't impossible to refuse, but stubbornly refusing would easily lower the synchronization rate of both sides, so Thea had no choice but to compromise. For example, the silver-white long cloak behind her that dragged to the ground. A long cloak, a long cloak. Important things had to be said 3 times. Despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to loudly proclaim that she was also a hero with a cloak. To be honest, this cloak was very beautiful. It was similar to a combination of a haori and a navy coat from One Piece. On the back of the cloak, there were countless golden threads depicting a winged unicorn flying high in the sky. Thea had secretly taken a look at it before, and it wasn't bad. The drawing style was realistic, majestic, and full of strength. If it was a cute spitting head portrait, she would rather die than wear it. Actually, this is my family's emblem. My fusion with Professor Stein and the others is similar. I only became like this because I fused with a creature. As Thea spoke, she showed the pattern on the cloak to them. Whether they believed it or not, this was the answer anyway. When they saw the unicorn, their original sense of right and wrong jumped out. A unicorn. A legendary divine beast, needless to say, it must be of the good side. Thea is a true friend. We believe you. Thea wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead, finally explaining. This was a unicorn. If it was a giant octopus or something, they would definitely have to ask for another 10 minutes. Seeing that she was fine, Rip Hunter carefully ordered the tanned youth and the fat old man to check the damage of the spaceship. Thea's mistake wasn't light, and the spaceship's interior was fragile. Even the usually talkative Gideon didn't say anything, so it was obvious that something was wrong. While waiting for them to check, the heat wave pushed Captain Lung back. Of course, it wasn't that he was seriously injured, but that he was a normal person who frequently came into contact with frost rays, which caused him to lose some of his cells. This time he was dehydrated by Thea's enormous heat source. Furthermore, it was a blessing in disguise. The intense radiation had eliminated more than half of the freezing radiation that had accumulated in his body over the years. Many of the damaged cells had also been revitalized. Having received such a great benefit, he naturally couldn't continue cursing. He also felt that he couldn't beat Thea in a fight, so he weakly returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for Rip's arrangements. He could hide his physical condition from others, but not from Thea. After merging with her body, her spiritual power was almost limitless. As long as it was within her sight, she could sense it. Thea glanced at it casually. She was a little surprised because her observation was more detailed. Captain Frigid's cells and the residual frost radiation had fused a little because of her intervention. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she walked up to him and organized her words. Your cells. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Heatwave. Get lost. Thea was a little angry. Are you done? Did I give you face? Her originally pretty face instantly changed. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Following her anger, visible ripples appeared around her. Floating objects were constantly suspended in the air, and the air seemed to show signs of freezing. Captain, the magnetic reaction in the air. Gideon's voice came from an unknown corner, but it was rudely interrupted by Thea. Shut up. Thea didn't say anything. She only looked at Heatwave coldly. She was now in an invincible position. Artificial intelligence, Vandal Savage, these people were no match for her. Heatwave wasn't an idiot. She had made such a big commotion. Although he was a little afraid, he had to admit that this person had one good thing about him, and that was his tenacity. He looked back at her without showing any signs of weakness. His meaning was clear. You can kill me if you want, but I won't bow down. Thea, don't. Sarah hurriedly came over to stop the two. In fact, she was mainly trying to stop Thea. Although Heatwave didn't admit defeat, he wasn't going to court death. His eyes were wide open, but he didn't move at all. Thea was very impressed with Sarah's future achievements. She still had to give her face. She nodded, ignoring Heatwave, who was gnashing his teeth. She said to Captain Lung, "You should check carefully. There's something wrong with the genetic chain in your body. If there's no accident, you're going to become a psychic soon." After that, she walked to the side and sat down without waiting for his reply. What? Captain Lung was a little confused. He was already top-heavy. Just now, when his best friend wanted to fight with Thea, he gave Sarah a look and stopped the fight that could have ended in a second. Now you're suddenly telling me that I'm going to have a son? No, I have a psychic power. He wanted to ask for more details, but Thea ignored him and walked away. Captain Lung had no choice but to ask someone else for help. Gideon. This black-bellied artificial intelligence had the most information on the entire ship. Mr. Snart, Miss Thea is right. Your genetic chain is undergoing some kind of mutation. I'm sorry, but there's no specific information in the database. Damn, it doesn't understand what this means, right? Captain Lung could only continue to look at the others. He counted the heads and looked around. He found that the people on the ship didn't know such high-end knowledge. He could only give Sarah, who had a little spark with him recently, a look. He pointed at Thea with his chin. The meaning was simple. There's someone over there who knows. Help me ask. Sarah hesitated when she saw Captain Lung's look. She didn't know how much her face was worth to Thea. After all, this Thea was too different from the one she remembered. After thinking about it, she decided to ask. Asking one more question wouldn't kill her. When she took 2 steps, Thea's words entered their ears very clearly. There are 2 ways. One is to use time to wait for the genetic chain to stabilize. It will take about 3 years. The other is that I use high-energy light to illuminate him and accelerate the fusion of the cells and the freezing rays. However, it will consume a certain amount of his lifespan. You guys decide. Sarah and Captain Lung looked at each other and lowered their heads in thought. Before they could make up their minds, Rip Hunter interrupted them. Miss Thea, you're not going to use that kind of light again, are you? After receiving an affirmative answer, the old captain almost fainted. Are you kidding me? My ship is going to be scrapped. However, it was not appropriate to reject them directly. Captain Lung, Heatwave, and Sarah were all important combat forces. Captain Lung and Sarah's battle brains were also the best in the entire team. The rest of the team was not as reliable as the 3 of them. The 2 scientists were jokers. The black guy was a mechanic half a year ago, and the eagle girl was washing dishes in a cafe half a year ago. Superpowers. What a high and mighty name. If he stopped them, it wouldn't just be a matter of being friends. These people would really turn hostile. Rip Hunter could only persuade them in a roundabout way. Chapter 163. Hey you guys, shouldn't we avoid Vandal Savage's pursuers first? We'll discuss your matters after we land on the ground? No one objected to his suggestion. Captain Frostbite also had to consider whether it was worth it to exchange his uncertain lifespan for a superpower that could be obtained when the time was up. We're going to capture Vandal Savage at the gathering tonight. Miss Thea, do you have any suggestions? Rip only remembered that there was a god beside him after assigning the mission, so he hurriedly asked with a smile. Thea was now a little tired of these guys who had no superpowers but had lived for a long time. It was a waste of food. This Vandal wasn't even as good as a ninja master. This guy had lived for 4,000 years and all he knew was throwing knives. He didn't know anything else. She felt that she could crush him with just a breath. The difference in strength was so great that any strategy would be useless. However, Thea was still thinking about Gideon's trick. If she went over and killed the enemy in a matter of seconds, they would be able to pick up the head and loot the equipment? How could there be such a good thing? But on second thought, if she returned to her original time and space and was beaten back to her original form, it would be a waste if she didn't fight a few times with such great power. Her eagerness to fight washed away all her unhappiness. "I'll go with you." Thea said this very calmly, but her tone was firm and not one for discussion. Old Captain Rip Hunt couldn't wait for her to come along. He didn't refuse at all and finalized the plan of action. In the evening, Rip brought Sarah, Heatwave, and Thea, the max-level main account, to the gathering. Although Thea's son Mark's power would be weakened at night, her energy base was huge, so she didn't care about that little bit. Originally, Captain Frostbite was about to follow them, but Thea coldly said, "Don't touch the freeze gun." That made him retreat instantly. Before leaving, Rip was about to get a few Vandal guards' clothes so that he could blend into the gathering, but Thea stopped him. No need to go through so much trouble. Her right hand instantly drew a few mysterious runes. A few transparent rays of light fell on the three of them. The three of them looked at each other and touched each other. They didn't feel any changes in their bodies. Darkness can make you invisible, but so can sunlight. My spell can continuously absorb light. Other than the few of us, no one can see you. Looking at their confused looks, Sia gave them a rough explanation. She sighed inwardly. It was really hard for them to switch from science to magic all of a sudden. Rip Hunt was in disbelief. He ran back to the spaceship and got Gideon to scan the area with all sorts of rays. The results left him on the verge of a mental breakdown. The place he was standing on was empty. Regardless of whether he accepted it or not, this was the truth. He could only temporarily give up on his efforts to save his worldview and focus on killing Vandal. Due to his return, they were delayed for some time, so the three of them ran to the meeting point. That's right, it was 3 people. Miss Thea was now flying leisurely in the sky. She had 2 ways of flying. One was to use the unicorn's wings, but she always felt that her image was a bit similar to that of Eagle Hero and Eagle Maiden. The other was to use her own powerful strength to lift her body up and move quickly. Although the second way was a bit rough, it was still pretty. Thea even purposely assumed Superman's classic pose as she flew around in the sky. Her super speed created afterimages that formed the letter I. Then the letter I. Awesome! It was no wonder that Superman and Supergirl could be compared to the clouds in the sky. Their happiness came from comparison. Compared to the 3 fellows on the ground who were panting as they ran, their sense of superiority was surging out. Seeing how hard they were running, Thea raised her hand and cast a wind-walking spell on them. After a series of clattering noises, the 3 of them were agile people. They quickly adapted to the super high speed and finally arrived at the meeting point. At this moment, we are standing at the edge of history. The past victories are indeed memorable, but only by winning the final battle will you be remembered. For victory. For immortality. On the stage, Vandal Savage gave a hysterical speech. A large group of people in black helmets and black clothes raised their right arms in unison, echoing him loudly. If it weren't for the fact that these people didn't shout "Hail Hydra," Thea would have thought that she had come to the wrong set. However, this scene looked like the mobilization scene of Red Skull. Such a similar scene could only mean that these guys were using the same teaching material, right? It wasn't difficult for Vandal to recognize. Not to mention that he had just made a 500-word mobilization report. There were so many people in black clothes and carrying rifles. Only a man and a woman were standing in front with their faces exposed. Vandal was a priest, and considering his unrequited love for Eagle Maiden, the woman was automatically excluded. Although ancient Egypt was considered liberal, and there was nothing wrong with men and women, they weren't so casual with the gods. If 2 female priests were together, wouldn't the gods explode? And let them reincarnate 206 times? Dream on. Is this bearded man the target? Thea whispered to Rip Hunt. The old captain's eyes were full of hatred. He pursed his lips and didn't speak. He just nodded. Then I'll take him down. You guys wait. Thea looked at him for a long time and couldn't see what was so powerful about this guy. Even in her normal state she could kill him. This guy probably relied on his immortality to occupy a place among the villains. You. Rip wanted to say something, but Thea had already broken through the sound barrier and rushed in front of Vandal. She swung her fist, afraid that she would kill him with too much strength, so she only used 10% of her strength. It had to be said that Vandal had lived for so many years and had a lot of experience. His brain didn't even react, and his body was already rolling on the ground like a lazy donkey. Thea's probing punch landed directly on the guard behind him. The guard looked at the huge hole in his chest in shock, and fell to the ground dead without a sound. It wasn't until he lay on the ground that a large amount of blood began to flow from his wound. Go. Vandal grabbed the hand of the woman beside him, and at the same time took out a remote control and pressed it hard. Boom! Boom! The continuous explosions distracted Thea's attention. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the crowded square had suddenly become hell on earth. Large amounts of broken limbs were blown into the sky, and flames were gathering in the area from all directions. What's going on? This guy can see through my magic? Did he discover Rip and the others? But soon Thea understood that this guy didn't see anything. He was betting with superhero logic that she would save people, even if it was an enemy from before. This guy hit the nail on the head and he was right. The heat wave didn't matter, but Sarah and Rip had to be saved. Chapter 164. Thea could only look at him in disdain and quickly fly back. Vandal laughed, thinking that he had succeeded. He pressed a switch on the side, and a hidden passage appeared. He pulled the woman into it. Heatwave and Rip were easy to find, but Sarah was small and the scene was chaotic. Thea searched for 3 whole minutes before she found her in a pile of people. She quickly pulled her out and checked her breathing. She was still alive. After putting the 3 of them in a safe area, Thea didn't know what to do. This guy was unbelievably decisive. He threw away so many of his loyal subordinates just like that. Or perhaps he had predicted that Rip and the others would come and cause trouble, and planted a huge amount of explosives in advance. Otherwise, it didn't make sense why he would plant explosives under the feet of his loyal subordinates. No matter how weird his brain was, he wouldn't do something like that. After him. Rip's morale was actually quite high. He ordered Heatwave to bring the unconscious Sarah back to the ship for treatment while he followed Thea to find Vandal. Thea was a little speechless when she saw Rip pull out the small pistol. You must have seen how powerful I am and wanted me to bring you to kill a boss. Your acting was a little exaggerated. You were too enthusiastic. But she had nothing to fear now. The sooner she dealt with it, the sooner she could go home. The 2 of them were very experienced. They went to the place where Vandal disappeared and began searching. The secret door switch was quickly found, but when they flipped the switch, they saw a huge metal door. I didn't find any lock on it at all. This door is single-use. Once it's closed, it can't be opened again. Thea kept using magic to check it. There was no password lock, fingerprint lock, or pupil lock. It was just a metal door that was cast in one piece. It was usually open but closed at critical moments. The door could only be used once. This guy's brain was wired differently from a normal person. Had he been thinking about how to escape for the past 4,000 years? Blowing up all his subordinates to make a single-use door? No normal person would have that kind of brain. Rip Hunt fumbled with the door for a long time. He said uncertainly, "This is made from boron nitride and a large amount of osmium composite metal." He turned to Thea. "Can you break it? This is the strongest alloy in the 22nd century. How am I supposed to know?" Thea was a little depressed. She flew around the entire venue twice. Although she did not have the X-ray vision of Superman, she could still estimate the direction and layout of the underground passage with her magic antennae. The result of the observation could only be described as very good and very powerful. For some unknown reason, this Vandal had hollowed out the entire underground. The outer layer was thick rock, and the inner layer was made of a metal that Thea could not recognize. The innermost layer was made of the same material as the door. "This is a tortoiseshell." Thea explained to Rip what she saw. "Do you have any weapons on your ship that can penetrate this shell?" Rip immediately contacted the Wave Rider, but the result was very depressing. Gideon's original words were that they could theoretically get through, but they were currently being chased by a giant emerald robot that was over 200 meters tall, so they had to think of a way to deal with it first. The handsome old captain spread his hands, indicating that he had done his best. The rest was up to her heroine. Phew. Thea let out a long sigh. She had been looking forward to a hearty battle, not a demolition. She could only contact Arthas, who was sleeping in the space of consciousness. Hey, stop sleeping. Do we only have armor? Did you bring your own weapons? Sister, I'm a unicorn, not a lion or a tiger. I'm a beast of peace. My weapon is only a horn, but our fusion is not deep enough, so you can't use it. Arthas said after understanding the general situation. The two of them had discussed the fusion before. The so-called deep fusion meant that Thea had completely accepted her values. This was something that Thea could not accept. She did not want to become an incomparably bright and naive justice person. She only wanted to be herself. It was not impossible to break down the door empty-handed, but it would be a little stupid. She did not have a body of steel, so she could not do such a crude job. Some technical means were needed. Although there were not many people who used the light element in battle, it was not impossible. Thea immediately thought of Admiral Khazar's powerful skill, Kusanagi Cloud Sword. Her left hand was placed on her right wrist, constantly gathering the light elements in her body into her hand. With the concentration of a large amount of energy, Thea compressed it twice. The originally transparent mass of light gradually turned golden, and even faintly produced a trace of electric arc. Almost there, any more compression and it would explode. Thea stopped while she was ahead. Her left hand gently stroked the mass of light, and at the same time, both of her hands stretched out to both sides. In less than 30 seconds, an incomparably dazzling long sword was completed. She gently waved it twice. It seemed a little light. Fortunately, she was only using it temporarily, so she did not have to worry about its weight. Captain, stay away. Thea left this sentence and began to fly away. After flying for about 2 kilometers, she felt that it was about time. She changed her direction, raised the light sword high, and rushed towards the metal door with all her strength. A huge sonic boom had just sounded, and she had already rushed forward, stabbing the metal door with the sword. The earth shook, and the whole land was shaken by her violent impact. The light sword was instantly broken, but the impact still caused incomparable damage to the metal door. The previously smooth and thick door was violently hit by her, creating a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of half a meter. Thea rubbed her head and stood up, carefully observing her results. There was only one conclusion. This door was too damn thick. Could it be that the thickness, length, and width of the door were the same? Thea looked at the metal door that was 3 meters long and wide, and there was a bit of unconcealable bitterness in her eyes. Forget it, this kind of suicidal impact is a bit dangerous. Let's just dig a hole. She gathered another Kusanagi Cloud Sword. This time she did not run, but stood in place and dug along the hole just now. She was very depressed here, but Vandal Savage, who was hiding in his turtle shell, was almost desperate. At first, this bunker was designed by his most outstanding civil engineer, who used a lot of manpower and material resources in the city to build it. The cost was simply incalculable. But just now, Sia's attack had shaken the shelter that he thought was impenetrable. This caused his originally solid confidence to collapse by more than half in an instant. Following that, Thea did not stop digging. The sound of her digging could not be hidden from him. He called up the real-time monitoring of the indoor computer, and found that the overall damage of the metal door had reached 45%. The enemy was about to come in. It was not that he had not encountered such a powerful enemy in his 4,000 years of life, but as far as he knew, those superheroes should have died of old age. Where did this guy come from today? Chapter 165. As Thea's actions became faster and faster, he became more and more anxious. He looked at the few staff members around him with a murderous gaze and pulled out a throwing knife at lightning speed. With a few dull thuds, he killed everyone in the room except for himself and the woman beside him. "Father, what are you doing?" The woman asked her father, who she used to worship, with a puzzled expression. Vandal walked over and gave her a loving hug. He whispered in her ear, "Daughter, I'm sorry." His gaze quickly turned from gentle to ferocious. A dagger with a strange pattern was stabbed into her abdomen and stirred twice. Why? Oh. She fell into a pool of blood with deep confusion. "I didn't want this to happen. This is your fate." Vandal closed his eyes and turned his back to his daughter who admired him. Not long after, he returned to normal. He pulled out an unconscious young man from a compartment in the basement. If the legendary squad were here, they would definitely recognize that this was the Hawkman who died not long ago, the reincarnated lover of the Hawkgirl. For the legendary squad who traveled through the river of time, only a few months had passed. But for Vandal it was a solid 100 years. He spent a lot of effort and found this young man 30 years ago, the 207th reincarnation of the Hawkman. Listening to the vibrations outside the door that were getting clearer, he did not hesitate anymore. He lowered his head and dipped it in his daughter's blood, and drew an unusually complicated circle on the ground. Time passed by slowly. Vandal's daughter had completely breathed her last. The blood that flowed out of her body turned from bright red to dark red. Finally, just as the blood was about to coagulate, he finished drawing the circle. Panting heavily, the circle consumed a lot of his energy. There was no room for mistakes. Even with his 4,000 years of experience, he drew it with trepidation. Fortunately, he finished it successfully. The blood of a loved one. Vandal chanted the first half of the ritual softly. As his voice was transmitted to the circle, the pattern drawn with blood instantly came alive. There were bursts of light flashing in it from time to time. Thea, who was still digging outside, immediately felt that something was wrong. This was too wrong. The air was filled with a restless aura. The birds on the nearby branches had collectively flown away. Should they continue digging or observe the situation? Thea asked for Rip Hunter's opinion. Even though Rip didn't sense anything, the two quickly came to an agreement. A gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. Let's watch from afar. What if the enemy used some kind of suicidal move? How dangerous would that be? At most, he could just travel through time again. It was not a big deal. At this moment, Vandal could not care less about the enemy's escape. His ritual had already entered the second stage. The blood of one's kin and the life of one's enemy are all contributed to the two ends of the scale. Me, High Priest of Horus, Vandal Savage, prays for the gaze of my lord. After a full 10 minutes, just as Vandal felt that the ritual was beginning to absorb his immortal life force, a mysterious power finally projected a near-omnipresent gaze from the depths of the multiverse. This line of sight was very faint and weak, almost between existence and non-existence. It barely sent a signal to Vandal, with praise and encouragement. Vandal was about to die from exhaustion. His life force had been greatly drained. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. He was cursing in his heart. I haven't used it once in 4,000 years. It's so difficult to summon you for the first time. Can you do it or not? But the arrow had already been knocked. He trembled as he completed the last step of the ritual. He reached out a hand and aimed at his left eye. His heart was full of hesitation. There was no small matter when it came to the gods. As long as he sacrificed it, the eye would not grow back even if he was reborn. But his hesitation was immediately felt by the gaze. The message sent became more and more impatient and dissatisfied. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Vandal aimed at his left eye and dug it out. Ah! The excruciating pain almost made him faint. But he still had some rationality left. He threw the bloody left eye into the ritual. I sacrifice my eye. I pray for the guardian of the pharaoh, the symbol of royalty, the eagle god Horus, the eye of all worlds. Destroy these fugitives of time, the destroyers of world order. Vandal's last few words were almost roared out. There was no other way. He was too weak. His face that used to be 40 years old now looked like he was 80 years old. One had to know that he had maintained the appearance of a 40-year-old man for 4,000 years without any change. Now a ritual had sucked away his nearly limitless life force. In addition, he had lost an eye and a daughter. His sacrifice was really too great. Thea naturally did not know about his sacrifice. Even if she knew, she would not take it seriously. Because at this time she was already a little shocked. In the sky and on the earth, ancient sounds kept echoing. A faint eagle cry kept circling in everyone's mind. Rip Hunt of the Church of Science also saw that things were getting worse, but he did not know what it meant. He could only ask Thea, who seemed to know a lot. If it was any other question, Thea would not be able to answer. After the fusion, she only gained some knowledge about unicorns. That knowledge was passed down through her bloodline. Not only was there little, but it was also very biased. But Thea could still recognize the current scene. As the representative of the heavenly realm's creatures, even if she had not seen it, she had at least heard of it. Facing Rip Hunt's inquisitive gaze, she gritted her teeth and said with a bit of bitterness, "This is the omen of a god's descent." Walla walla. Rip Hunt could only hear the sound of his worldview shattering. Are you kidding me? It's already the year 2166, we're already using space-based weapons, and you're telling me about a god? Aren't we living in an era of science and technology? Was all the knowledge I learned in school fake? No one would know or care about the screams in his heart. Thea solemnly looked at the sky not far away. The clouds there were already covered by a kind of high-density energy. The air was constantly rubbing against each other, creating large amounts of electric arcs. Just as the energy gathered and finally reached a certain point, a pair of sharp claws suddenly reached out. Although it was very difficult and slow, as if the claws were tearing something, they still managed to tear a large hole in the energy. Miss Thea, should we? Rip Hunt received information from the Wave Rider. The Atom Man had killed the big robot sent by Vandal at the cost of serious injuries. The spaceship was quickly approaching and was preparing to make a strategic turn. Thea was not that anxious. After repeated comparisons, if this god was only at this level, she really did not have to be afraid of him. Gods sounded nice, but in reality they were life forms that were much higher than ordinary people, so they were called gods. Comparing life forms, Thea was now a half-human half-world creature. She was definitely inferior to him, but she was not afraid of him. Chapter 166. The pressure of a god had some effect on her, but it wasn't strong. Compared to Rip Hunt, whose lips were trembling and couldn't even speak clearly, Thea's performance was full of the demeanor of a strong person. "Captain, go and catch Vandal Savage. He's down there and can't resist anymore. As for this big guy, leave it to me." Thea was amused after she said that. It wasn't because she thought of a joke, but because she felt the excitement in her soul. She smiled with fighting spirit, and her blood was boiling. Finally, there was a worthy opponent. This was a real god. After a good fight, she wouldn't have any regrets even if she returned to the original space-time. The unicorn felt her monstrous fighting spirit and took the initiative to let go of part of its body control, causing Thea's aura to increase by a lot. Rip Hunt also knew that he couldn't stop her and the unicorn. "If you want to fight, then fight. I'll go and catch Vandal first." He ordered the Wave Rider to start breaking the door, and it didn't take long before the door was blown open. He ordered the Atom Man, Sarah, and Captain Frigid to guard the house for the three seriously injured. The remaining Firestorm and Heatwave Hawkgirl followed him to catch Grandpa Vandal. The cumulus clouds in the sky were getting heavier and heavier. Although the pair of sharp claws used all its power to dispel spells, the effect wasn't significant. At this time it didn't care about the dignity of a god. A hairy leg stretched out from the space and began to squeeze out with all its hands and feet. Thea naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. The villain could do whatever he wanted. She wasn't that stupid. Yes, she felt that she was justice, and the enemy was naturally the villain. That was what she thought and did. After communicating with the unicorn, the original unicorn pattern on the back of the cloak was replaced. Now, two large Chinese characters were displayed. Justice. Anyone who went against him was a bad person or a bad god. Run over and kick the enemy back? After thinking about it, she gave up on this tempting idea. The enemy's strength was unknown, and if she was dragged in, she wouldn't be able to cry. Since she couldn't engage in melee combat, she would have to fight from a distance. Although Thea looked like a holy knight with her golden armor, that was just a facade. No matter how strong a unicorn was, she was still a magical creature. Her powerful magic was her only source of strength. Sakasha. Thea immediately cast the strongest spell in the unicorn's memory. Not only did she use hand gestures, even the incantation was much longer than before. As the mana around her gathered, the entire place fell into absolute silence. She and Horus, who was about to cross over to the other world, were like two whirlpools, each of them madly absorbing the mana in the air. Horus was not an ordinary person either. Sensing the danger in his body, he exerted more force toward the opening. A small part of his falcon-like head was already exposed. His right eye shone brightly, showing the vast wisdom of a god. His left eye was filled with hatred and hostility as he stared fiercely at Thea. Although it was just a glance, Thea, whose power level was infinitely high, instantly understood the past. Horus' left eye was once passed down to the world. Later on, it was made into a divine artifact, the Eye of Horus. This divine artifact was personally found by him and offered to the god of the underworld, Osiris, for safekeeping. Now, his right eye was the original eye of his divine body, and his left eye was probably Vandal's offering. Could his right eye also be made into a divine artifact? Thea couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It was really tempting. Something that even the god of the underworld was interested in must be of a higher level than things like scepters and magic balls. No matter what the situation was, she must keep his eye. At most she could just grab it and run away. As for Vandal's eye, she would leave it to him. Thea was afraid that she would have nightmares if she looked at his fierce gaze. After 3 minutes of chanting, the spell was finally ready. Perhaps this world was a technological world, but the casting of spells was extremely jerky. Otherwise, even if it was the first time Thea cast it, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Burning cloud. She pointed at the figure of Horus in the distance, and a large cloud of fiery red energy instantly covered the god who was trying to climb out. A large amount of heat and light energy gathered in the cloud, and countless explosions occurred every second. The energy after the explosion would not dissipate, but would gather and explode again in the sealed cloud. In theory, the energy could continuously gather and explode, and the enemy's injury would also increase the destructive power of the energy. Although the cloud seemed airtight to the outside world, Thea could see inside as a spellcaster. She didn't know what this god was thinking. Was it because he was too bored? He was so focused on drilling in this direction that he turned a blind eye to the explosion in front of him. A faint layer of light appeared on his body. Although it was so weak that it seemed like it could be blown out by a gust of wind, it persisted in the continuous explosion. Powerful. Sure enough, the power of spells would be greatly reduced against gods. This was the memory inheritance in Merlin's bloodline. His ancestors had most likely done something similar to what Thea was doing today. This was really a good family style. Since direct damage couldn't penetrate you, then let's try direct damage. As a modern person who had been influenced by modern science, her mind was much more active than the ancients. This time there was no need for complicated spells. It was a pure contest of energy. Thea gathered all the light energy in her body between her fingers. After repeatedly compressing it, she pointed 2 fingers at Horus, who was still acting as a target. Magic beam cannon. Well, Thea felt that this move was very similar to the move of a certain national cartoon Demon King. The principle was similar, so she directly borrowed the name of the move. The spiral energy constantly accelerated the main energy beam. At first, the speed was not fast because the energy was too concentrated, but under the continuous acceleration it became faster and faster. Thea and Horus were 2 kilometers apart, but this distance, driven by the spiral energy, almost broke the space barrier. Poof! The energy beam opened a small hole in Horus' divine body, as thick as an adult's finger. Although this was not a serious injury to Horus, who was 5 or 6 meters tall, he could not accept being injured by a mortal. His eagle-like head roared in an unknown language. His entire body began to expand violently, as if he wanted to use this method to forcefully descend. What the hell, I only took a little bit of blood from him. Did he have to go berserk? Thea was definitely not lying. It was a drop of blood. A drop of golden blood flowed out from his wound. The wound healed very quickly and was repaired in an instant. However, the drop of blood fell to the ground uncontrollably. The blood of a god. Thea was a little tempted when she saw the drop point. Generally, this was the foundation of the protagonist's flight, not to mention that this was her own spoils of war. However, it was a little degrading for her to rush over like a hungry dog. In any case, she was now an opponent of the same level as him. Although the gods might not acknowledge her, she had to despise him on the surface and respect him in her heart. After memorizing the drop point of the blood, Thea did not stop and continued to fire. Poof! 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 After 3 consecutive shots, Thea was exhausted. As a target, Horus was even more exhausted. Chapter 167. Thea had no time to pay attention to where the god's blood would land. They must be in the same area. The two were fighting in the air, and the Earth's rotation wasn't that fast. Huff! Huff! She gasped for breath. She had consumed a lot of energy, and her mental strength had decreased by at least 15%. After a few concentrated shots, she realized that she couldn't stop this god from entering. She wasn't strong enough to kill a god like killing a dog. She could only show limited attention to this god who wanted to squeeze in. She drew an incantation with her hand and summoned an owl, which pointed to a few spots in the distance. She couldn't let this god's blood go to the passers-by. There were too many such scenes in novels. Two max-level characters fought until the ground shook and the sky shook. In the end, both of them were seriously injured, and the main character went to take advantage of the situation. Thea wasn't so selfless. She didn't care about people in 2008, let alone people in 2166. She would be angry if anyone dared to fight with her. She silently stopped in the air to recover her strength. She wanted to fight this god fair and square. Fortunately, Horus was busy and didn't use his mind-reading ability. Otherwise, he would have spat at her face. You opened 4 holes in my body? God's blood was different from human blood. Human blood could spurt out like a fountain, but God's blood could not do the same. Every drop of God's blood was extremely precious, and some could even affect a god's godhood. To a certain extent, this was an important indicator of a god's combat power. If too much blood was lost, the god's divine position could be knocked off, causing eternal death. Horus saw that Thea was silently controlling her chi and preparing to fight with him in a fair and square manner. He thought that she was holding back her ultimate move. Although he looked down on human beings, he knew that he was now a target. The woman in golden armor opposite him could totally kill him. He didn't know that Vandal was currently being chased by Rip Hunt like a dead dog, and was still secretly hating the priest for not being helpful enough. Seeing the god in such a difficult situation, he didn't continue to provide support. As long as he recovered a bit more strength, he would be able to enter the prime material plane from this place where the gods slumbered. He finally made up his mind to cut off the connection with his original habitat and break through by force. With a roar, Horus's divine power circulated wildly. His god's body, which was 1 size larger, swelled up again. Aha! Ripples visible to the naked eye rushed in all directions. The sky, the earth, and the sea all felt an inexplicable tremor. Countless eagles and falcons all over the world soared into the sky and cried out loudly. Countless signs indicated that a true god had once again returned to the world after experiencing the twilight of the gods. Naturally, Thea could also see these strange scenes. She could only say, "What the F***CK? What's the big deal about the background music?" The special effects of this person's appearance were enough to touch the heavens and the earth. "My name is Horus. I am the son of Osiris and Isis. I am the patron saint of Letopolis. I am in charge of all justice and law in the world. You should bathe in the glory of the gods and worship me under the supreme sovereignty. This is the gift of the gods. This is the only contribution of your humble life." As for this person who didn't come out to fight, he first introduced himself and talked about his 8 generations of ancestors. Thea came to watch with the attitude of watching a show. But when he talked about worship, the humble life, Thea was a little unhappy. Was he talking about her in a roundabout way? With a true god here, what are you waiting for if you don't bow? Hey Birdman, it's a democratic society now. Your sovereignty was gone 4,000 years ago. Thea didn't dare to get too close. She didn't know what kind of attack this guy had. But looking at his bird head, no eagle head, she could roughly guess that this guy must be very fast. Horus, who was 10 meters tall, dark, with the head of an eagle, naked upper body, and a linen sheet wrapped around his lower body, was stunned by her words. He couldn't help but ask, "Is the 4th dynasty over?" Thea nodded and said in her heart, "God, you are right. Not only the Ming dynasty is gone, but the Qing dynasty is also gone." Horus got his answer and was obviously a little stunned. He looked around. His divine thoughts swept across the land with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. The thousands of years of human civilization development and knowledge accumulation were all analyzed by him. He shook his huge eagle head with some dissatisfaction. It seemed that the development of this world was somewhat beyond his expectations. Thou art the most powerful person among the humans. You are qualified to rest under my throne. Kneel down and accept my blessings. This is an honor that you can't imagine. Horus figured out the context of the changes in the world and was a little confused. He couldn't tell whether some changes were good or bad. But what kind of existence was he? He was a god. It could only be the world that adapted to him. It was impossible for him to accept the world. In the face of Thea, a time traveler who could hurt him, although he was a little annoyed, he was ready to recruit people and continue to build the kingdom of heaven on earth. In his impression, humans were unbelievably weak. If he were to condescend to rope them in, the other party would definitely bow down and worship him. As for why vandals summoned him, he didn't care at all. Gods could order humans, but how could humans command gods? He threw vandals' wishes to the sky without thinking. Thea was amused by him. What did he mean? The prime minister could hold a boat, but this god was better. Did he want to take her in without any grudges? Please, we haven't fought yet. How can I just surrender? Also, where did you learn to speak like you're singing? Thea had goosebumps when he sang. Thea repeatedly checked and didn't feel that this god was very powerful. Except for his appearance and his singing, there didn't seem to be anything special. In terms of energy intensity, Thea was a little higher. This guy looked powerful. But Thea felt that he was seriously injured and was summoned to fight before he recovered. According to the game data, this guy's upper limit of health and magic was extremely high. But now he only had a little bit of health left, and his magic was almost at the bottom. Compared to Thea, who had full health and magic, it was not certain who would win if they fought. Thea was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. They couldn't talk on the same channel. She mobilized all the magic in her body, accumulated momentum, and prepared to arm wrestle with this guy. Her sudden surge of momentum surprised Horus a little. Shouldn't this person kneel down and kowtow? Why did she look like she was going to fight? I've already forgiven you. Why are you so stubborn? Although he didn't understand, the majesty of gods couldn't be blasphemed, and he didn't bother to explain. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Thea could see that he was very weak. Of course he knew better. After being awakened from eternal sleep, he was in a very bad state. Even if an ordinary priest used the right process, at most it would attract his attention. The priest's ability was not enough to bring him to this world. Fortunately, Vandal Savage was not from Class 1. He was from Class 3. By crazily extracting Vandal's immortal life force, Horus finally entered the world that was once filled with the footprints of the gods after going through many hardships. Chapter 168. Horus had lost too much of his divine power, and many of his abilities that required a lot of daily consumption were not activated. Not knowing that his only remaining priest had lived for 4,000 years and had long been blinded by the bustling world, Vandal, who was walking uneasily, was cursing him in his heart. Hurry up, to think you would have such a day. Rip Hunter kicked Vandal and urged him to quicken his pace. The old captain was in a state of great joy and sorrow today. Initially, Thea's man-made nuclear bomb almost blew up the spaceship, which was a great sorrow. Now he easily caught the enemy of his life, which was a great joy. Without any scruples, Vandal was now so old that he didn't even need to buy a ticket to board the spaceship. He didn't have any intention of taking care of the old man and dragged him back to the spaceship like a sheep. The spaceship quickly took off. It had no choice but to take off. Horus was 10 meters tall and stood on the ground like an iron tower. Thea was also hovering at the same height, staring at him full of fighting spirit. These two could fight at any time and the ground was too dangerous. Is this a god? The Atom Man, who had been fighting with the giant robot, had been badly injured. Now that he had just recovered a little strength, he was helped by Kendra to the display screen to watch the news of the arrival of a god. This was not seen in Star City in 2017, and he looked at the tall and majestic Horus with some interest. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or his gaze was too wretched. Separated by tens of thousands of meters and the spaceship's display screen, Horus's eagle eye quickly glanced at him, and there was a trace of divine power in his eyes. Ray Palmer was a purebred ordinary person. Although he was tall and handsome, it was useless in front of divine power. Even with so many obstacles between them, when the gaze fell on him, he was still instantly seriously injured. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his whole body fell straight down. Where are you looking? Although Thea didn't know that her temporary teammate had taken a blow for her, she still seized the opportunity when Horace was momentarily distracted. This guy's divine body was too resistant to magic, and the preparation time of the magic beam cannon was too long. Thea could only do what she was used to doing, and she charged forward with her lightsaber. Fortunately, this wasn't a game. There wouldn't be any situations where warriors couldn't use magic, or mages couldn't fight in close combat. Thea didn't have any psychological burden for a mage like herself charging forward to attack. She gripped the 2-meter-long heaven-gathering cloud sword with both hands and stabbed forward. At first, Horace might have been afraid of the majesty of the gods, so he took a few of her attacks with his bare hands. The result of his carelessness was that he was pierced with 2 more holes. Helpless, he could only take out a golden scepter from the void. At the top of the scepter, there was an eagle spreading its wings ready to fly. Scepter of Horus? Thea's gaze couldn't help but be attracted to the scepter, but when she looked at it carefully, she was a little puzzled. The scepter was more than 8 meters long, and Horus wielded it with such vigor that it was airtight. Was this what Vandal was holding back then? He was 1.8 meters tall and wielded an 8.1 meter stick. The scene seemed a bit fake. Thea believed that artifacts could be big or small, but would Horus make his weapons smaller for humans? She knew the answer just by looking at how arrogant he was. Thea once again used her high-speed movement to aim her sword at Horus' head. Horus clenched the scepter with both hands and swung it in the opposite direction. With a crack, both of them used almost all their strength. The result was that Thea's sword and Horus' scepter shattered at the same time. The lightsaber shattered into pieces, and the scepter also broke in the middle and fell into the ground. Hey, Thea understood. This guy's scepter was the same as her lightsaber. They were both made with his own energy. Without her weapon, she quickly retreated. It would take a few seconds to condense the lightsaber again, but Horus' scepter could be condensed at will. Thea's control of energy was far inferior to these gods who had lived for countless years. Human powerhouse, do you want to see the distance between you and the sky? Do you want to know how shallow you are? Let me show you the authority of the gods. Horus did not rush to attack. His divine power began to spread in all directions. Wherever the divine power passed, high-rise buildings collapsed instantly, and asphalt roads broke. The high-tech city, which was full of modern atmosphere, almost turned into a sea of sand in the blink of an eye. From time to time, sand waves rolled, and some sand waves rushed to a height of 100 meters. Most of the residents in the city had blank eyes, and the modern clothes on their bodies were replaced by linen clothes. A few people who were still conscious looked at this scene in puzzlement, thinking that it was some kind of prank. There are so many stupid mortals, humph. Horus was very dissatisfied with those who still retained their own consciousness. In an instant he sent out countless messages. Those who were under his control all had their strength increased dramatically. In groups of 3 or 5 they knocked down those who were conscious to the ground. Occasionally, a few people who were in a semi-conscious state were washed by the divine power and lost their own consciousness, but most of the sober ones were beaten to death. What the hell? Thea watched the city turn into a sea of sand, and the former city's inland river turned into an oasis. Countless low bungalows rose from the ground, and the surviving citizens were all bare-chested and surrounded by sheets, kneeling and kowtowing to Horus. Was it really that exaggerated? Thea watched in horror as a building slowly rose from the ground in the center of the so-called city. It was a huge pyramid that she had never seen before. As it rose, the surrounding crowd showed a fanatical expression, and many people were so excited that they shed tears. Do you see? This is the power of the gods. Change at the fundamental level of things. This is a field that you can't touch. Horus looked at the fruits of his labor and was very happy. It was a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. That's more like it. Those messy high-rise buildings just now were too messy. If humans lived 100 meters in the air, wouldn't they look down on me, a god? This was not normal. Thea did see his so-called power of change. The city turned into a sea of sand, and the inland river into an oasis. Given some time, she could also do it. It was nothing more than a few topographical changes. Turning the citizens into idiots could also be done with a large-scale suggestion spell. However, the changes of some animals made her a little frightened. She saw a few dogs turn into camels, and a kitten turn into a leopard. This was not a transformation spell that changed the appearance, but a fundamental change that she couldn't do. Not to mention the pyramid that was still rising. How did it change from invisible to tangible? All these questions made Thea a little confused. She was already preparing to retreat. Whether it was returning to her own timeline or continuing to hang around with the Legend Squad, it was better than fighting this non-human. Using her psychic power, she quickly found Rip Hunt and the others in the sky. She prepared to directly teleport into the spaceship. It was time for a new strategic change. Chapter 169. Miss Thea, these people, we have to save them. Isn't that right, Captain? Before Rip Hunter could say anything, the fat old man with a sense of justice spoke first. As someone who grew up under the banner of freedom and democracy, Martin Stein, who had lived for almost 70 years, couldn't accept the idea of brainwashing normal people into slaves. He was so angry that his lips trembled. After saying that, he turned to Rip Hunter for support. Didn't you say that we were going to save the world when you brought us together? You're not thinking of running away, are you? Rip Hunter, who had a handsome mustache, didn't want to get involved in this at all. He just wanted to get his wife and son onto the ship as soon as possible. What happens to the world after that really didn't matter to him. But now that the fat old man was looking at him expectantly, he couldn't do anything about it. This was the pain of a neutral person pretending to be on the side of justice. Before, Thea was forced onto the Wave Rider by all kinds of morals, and she was feeling the same as him right now. She couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Of course, that's what I mean. Rip Hunter could only pretend to be a fat man. Miss Thea, do you have any ideas? After the fat old man unified the internal opinions, he began to ask Miss Thea, who was the main force fighting the monsters. What could she do? These people had been completely rewritten from the bottom of their hearts. Their original beliefs and ideals had been forcefully erased by divine power. To put it bluntly, even if these people were saved, they would have to rebuild their outlook on life and the world. Thea was still thinking about how to tactfully say that they should retreat. Arthas interrupted her in her mind. Thea, we can't retreat. These humans need our help. The unicorn Chinibu that represented her kind side urged her to continue fighting. Thea was also a little helpless. She was currently in a fused state, without a unified mind. The external body couldn't move at all. Big sister, we can't win, okay? This god really isn't a bluff. Besides, we're not from this world. This guy is not as strong as you think. His divine power is almost exhausted, and there is not much left. Merge with me deeply. I am a divine creature, and I also have a little divine power. Although it is far inferior to his control of the mind with our magic power, the total amount will be much more than his. Arthas never forgot about the deep fusion between them, and always used this to remind Thea. Unfortunately, Thea, who was a little obsessed with power, fell for this trick. Should he give up his bottom line? On one hand, it was a divine experience, and on the other hand, it was just a bunch of Chinibu. It didn't seem like a difficult choice. Can I cancel the fusion at any time? Thea was afraid that once they merged, they would never be able to separate again. If she had to fight criminals every day like a retard, she would go crazy. Of course, I am also you, or rather, a part of you. We are a whole. You can accept it or reject it. Alright, what should we do? Thea finally made up her mind. Let the world have a taste of her righteous fire. Thea stared blankly at the bright silver helmet that fell into her hands. There was a shining horn in the middle of the helmet. Was she really going to wear it? Also, where did this strong sense of déjà vu of a Lich King wearing a helmet come from? By the way, is there really no harm in wearing this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, that god has already begun to reorganize his army. Thea sighed and secretly said in her heart, I hope that the humiliation later won't be too great. Buzz. After putting on the helmet, Thea's senses instantly froze, and countless real emotions appeared in her mind. There was the warmth of a family, the support of a lover, the growth of children, and the peace and serenity of an old man. All kinds of beautiful thoughts emerged from the depths of her heart and soul. I can do it. No matter what thorns lie ahead, I can cut through them. I am Sarvats. After putting on the helmet, Thea automatically obtained a trace of divinity. Although it was weak and insignificant, sometimes there was a huge difference between having it and not having it. You evil god, you disregard the will of the people. Today I will judge you. Sarvats, who was emitting a golden light, stood in the air like the sun and pointed at Horus. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius could hear him clearly. As her temporary companions, the legendary party was naturally within the 10,000-mile radius. They looked at each other in confusion. This is too illogical. How can I hear her when she's so far away? The fat old man Martin Stein asked. Although Thea didn't give him a direct answer, he was still very satisfied with her current actions. He thought that this little girl was most likely a person of action who wasn't good with words. What a good person, a righteous friend. Now that Thea's large-scale broadcast had naturally drawn out his scientific research spirit, his mind was constantly searching for various theories in an attempt to use science to explain this supernatural phenomenon. At this time, Sarah Lance, who had basically recovered, also rushed in front of the screen. She felt a little helpless, but more than that, she was puzzled. This Thea was like heaven and earth compared to the one she knew. Looking at her current state, even the Ninja Master and Damien Dark wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. Thea, who was infinitely praised by them, was currently competing with Arthas in the bloodline consciousness space. Shut up, stop talking. Don't run, stop right there. The two chased and fought, and Thea finally regained part of the control. She couldn't avoid the Chinibu, but she could keep quiet. Let's see who's better with our fists. She couldn't make this group of people return to normal, but she could brainwash them again. Using the trace of divinity in her body as a foundation and a large amount of magic power, Thea began to communicate with the memories deep in her blood. It was the legendary final resting place of King Arthur, the Holy Land in Celtic mythology, the central belief of the ancient Druids, the ultimate Elysium in Wales, the legendary island that existed between reality and fantasy, the land of the afterlife and the afterlife, Avalon. Of course, the total amount of divine power needed to pull all the fantasy lands that had drifted to some unknown dimensional corner into this world, let alone her. Even Zeus would have to bring a large number of main gods with him in order to do so. This world that rejected magic and divine power was too stubborn. Even a powerful god like Horus had to spend a lot of effort to squeeze in, and the distance was too far. She couldn't even pull a brick in the fantasy land. But even if she couldn't pull the real thing in, with the help of the bloodline, it was no problem to pull the projection of this fantasy land in. Originally, the attributes of Avalon were also inclined to the fantasy and dream type, and for things like projection, it had an innate advantage over the mountain paradise oak forest and the like. Thea pointed to a lake not far away and began to transform the ley lines. Chapter 170. Avalon was an island of dreams, and it had extremely strict requirements for the real environment. The most important thing was that it could not fall to the ground. Thea could only artificially create a large floating island to receive projections transmitted from a distant time and space. Her transformation of the land veins had caused a lot of noise. Horus was a true god, and his divine power was pitiful. Every little bit had to be carefully calculated and controlled. It was not an exaggeration to say that the transformation process was silent and moisturizing. Thea did not have this ability. She used a lower level of magic, and her control ability was much worse than Horus. In the end, it was like a construction site. Fortunately, her magic was endless. She could make up for the lack of quality with quantity. A large amount of violent magic poured into the earth. Soil flew up and sand filled the sky. 30 kilometers from east to west and 15 kilometers from north to south, with a total area of more than 200 square kilometers, she dug out a large piece of land and made it into a floating island. A large amount of lake water and trees fell from the sky. Mud and sand fell, and rocks flew everywhere. Thea's work was not small. Just as she was preparing to deal with the enemy's counterattack, she glanced in the direction of Horus. She was a little surprised, but it was reasonable. Horus looked down on human beings. Even if Thea was stronger, she was still an ant in his eyes. How could the pride of a god fight without declaring war? The god did not have any intention of sneaking an attack. He looked at her digging and making an island and nodded thoughtfully. Well, since you are not in a hurry, I don't have to be so hasty. Thea compacted all the land on the outer edge of the floating island. Otherwise, when Avalon came, the huge magic reaction would shake this load-bearing land apart. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Thea kept chanting, and this time the chanting was particularly long. The air was silent, and only her voice could be heard between heaven and earth. Boom! At first, the sound was very small, but as time went on, the frequency of the vibration became higher and higher. Even the pyramid that Horus had built was shaken, and a large amount of sand rolled down from the tower. Many brainwashed former citizens were also frightened by this invisible aura and looked around blankly. Just as Horus's huge eagle eye was carefully looking around. Come back. Avalon, the bronze-colored foggy island, the eternal fantasy land. Sia shouted. At this time she was crazily outputting her magic power. The azure magic power around her rippled, and the sound of a harp could be heard. There was also the faint cry of a banshee mixed in with it. The originally bare floating island seemed to be shrouded in a layer of foggy air. It was impossible to see what was inside clearly. Only through the gaps in the clouds could one see the scenery inside. There was a forest, a lake, and an illusory palace in the deepest part of the island. The people on the spaceship were completely dumbfounded. No science could explain this phenomenon. The Atom Man, who was seriously injured by the divine eye, was a bit like a cockroach. After receiving some treatment in the medical room, he was concerned about the situation on the front line and was now watching the battle with his injury. Looking at the huge island that Thea had summoned in front of the screen, as a die-hard fan of the Knights of the Round Table, he was completely dumbfounded. Even if he didn't know at first, Thea had shouted it out, and it was the kind of regional broadcast type. Avalon. Ray Palmer whispered, his heart full of the excitement of seeing his idol. Captain and everyone, I need your help to deal with this evil god. Thea's voice was transmitted in the spaceship at the right time. Her words were full of righteousness and kindness. Even Superman was at the same level as her. From any point of view, she was the representative of justice and the savior of human freedom. I'll help, Jackson, let's go. The fat old man, who had been influenced by liberal and democratic ideology, was the first to respond to her call when he heard that they were going to deal with an evil god. He turned to look at his partner. The black guy was actually a little scared. The scene was almost like the end of the world. After all, he was still repairing his car half a year ago. He had only seen such an exciting scene before in his dreams. But looking at the fat old man's determined look, if he refused, he would jump out with a parachute and a rifle. So he could only nod. The two completed the fusion and turned into the superhero Firestorm. Without saying goodbye to Rip Hunt, they flew out of the cabin door. I'll go help too. The Atom Man immediately put on his battle suit. Ray, your injury? Hawkgirl called him. It's okay. My battle suit has a life support system. It'll be fine. He hugged Hawkgirl and flew out with Firestorm. As for whether he was doing it for justice or to see his childhood idol, it was up to him to decide. Ray! Hawkgirl chased after him but couldn't catch up. She could only go back to the command room. She found Sarah Lance looking at her. Send me down. I'll go help too. This was the helplessness of an ordinary hero with no abilities or technological equipment. If they wanted to help, they had to ask others for help. Rip Hunt played dead again and the team broke up. He said awkwardly, "We'll all go. We're legends." Oh. The bad guys didn't ask for their opinion, and they didn't object. It was an honor to be able to personally experience such an epic battle. It was indeed epic. Horus had organized an infantry phalanx. He had also summoned many fantasy creatures. Several 3-meter-tall eagle-headed giants that looked quite similar to him were wandering behind the team. Thea's side also had a large group of knights coming out of the swamp, forest, and fog. They were all in bright armor and had different weapons. There were long swords, short axes, and chain hammers. The two chose to fight in this way at the same time. Horus relied on his own control, while Thea relied on her massive magic power. Both sides were full of confidence. What can we do to help? Just tell us. Several members of the Legends team came to Thea's side. In order to take care of their necks, Thea also landed from mid-air. Hearing their declaration of war, she lowered her head and thought. In fact, to be honest, the strength of the people here was only Firestorm and the Atom Man. The others could only say that they had no problem fighting ordinary people, and wanted to participate in this kind of divine battle. Horus, who are you? What kind of divine battle is this? They were far from qualified. Glancing at Ray Palmer, who didn't care about his injury at all. He stared intently at the knights coming out of the forest and carefully identified them. What the hell can you see? Thea was a little speechless at his behavior. This was all a projection, and only a rough outline of a character could be seen. If the real person was transmitted, the magic power consumed would be completely disproportionate to the strength of the character itself. An ordinary medieval knight couldn't even defeat Sarah. So what was the use of him? She reached out and pointed at the Atom Man. Bursts of white light surged. I'll suppress your injury first. Let's go back and treat it. After waiting for 10 seconds, the Atom Man didn't respond at all. Thea covered her head. This guy didn't hear it at all. Of course, she couldn't pour cold water on their help. Thea thought for a moment and said, "How about each of you play a Knight of the Round Table? I'll attach their soul projection to you." Before they could react, the Atom Man, who was in a daze, suddenly became energetic. Really? Can I do it too? Why not? After all, the Atom Man was the second to support her, and he came with a serious injury. His spirit was too precious. Thea pondered for a moment, drew a black fog from the forest, and pointed at Ray. Knight Gawain, it's you. Chapter 171. Before Ray could understand what was going on, a cloud of black mist sprayed all over his face. It didn't take long for the fog to disperse. He was still the same person, but the frivolous and funny look in his eyes had faded a lot. His back, which had been hunched due to years of research, had straightened up. His entire appearance had changed greatly. Ray stood in place and kept moving his limbs. Soon he shouted excitedly, "I know swordsmanship now. I know how to use a spear." Haha. Thea face-bombed. He was still the same joker. Thea could understand his excitement. This was a benefit. If Ray was in the game, he would have received a lot of cold weapon specialization notifications. This joker was so obsessed with the Knights of the Round Table. This gift to him must be in line with the wishes of those heroes. Her magic was a dual-level spell. The caster had to make the initial selection. This was the first step. The combination of the hero and the main body was the second step. If the hero and the main body did not match, the skills obtained would be very few. It seemed that Ray met Knight Gawain's standards. He was also a Prince Charming, tall and handsome. Their attributes should be very compatible. Do you guys need it? Thea looked at the others. The effect was so good. She could learn so many skills in an instant. Even she was envious. However, they rejected this kind of enlightenment. According to Captain Lung, he could not be a knight, and he did not want to be one. Thea glanced at their faces. Indeed, these guys, or rather people in the modern era who had the character of a knight, were rare. People who had seen too much would naturally lose their reverence. The 10-meter-tall guy on the opposite side who had activated his halo to brainwash them probably thought the same. Thea suddenly saw the hawk girl in the team and was stunned. You? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Did not make sense. She was the priestess of Horus. She was probably the only priestess in the world besides Vandal. She should have flown to the other side long ago. Why was she not summoned? This was not in line with the principle of divine power. Kendra was stunned by the drastic change in her expression. It took her a while to understand what she meant. She lowered her head and said uncertainly, "There seems to be a voice saying something, but the voice was too soft. I thought I was overheated. Did something happen?" Eagle Girl had always been a little afraid of Thea. Now that Thea had threatened to kill gods and saints, she, who was still washing dishes in a cafe half a year ago, was so scared that she used all her brain cells to come up with an answer. She was afraid that Thea would not be satisfied, so she asked carefully in a low voice. Thea's mind was filled with question marks at first, but when she heard her say that her voice was too low, she instantly understood. Horus still valued this believer very much and summoned her as soon as possible. But unfortunately, she was too weak to hear the orders of the gods. Nothing happened after the first step. Fortune favors fools. Thea sighed. She was weak, yet she managed to escape. Compared to the current situation of Vandal, who had summoned him to the world, it was clear that he was not friendly to his believers. In other words, God's view of good and evil is different from that of humans. He thinks that brainwashing you is for your own good, so why do you resist? I can only enter this world by absorbing some of your life force. Isn't that the only value of your existence? The two sides did not even have a basis for discussion. It would be strange if they did not fight. Professor, follow me to attack the evil god. Captain, control the weapons on the spaceship to support us. Regardless of whether the other party admitted it or not, they first labeled him as an evil god. Although Thea also knew that this was actually a neutral camp and was still a distance away from evil, this was the consistent strategy of the righteous side. The rest of you join the war on the ground, everyone. For the freedom and democratic will of mankind, defeat this evil god. May there be eternal peace from today onwards, no more disputes. After Thea finished speaking, she used a large amount of magic to cast a light return on each of the legendary team members. After receiving fatal damage, they would be instantly teleported back to the original casting point, which was Thea's side. If one looked at it from the sky, they would find that the land was divided into two sides. Horus on the east side was an army formed by the brainwashed citizens. They were dressed in a retro style, bare-chested, and there were all kinds of messy soldiers such as archers, spearmen, sword-shield soldiers, and several chariots pulled by two horses. In contrast, Thea's side was much more orderly. She had enough magic but limited control. She did not dare to summon King Arthur, who would listen to whom she summoned. The number of knights was far less than the opponent, but the formation was well disciplined. Ray, full of chivalry, was imitating Theoden's pre-battle mobilization in The Lord of the Rings, flying in front of the formation with a sword. However, Thea did not see his expression as if he was going to fight to the death. This guy was playing, right? Are you ready? Are you ready to accept your inevitable fate of defeat? Horus's voice came from afar. Thank you for giving me time to prepare. I will win. I represent justice. I represent freedom. Humans are not the slaves of the gods. Thea almost roared in the end. I appreciate your belief, but it is meaningless. Horus did not wait for her reply and began to operate his divine power. Desert, raise your sand and block the light of the sun. The sea of sand on the side of Horus began to boil violently. Large amounts of yellow sand were lifted up to a height of 1,000 meters and continued to rise higher and higher, covering the entire sky. Over 100 huge eagle men made of obsidian were the first to charge out. The citizens who were controlled also slammed their weapons against their shields and followed closely behind them with a menacing aura. Hey, this god is a little smart. He knows that my power is drawn from the sun, so he wants to cut off the source of my power first. Good idea, but how is that possible? Thea silently operated her magic, and her body rose straight to a height of 10,000 meters. Spirits of the wind in the sky, spirits of the earth in the earth, living beings in the sea, free will in the world, heed my call. Let light and justice protect this continent. Let the light of humanity illuminate this dark night. Let the world bathe in light again. The large amount of mana output caused countless elemental creatures to rush out from all directions and launch an assault on the tall eaglemen. Kill! Ray Palmer, who looked like a knight with a metal suit hidden under his knight's armor, led the charge. The rest of the knights also received the signal. They formed their usual wedge formation and rushed into the infantry formation opposite them. The two players did not make any further moves. Their minds were focused on the battlefield below. This was a battle of power and also a battle of faith. Miss Thea, the casualties are a little high, aren't they? Firestorm flew to her side and whispered. Thea glanced at them. Their strength is not bad. They can fly up 10,000 meters in the air. How can there be no deaths in a war? Only the fat old man would say such childish words. Actually, it was fine even if Thea died. They were all created by magic. She could just summon them again after they died, but the other side could not. Chapter 172. The two of them watched as Ray Palmer dodged the two javelins and smashed the enemy's head with his flail. Professor Stein, don't worry. Look to the side. I need Ray to help me open up the situation. Only then can we use this troop. Firestorm followed her finger and saw some green figures. These are the Banshees of Lake Avalon. They can help these people regain their sanity. Sia had been prepared for the fat old man to come looking for her. So she had already arranged an ambush. As for regaining their sanity, it was pure nonsense. Their original personality had been forcibly erased by divine power. Even Horus would not be able to recover, let alone a mage like her. Thea did not intend to recover. She directly used the Banshee's skill to charm them and brainwash them into having a free and democratic ideology. The fat old man was the top authority in science and technology, but his understanding of magic was based on stories he heard before he was 8 years old. Now that he heard Thea's words, he was relieved. While the two of them were talking, there were already many former citizens who had been brainwashed by Thea to come over. Thea did not have time to write a detailed memory for them. She only left a message that the other side was a slave system, the other side was a democracy, and the other side was stupid and rich. Immediately, many people who had brought their own spears and bows switched sides to Thea's side. The situation gradually became clear. Ray was charging in front to disrupt the enemy's formation, and the weak banshees were desperately tempting and brainwashing at the back. On the other side, the obsidian eagle-headed man was evenly matched with the various elemental creatures. One side was almost immune to magic, and the other side was outnumbered. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Horus looked at the battlefield with detached eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Human, you underestimate the power of the gods. His eagle eye instantly looked at the great pyramid behind him. A ripple with a strange luster hit the top of the pyramid. With a loud bang, the pyramid, which did not belong to a human building, collapsed instantly. Thea naturally saw this scene. What was the meaning of this? Did they destroy their own building in the middle of a fight? This way of fighting is very mysterious. Are they trying to numb me? Soon she knew that she was overthinking. The Atom Man, who was charging at the front and shouting loudly, came to Thea's side in a yellow light. Of course, this did not mean that he had become a fast runner. This was the effect of the light return spell on him, which meant that he had been fatally injured. What did you encounter? She could see the tall pyramid from too far away, but now she could only see a layer of black things on the ground. Ray Palmer was a little panicked and gasped. It's beetles, a large swarm of beetles. The biggest one is as big as a calf. Sia looked over suspiciously. Wasn't this guy the eagle god? Was he not in the underworld god? How did he summon the underworld god's subordinates? The eagle-headed Anubis could explain, but beetles were not related to his divine title at all. But now there was no time to think about it. The enemy had come. The previous nights were almost completely wiped out. Many of the ones who had been brainwashed by Thea were also drowned by the sea of beetles. Thea could only organize the remaining knights to resist and remove the brainwashed citizens. She was now the representative of justice, so these superficial things had to be done well. Thea continued to cast spells. She could not afford to lose face like this. She was in full condition. She could not lose to a boss with only a little bit of health left. Since the enemy had begun to destroy her own building, she was not going to hold back. Thea's whole body emitted an extremely hot light. This was the energy in her body that supported the operation of the magic power. She could not care less at this time. She did not hesitate to sprinkle all the hot sunlight on the tall trees in the periphery of the fantasy village. The trees immediately began to grow wildly under her light. The giant trees, which were originally hundreds of meters tall, began to grow rapidly from their roots and branches. Some trees gradually broke free from the shackles of the earth and shakily pulled out their roots. Although slow, their steps were extremely steady as they walked out of the jungle. Fight! Thea ordered the Ints. At the same time, she urgently summoned a group of knights to resist the attack of the sea of beetles. When the Ints took over the eagle-headed Anubis, she let the elemental fairies deal with the beetles. With her continuous mobilization, the situation barely returned to balance. Thea panted heavily. She had consumed so much magic that her forehead was full of sweat. She looked at Horus in the distance. Why can't I see this guy's consumption? He's overdrawing his divine power. Don't worry. Arthas' words did not make Thea feel relieved. Regardless of whether he was overdrawing or not, they could not hold on any longer. If the other party used 1 point of divine power, Sia would have to use 100 points of magic power to resist. She had been building infrastructure and pushing the troops for such a long time. Her magic power, which she thought was endless, was about to run out. The situation in the field could not be said to be good or bad. Although the giant Ents were powerful, the eagle-headed Anubis were not to be trifled with. The two sides fought until the ground shook and the mountains shook. The elemental fairies were still a little tired in the face of the endless sea of beetles. They could only use continuous self-destruction to buy time. The Atom Man returned to the spaceship to seek comfort from the Eagle Girl. It seemed that the narrow escape from death had frightened him. Firestorm had been desperately firing at the beetles in the air, but for the sea of beetles that covered the ground, his damage was almost non-existent. Last hit, if it doesn't succeed, I'll run. Thea felt that she had done her best for the free world of 2166. If she could not win, there was nothing she could do. At worst, she could come back after she had mastered her magic power. After unsummoning all the knights in the field, she finally got some magic power back. After thinking about it, she directly replaced Avalon and all the banshees with a summoning circle, summoning a stronger creature on the original basis. As for what species it would be, Thea had no idea. The balance of the battle was gradually on Thea's side. Avalon slowly disappeared, the strength of all the Ents was greatly reduced, and the elemental fairies also seemed a little weaker because she had drawn a lot of magic power. Seeing the crisis, the Atom Man once again put on his armor. This time he did not play the night game, but flew into the air and fired at the ground. The Wave Rider was also firing at full power to buy time for her. The firestorm had already triggered a large-scale explosion, eliminating a layer of the sea of insects on the ground. However, the effect was minimal, and it did not stop the beetles for long. Miss Thea, hurry up. Although I don't know what you're doing, we can't hold on any longer. The Atom Man, who was usually joking, was rarely serious. Just a minute. Thea was also puzzled. What was she summoning with so much magic power? Fantasy Town was already a huge drain on magic power, but it was still so difficult to summon it. Chapter 173. With the continuous input of her massive amount of magic power, Avalon, which was originally in a semi-illusory state, slowly withdrew from the main dimension. First it was the lake outside, then the dense forest inside. After these areas disappeared, they were replaced by 4 thick lower limbs standing on the original floating island. What was this? Looking at the sharp claws and scales, it should be some kind of beast? Thea did not know what she would summon. These spells were like this, they were too random. The summoned creatures obtained through energy exchange did not completely follow the principle of equivalence. Some were stronger than the original creature, and some were far inferior. In Merlin's bloodline memory, there was a great wizard who had summoned a wild plant from the depths of the universe during a life-and-death battle in outer space. He had expended a lot of effort to summon it. At first, he was quite happy because this thing's energy reaction could easily slay gods and demons. However, he died after a while because although this plant was powerful, it could not move. This shortcoming directly killed the great wizard. Thea was somewhat confident. The main dimension had a great attraction to all creatures, so the chances of summoning a strong fighter were very high. The glory of Avalon finally disappeared from this world. Thea did not have time to sigh and focused on her summoned creature. Human little girl? Are you summoning me? The voice came from 100 meters high in the sky. What appeared in front of Thea was a giant dragon with 5 heads. The 5 heads were red, blue, green, black, and silver-white respectively. The scales on the giant dragon's body were changing colors at any time, and there were lights of different attributes flashing on its body at every moment. Yes, Your Highness. May the light of your wisdom always shine on this long night, and may the order of the night break the peace before dawn. She was so polite, but it was not because she suddenly became polite. Thea's heart collapsed a little at this time. This was a great god, one of the lords of a small world in the distant universe. The Dark Dragon Queen Taxis. This dragon was also known as the 10,000-color Void Dragon. Of course, with Thea's power, even if she used the fantasy village, she still wouldn't be able to summon a main god. Not even a main god from a small world. Perhaps it was because of the fantasy village's illusory nature, and Thea's power of time that her summoning transcended the river of time and space, summoning a younger version of the 10,000-color Void Dragon that had yet to become a main god. Fortunately, it was the Queen of Darkness who had yet to become a god. If a main god had descended, it would have been a huge problem. The gods of this world had all been taken away by the twilight of the gods. It was now the era of mortals. Moreover, in the year 2166, the few mortals who could fight had all died of old age. A main god's power would have no problem sweeping through this place. Thea had originally thought that it was a dragon when she saw the 4 limbs and wings. She even had the idea of becoming a dragon knight, but she instantly dismissed that idea when she realized that it was this big sister. What a joke, right her? A fireball mixed with energy would instantly kill her. Fortunately, the dragon queen that was summoned was a younger version. Her strength was only at the level of a demigod, and she wasn't as temperamental. She was at an age where communication was still acceptable. Another god, huh? No, not yet. Horus, who was not far away, naturally saw the changes here. First, he was really shocked. He had never seen the Dragon Queen before, but that power was not fake. After observing for a while, he was sure that the other party was only a projection. Her real body had not really entered this world, and she was in the state of a child. But he could no longer retreat. When he rushed out of the hibernation with all his strength, he had no intention of going back. Feeling the waves of pressure from the Dragon Queen, he also wanted to prove his authority as a true god. Thea's magic could be returned, so could his divine power. Beetles were constantly disappearing into thin air, turning into threads of divine power and converging back into his body. Don't even think about it. Thea immediately activated her backup plan. All the elemental spirits flashed with different colors and rushed into the sea of beetles to explode collectively. Red, yellow, and blue magic overflowed, blowing up more than half of the originally boundless sea of beetles. Horus's divine power was blocked, and he was a little angry. He looked at Thea angrily and said, "This is not in accordance with the principle of fairness." What he meant was that she had summoned and unsummoned them just now. Did he disturb her? Where is your bottom line? Thea also felt that she was bullying this very chivalrous god. She did not usually think so, but this time when compared to him, her bottom line was indeed a little low. Your Majesty Horus, you are a god, and I am a mortal. This is very fair. Although she was a little guilty, she still had to say something. But her tone was already much more polite. Horus, who had a good demeanor, nodded and said, "You are right. I have wronged you." Faced with such an honest god, even with Thea's thick skin, she could only make a facepalm expression. She was really embarrassed to talk nonsense. Let's see who is the real deal. My queen, the one over there is the enemy. Although he could not be ridden, he could still give basic orders. Otherwise, this would not be a summoning spell but a summoning spell. The myriad sky dragon stared at Horus and said with some disdain, "A bird god? What a joke." After saying that, she spread her wings. Her body, which was thousands of meters long, covered the sky and the sun. The 5 dragon heads spat out energy of different attributes. There were flames, ice, quicksand, and all kinds of deadly light beams. They came crashing down on Horus. Horus looked serious in the face of this fierce attack. He crazily channeled his divine power. His whole body quickly stretched and transformed into a giant eagle that was hundreds of meters long. He dodged all kinds of light beams and clawed at the Dragon Queen with his sharp claws. "How dare you? Who do you think you are fighting?" The Dragon Queen's 5 heads cooperated skillfully. 3 of her heads spat out fireballs, icicles, and sandstorms to resist Horus's sharp claws. The remaining 2 heads each spat out a light and dark energy. She used a very clever method to mix them together. Taking advantage of the moment when Horus swooped down, she shot at his chest. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sent Horus flying thousands of meters. A big hole was blown in one of his iron wings. Sword-like feathers fell to the ground. Why didn't this guy drop any divine blood? Thea, who could finally do something, had been paying attention to the battle. The Dragon Queen's reputation was not exaggerated. She had the strength of a demigod, but she could suppress a true god. This was a classic example of challenging someone of a higher level. Thea could only admire her. Now that she saw Horus injured but did not see any divine blood, she was a little confused. She asked the sleeping unicorn in the space. He should be out of divine blood. He only has a little power left to maintain his transformation. This god is going to fall. Arthas's tone was a little sad. In order to come to this world, Horus cut off the connection with the god's resting place. If he died here, he would really die. Thea did not care about this problem. She summoned the owl and pointed at the place where the feathers fell. Go and pick them up. Maybe they can be used as arrows in the future. These fell from a god's body. Chapter 174. Thea ignored Arthas' look of disdain. This guy doesn't know anything. Arrows made from these things are still very powerful. After all, when we return to the original time and space, we still have to rely on our old skills to survive. The Dragon Queen Taxi's attacks became more and more rapid. The mixture of fire and ice, the mixture of light and quicksand, from the initial mixture of 2 elements to 3, and then 4. Her understanding of the mixture of magic and magic had surpassed all known mages. This killing method that Thea couldn't name repeatedly inflicted heavy damage on Horus. Every time Horus was heavily injured, the eagles around the battlefield would collectively wail. The sound was so miserable that it made people cry. One of Taxi's dragon heads looked at these birds coldly. She didn't seem to be chanting any spell, but an invisible shockwave swept across in all directions, killing all the birds within a radius of 10,000 miles. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Even the owl summoned by Thea was implicated. Just as she wanted to summon it again, Taxi's cold voice came. Those are my spoils. The voice was indifferent, but it was not to be refused. Thea was depressed. What does this mean? Does this mean that you plan to pack up and take away the last god? This kind of evil nature is too difficult to communicate with. Thea had no choice but to endure it. This was like casting a movie. The director and producer had the final say when choosing the actors, but when the cast was selected and you couldn't suppress the lead actor, then the lead actor had the final say in the cast. Thea was now the poor director who had to choose a big name as the lead actor. Since she had no right to speak, she would just watch her performance. The Dragon Queen's future divine position was neither light nor darkness, and it was not an element. What she liked was the broad field of chaos, time, war, and so on. The one that was summoned was far from the stage of igniting the divine fire. Although the attack was fierce and Horus was forced to retreat, she really couldn't take down this existence that had been a god for countless years. With a loud bang, Horus mustered all his remaining strength and sent the mountain-like taxis flying with a single wing. He landed on the ground and transformed into his human form. Kneeling on one knee, he silently chanted an unknown language. Thea, who had a tiny bit of divinity, could understand it. This was the divine language, known as the supreme language between heaven and earth. It could communicate with countless planes, space, and time. Great Father God Osiris, please abide by the ancient agreement and give me the power to protect the order. The voice was bitter but firm. Horus, my son, according to our agreement, I will give you power. However, the eye that you have placed with me will no longer belong to you. Are you sure? The entire world was completely oblivious to this voice, but a few divinities could hear it. The fearless Dragon Queen could not help but take a step back. Thea was confused. Who was this? Osiris, one of the 9 main gods of ancient Egypt, the handsome and cool god of the underworld. The current god of death, Anubis, was his eldest son. Horus was the second son of his family. How did this guy come out? Although Taxis was also known as the main god, that was in her future, not now. In fact, even if she was, her future would not be as good as this god of the underworld. Her world was too small, and Osiris was the god of the main plane. One was the future village chief of a foreign village, and the other was a retired senior official in charge of human resources. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Fortunately, the retired old cadre had no intention of coming in. After confirming Horus's will, he disappeared as if he had never been there. With his departure, the earth seemed to come alive. In the violent shaking of the earth's crust, a large amount of yellow energy gushed out from the depths of the earth and rushed into Horus's body. Many of the energies were extremely heterogeneous. This god did not reject them at all. He did not care that such absorption would destroy his foundation. Quickly attack him. He is absorbing power from the underworld. Taxis was relying on the fact that she was a woman, or a female dragon. She shouted at Thea and did not care about her face at all. She spat at Horus, who was still absorbing energy. This kind of enemy was taboo to watch when they were in the stage of gathering energy. Thea naturally did not intend to let him go. She gathered energy between her fingers again and pointed at Horus, who was surrounded by the yellow energy shield. Pa! Pa! The bright golden beams of light struck Horus's defensive barrier, causing it to flicker, as though it would shatter at the very next moment. Thea sighed. This defense was very strong and solid. It was just an illusion that it would be broken immediately. As long as it was not broken directly, it could be restored in the next second. Divine power was very pure. If it could succeed, then so be it. Unlike magic power, which required a lot of nature changes, concealment and conversion, divine power did not have these things at all. It was simple, direct, and domineering. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Thea returned without success, but it did not mean that taxis also had no success. She could not defeat retired cadres, but it was not a problem to deal with a second-generation official who did not inherit the family business and resigned to go to sea. She had completely fused the 5 elements in her body together, and the energy was extremely unstable. Thea was frightened, for fear that it would explode in the next second. But the Dragon Queen was really magnanimous. She was not anxious and did not panic. She compressed the almost pure white magic power ball in her hand twice, until the magic power was almost in a liquid state. Only then did she stop and threw it at Horus, who was half kneeling in the distance. The two came into close contact at an extremely fast speed, and the instantaneous explosion of power raised the surrounding thousands of miles to the ground. Not to mention the pyramid that Horus had pulled up, even the infrastructure projects that Thea had done were all turned into dust. The Wave Rider was also blown thousands of miles away. Rip Hunt only had time to tell her to be careful, and then the two sides could not contact each other. Thea was also blown back hundreds of meters by the aftermath of the energy. She tried to stop herself and watched with rapt attention. The smoke dissipated, and Horus slowly stood up. At this time he could be said to have changed a lot. His originally well-muscled body had become extremely rough, and there was a trend of deformity. His legs were disproportionately large, and his upper body seemed to have shrunk a little compared to before. His huge eagle head had also changed from white hair to red hair. His sky-blue beak seemed to be covered with a layer of thick ink. From time to time, corrosive liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground, melting into a deep pit. The left eye that he had taken from Vandal had completely disappeared, leaving only a terrifying hole. The only thing that hadn't changed was perhaps his right eye. It was still so arrogant and able to see through everything, but the fatigue in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Stupid guy. In order to recover his strength, you actually gave up your godhood. Horus' transformation did not scare taxis away. The 5-headed Dragon Queen carefully looked at him for a while and made a contemptuous comment. Yes, No, it's me. I'm no longer a god. I've given up my godhood. I'm no longer the guardian of the pharaoh. Without the pharaoh, the world doesn't need me. What else can I do? I just want to prove my ideals, in the end my justice. Horus, who was surrounded by black gas, said resolutely. Chapter 175. A god who came down from the throne. Haha. I need your power so much. Let me prove to you that you are on the wrong path. Taxis's 5 dragon heads were laughing, and it could be seen that she was really happy. She did not expect to meet a fool when responding to a random summon. Just to prove her own ideas, she did not want to be a god and took the initiative to retreat to the level of a demigod. Horus was the second son of Osiris. His elder brother Anubis had long wanted to take over his father's priesthoods, so he had no choice but to start from scratch. In his long life as a god, he also pieced together a few priesthoods, namely Sky, Guardian, and War. Guardian was his main priesthood, and the rest were all scattered. Take War as an example. War had a special god, and what Horus had only gave him the qualifications to inherit it. There were 7 or 8 other gods with the same qualifications. The god of war died in battle, and only those who were somewhat related to war could inherit the priesthood of war. Taxisis was not interested in Sky Guardian, but she was a little envious of war. This was one of her main priesthoods in the future. She could only say that she was very lucky to be able to come into contact with it in advance as a demigod. The idea was wonderful, but the reality was that she could not defeat Horus at this time. Although both of them were demigods at this stage, she was just a projection into this world. Horus was the real Horus, and he was in a dark state with full health and mana. Although she was slightly better in combat skills, she could not compete with him now that he had more health and mana. Little girl, come and help. I'll give you a share of the spoils. Taxisis was still very generous, and she called Thea from afar. Sia was now trying her best to communicate with the unicorn. She had no choice. This cute pet did not like the evil dragon queen no matter how she looked at it. Sia was afraid that if she was distracted, the dragon queen would control her body and rush up to her for a whirlwind. At this time, when she heard the dragon queen's call for help, she quickly comforted the unicorn in her mind, fearing that the unicorn would do something that would hurt her and please her enemies. Humph! After obtaining the unicorn's silent approval, she flew to the dragon queen's side and bowed slightly. She spoke in a tone that was neither close nor distant. My queen, I will assist you. Focus your attacks on his head. He is no longer a divine body, he will be injured, he will die. After saying that, Taxi swung her tail arrogantly and went up to meet the attack. TSK. Thea pursed her lips. Of course you don't hit people in the head. How stupid would I have to be to hit his feet? He wasn't Achilles. Although she was slightly displeased, she still followed up with an attack. Actually, it was just a ranged attack. Close combat would be slightly dangerous. Looking at Horace, who was covered in black mist and surrounded by a dark aura, it would be best to avoid touching such a thing. With Taxis as the main force, she happily took up the promising job of long-range DPS. The Dark Dragon Queen went all out at this time. Her combat talent and combat awareness were far superior to Horace, who had never fought seriously before. She used all her skills to continuously wear down the defensive barrier on his body. Sia also released a few finger of light at the right time, hitting the earthen yellow barrier with a sizzling sound. As time passed, Taxis became more and more impatient. Her summoning time was almost up. After all, Thea's summoning was still at the level of a mortal. Summoning a demigod of her level, her existence time was rapidly passing. If it wasn't for her main body desperately maintaining the channel in another world, she would have been sent back. Damn it! Taxis then spat out several mixed light beams at Horace's defensive shield. Of course, she was not worried about the world being ruled by the evil gods. She just felt that the duck in her hand was about to fly away, and she was not happy. Little girl, do you have any other moves? In desperation with her pride, she could only try to ask this mortal for help. Although she was a very strong mortal, the light aura on Thea's body had always made her uncomfortable. In the end, she really had no choice but to ask her. Of course, Thea still had one move that she did not use. She believed in the principle of keeping a backup plan and not revealing it until the end. Using special magic to transmit her voice to the Dragon Queen, when Taxis first heard her words, her 5 dragon heads and 10 dragon eyes instantly stared at her with a vivid expression, as if she was pondering whether to eat it raw or roast it with fire. But after constantly weighing the pros and cons, she finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. She nodded and motioned to Thea. Come on. I'm going all out today. Thea couldn't wait to look up to the sky and laugh. What did this mean? A dragon knight and a future main god. If she wanted to express her current mood, she could only use the word awesome to describe it. She chanted a spell in a low voice. She needed an enlargement spell, and at the same time the Dragon Queen also shrank her own body size. Thea grew to 10 meters tall, and the Dragon Queen shrank to 300 meters. My queen, I'm going. Thea took advantage of the situation and even pretended to be obedient. She was very happy. The expressions of Taxi's several dragon heads were different, but they were all unhappy. Come on, Arthas. The two in their consciousness synchronized again. This time they needed to fuse the ultimate weapon of the unicorn. The horn had a powerful anti-magic function, and it was the weapon of choice to deal with Horace, who was wearing a turtle shell at this time. The horn was usually long half a meter, but it was too small for this kind of size. The two of them combined a part of their magic and created a 40-meter-long sword. No, it was a long spear. Thea flew onto Taxi's back and put the dragon spear between her red and white dragon heads. There was no other way, she had too many heads and it blocked her vision, so she had to bear with it for a while. The Dragon Queen was also very uncomfortable. It was like a thermometer in the armpit of a person's arm, but she had to bear with it for the sake of the divinity after the battle. The next scene was a little strange. A righteous knight with a long spear rode an evil dragon to deal with the demigod of the neutral camp. Your Majesty Horus, give up. Your eternal life should not be wasted here. The unicorn said this while controlling Thea's body. She had always felt sorry that this original true god was going to fall here. Young humans, come on, I have no regrets, I'm very tired. Even if I die today, I won't hate you. Horus's voice was full of fatigue. Although his body was protected by a protective shield, his insides were almost collapsed. It was not that easy to dethrone himself. He had sacrificed much more than Thea and the others could see. This guy can see that there are two of us? In the space of consciousness, Thea chatted with the unicorn in surprise. Nonsense, that dragon can see us too. You really have no common sense. The unicorn was still dissatisfied with working with the dragon queen, and despised her for no reason. Chapter 176. Thea didn't want to ask all kinds of questions, it would make her seem ignorant and shallow, but she really had no choice. These magicians were all elusive. The swamp monster did mention Madame of Xanadu, but where did this person live? That big guy didn't say. Madame of Xanadu was obviously an internal title. Thea couldn't go to the TV station to post a missing person notice. Her subordinates were also unreliable. She couldn't ask the owl court to send a few claws to look for her, right? The claws who received the order must have a confused expression. There was no photo, no address, not even a real name. It would be a miracle if they could find her. Little girl, hold on tight. Taxis interrupted her thoughts at the right time and began to climb higher. Thea could only hold on to one of the dragon's heads tightly. She didn't have the courage to make a saddle and put it on the dragon's back, so the current riding method was extremely primitive and crude. In fact, there was also the advantage of her female identity. If it was a man who wanted to ride the dragon queen, let him try. In 1 minute it would be digested in 3 minutes, and it would turn into feces in 5 minutes. Hula! Hula! The dragon's wings flapped violently, and soon it had stopped at the highest point. Are you ready? One of the dragon heads turned back and asked. Come on, Your Highness. Thea stared intently at Horus's empty eye socket. That should be the only flaw in his body. Taxis quickly turned around in the air. Her movements were vigorous and full of the beauty of power. Her wings kept flapping behind her, accelerating her speed. Thea could only hold on to the dragon spear tightly. She didn't intend to add any buffs to the dragon queen, not to mention the dragon's natural magic immunity skin. The other party was a top master in the field of magic. She could just forget about her self-taught skills. Horus also noticed their full sprint. After absorbing too much power of the underworld, he had lost the ability to transform into an eagle. He could only stand quietly on the ground and prepare to deal with the next thunderous attack. At this time, Thea and Taxis had already turned into a bolt of lightning, and the huge kinetic energy and acceleration allowed them to pass through a white fog, accompanied by a loud sound, and with the momentum of Mount Tai, they rushed down towards Horus. 5,000 meters for 1,000 meters. As the altitude continued to decrease, Thea's heart also jumped to her throat. This was slaying a god. Although this person was a little silly and took the initiative to drop a level, it was still very worthy of praise. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to do this? Thea only hated that her friends on the Wave Rider hadn't flown back yet. It was a pity that her heroism had fallen to the point where no one could appreciate it. As the distance between them grew closer and closer, Horus's strategy was very simple. He would avoid attacking them from the front and attack from the side. Sia and the others, on the other hand, were to kill him with all their might, regardless of everything else. Both sides were competing in terms of vision, speed, and strength. Perhaps there were also some small tricks mixed in. 800 meters. 500 meters. Raise your spear. Taxi shouted sternly, and Thea also raised her spear with all her strength, concentrating all her energy on this spear, hoping to kill him in one shot. One person and one dragon had their backs to the rising sun, breaking through thousands of miles of clouds, and with the belief to challenge the true god, they slammed into the giant below. When the distance between them was less than 20 meters, the two sides could already see each other's expressions clearly. Thea was determined and full of vitality, while Horus, on the other hand, was lethargic, with reluctance and relief in his eyes. We have the upper hand in terms of momentum. Thea was overjoyed. She raised the spear in her hand and aimed at Horus' head from afar. The spear's movement seemed as fast as lightning, but in Horus' eyes, this speed was just as. If he was still in the true God state, he would directly grab the spear and decide whether to fight or kill the enemy, but now that his realm had fallen greatly, he couldn't take such a risk. He aimed at Thea's shoulder and arm, and the moment she raised her spear, he determined where the opponent's attack would land. Horus had already seen that there was something wrong with her spear. It was as white as jade with a spiral pattern, and the spear tip flashed with an inexplicable aura. He felt that even if he was still in the divine rank, he would still be injured. At this time he was even more unwilling to take it head-on. The moment the spear tip touched the protective shield, he hurriedly dodged to the right. He dodged. Horus was overjoyed. Unbeknownst to him, Thea was also shouting in her mind, "We fell into a trap." Back when they were in the sky, they had already communicated with each other. Although Horus's power level had dropped, he still had his experience. Since they were so blatantly trying to pierce a hole in his body, Horus was no fool. He would definitely be able to guess that they had an anti-magic weapon in their hands. This required them to play a little trick. Fortunately, whether it was a person or a dragon, they were both women who were born with the talent for acting. Thea's acting skills came from her mother, Moira. Although Taxis had little experience, she had lived for a long time, so she could be considered a model of self-taught. The two cooperated very well for the first time. Thea's focus and the Dragon Queen's ruthlessness successfully deceived a former true god. The spear that they had been holding properly was actually a fake. It was simulated by the Dragon Queen with her own exquisite magic. But to be afraid of being seen through, she added a large amount of time magic from Thea's original body to the tip of the spear. Anyone who used time would know about it, even the gods would stay away from it. Horus felt that it was not wrong to calculate that it would be a threat to him. After Horus tilted his head to avoid the fake spear, Thea immediately let go and shrunk her body to return to normal. She picked up the real 2-meter-long spear that she had been hiding behind her, and suddenly jumped down from the dragon's back. With the help of the powerful inertia and speed, under Horus's horrified gaze, she gathered all the strength in her body and fiercely stabbed at his left eye socket. The sharp tip of the spear encountered some resistance at the outermost layer, but as the tip of the spear flashed with silver-white spiral ripples, the golden shield was visibly shriveled. A large amount of divine power was separated from the shield by the unicorn's horn and returned to the most primitive magic crystals, dissipating into the air. The initial resistance was great, but as the tip of the spear continued to penetrate, the sense of delay became smaller and smaller. Finally, Thea broke through the golden shield, and the tip of the spear finally arrived in front of Horus with her strength. At this time, Thea had completely abandoned her defense and held the spear with both hands. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment. The 13 eyes of the 3 people, dragons, were all watching her movements. The sound was neither crisp nor loud, but Thea knew that she had done it. She had killed a demigod with divinity with her own hands. Although this achievement could not be replicated, she was proud enough to add the title of God Slayer to herself. Horus, who was stabbed by the sharp dragon spear from his left eye socket to the back of his head, screamed and fell to the ground. His body was like a mountain crashing to the ground. Chapter 177. Countless flashing balls of light flew out of his body. Divinity! Taxis was waiting for this moment. Her 5 heads, 2 front claws and tail began to plunder frantically. What elegance, calmness, and delicate movements had all disappeared. The Dragon Queen was like an auntie at a discount stall, grabbing this in her hand. The azure divinity is not bad, take it. That, the dark black divinity of the underworld, slightly worse, but it is also faded with me. Retired old cadres dare to come to our village to find me? I will kill him. Others may be afraid, but I am not afraid, I will take it. After her frantic plundering, she took away nearly 50% of the scattered divinity, most of which could be directly absorbed by her. The remaining 30% dissipated into the air, and only 10% was absorbed by Thea. Or rather, it was absorbed by the unicorn in her body. Why is this thing ignoring me? What kind of personality does Thea have? How can she not take the benefits that are right in front of her? Regardless of whether it is suitable or not, she will take it first. But no matter how hard she tried to grab it, the balls of light flew away around her without stopping, not even bothering with her. This made her extremely unhappy. Isn't this discrimination? Is there anyone who is reasonable? When a few balls of light automatically entered her body, she was very happy, and countless thoughts emerged in an instant, such as igniting the divine fire, taking charge of the divine position, and walking to the position of the supreme God. But she was not happy for more than 2 seconds. Seeing the balls of light circling around the unicorn, she knew that she was thinking too much. The unicorn turned a blind eye to her frustration, and happily absorbed the essence of the balls of light. Looking at the dragon queen and the unicorn in her body that was in a cultivation state, Thea curled her lips. Both of you are ignoring me. I am going to open the corpse. Do you think that I wear red every day is fake? I will let you see my lucky hands. But after walking around Horace's body, she found that she was a little helpless. This guy was too poor, his upper body was naked, and there was only a linen cloth covering his lower body. It did not look like he had any equipment. What? Take away the linen cloth? Thea felt that she did not have such a heavy taste. Furthermore, Horace's transformation was quite serious. His entire body was somewhat deformed. Sighing, I'll take my share first. Casting a magician's hand, an invisible giant hand grabbed at Horace's right eye, but it didn't move at all. It didn't move at all. She felt a little awkward. She had wanted to act gentler and less impatient, but this fellow's body was really sturdy. Thea could only do it herself. She walked to the side of the corpse. No matter what, Horace was a good opponent. Thea mourned for him for a second. She still had to take what she needed to take. She had spent a long time casting spells but still couldn't take out the eye. Thea rolled up her sleeves and prepared to use force. These eyeballs are really big. Horace was 10 meters tall, and his head was more than 1 meter tall. Including his long beak, it was more than 3 meters long. She pulled out Thea's anti-magic spear from her left eye socket. Her right eye was still shining, but it was getting darker and darker. Just the part of the right eye was the size of a square table. How was she going to take such a big eye back? The Atom Man's nanotechnology must be ineffective on it. Thea thought about how she looked like carrying a huge travel bag and felt stupid. But anyway, she had to get it first. She had made a lot of mental preparations in advance, but she did not expect that as soon as her palm touched Horace's right eye, she felt that the delicate balance was broken. Horace's right eye seemed to have been turned into sand, and it turned into fine sand that flowed down from Thea's fingers. What the hell? Thea immediately turned back to look at Taxis, wondering if she was the one who did this. If you don't want me to take it, just say so. The Dragon Queen was stunned by her angry eyes. Can't you see that I'm busy? Looking carefully at the scene, she suddenly realized. His eye chose you. You're lucky, but you can take your share of the spoils. After that, without waiting for her reply, her long dragon tail rolled Horace's body under her and she sat on it. The meaning was clear. The rest was mine. Thea was a little speechless when she saw her anxious look. She lowered her head and pondered. The Dragon Queen's words were simple and clear. Horace, I chose her? Did this mean that it was her eye? She touched her eye socket. It was still her eye, but her field of vision had become extremely wide. Other abnormalities could not be seen for the time being. There were no bloody things like gouging out or changing eyes. Considering that the Dragon Queen was such a big village official, she would not lie to a small shrimp like her. She probably was not lying when she said that her eye was on her. However, Thea originally intended to put it together with Horace's orb to see if it could form a set. Now that it had become her eye, she immediately gave up the original idea. Even if it could form a super artifact, she would not gouge out her eye. Perhaps it was because the Dragon Queen had fought side by side with her before, but the unapproachable aura around her had dissipated quite a bit. The 5 dragon heads scanned the battlefield from 360 degrees. Whenever they found the fragments that Horace had dropped during the previous battle, they would immediately fly over to pick them up and keep them in a small pocket. This should be a space bag, right? Thea looked at it enviously. This technology had long been lost in the main world. She really wanted one, but she knew that she did not have any bargaining chips now. She could only watch the Dragon Queen loot the battlefield. After a full 10 minutes, Taxis finally scanned the entire battlefield from all angles. Unless there was a protagonist with extraordinary luck, there would not be anything left in this battlefield. She wrapped Horace's body on the ground with a piece of purple cloth, licked her lips and waved at Thea excitedly. I've remembered your spacetime coordinates. Call me next time. Carrying the big bag, she drew a light curtain on the ground and the entire dragon flew in happily. So urgent. Thea could not help but complain. Will this dragon eat Horus when she returns? In her mind, the cartoon version of the five-headed dragon sat upright with a scarf around its neck, knife and fork in its hand, and a braised eagle on the table in front of it. As for calling you next time, Thea chuckled. Who would dare to call you when the battlefield was so clean? Fortunately, she was basically a bystander in the later stage. She only contributed the last blow and got the best eye and the 4 drops of God's blood. When she pulled out the gun just now, the tip of the gun also had 2 drops, making a total of 6 drops. This was God's blood. Whether it was for personal use or as a gift, it was high-end and classy. Thea asked the unicorn. The blood was also useful to her, but it was not suitable for her to absorb too much. 3 drops were enough. Thea considered taking the remaining 3 drops back for old Ma. Maybe he could also successfully awaken his bloodline? Thinking about Malcolm, who knew magic, seemed to be quite interesting. As for Moira, she would have to see the effect of the god's blood. If the human body became 30 years younger after absorbing it, she would not dare to give it to her mother directly. The eyes of the people in the United States were poisonous. There were so many evil scientists. If Moira, a public figure, had an earth-shattering change, she would be sliced up in minutes. Chapter 178. Malcolm, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. First of all, he lived in seclusion. Even if there were any abnormalities with his intelligence and superb skills, there would not be many mad scientists who could slice him up. The 2 closest relatives were easy to deal with, but who should she give the remaining drop of blood to? Thinking of Tommy and Oliver, Thea was a little hesitant. She could only take 1 step at a time. Taking off her helmet, Thea heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, she had retreated from the deep integration. Suppressing the unicorn all the time was not a comfortable thing. This guy was too stubborn. Indeed, being herself was the most comfortable. The Wave Rider finally flew back half an hour after the battle ended. They got off the ship and were a little dumbfounded by the wasteland in front of them. It was said that this place was from a big city in 2166, right? Now, forget about big cities, even poor villages were more prosperous than this. Fortunately, some of the citizens who had been brainwashed by Thea came back intermittently. It was believed that they would rebuild their homes on this wasteland, right? The Wave Rider was a spaceship, not a rescue ship. It could only leave some necessities for them to survive for a few days. The rest would have to wait for the government to rescue them. Thea now deeply understood why Superman was not popular. Too much destruction was a sin. The battlefield had been reduced to a barren land. Deep pits could be seen everywhere. It was fine if Thea's light element was the light element, but if you encountered the fireball and acid pit that Taxi spat out, you could only admit that you were unlucky. Just think of the scene, falling down with a splash and vaporizing a living person in an instant. What kind of F***king thing was that? Captain, where are you going next? Thea followed them onto the ship and turned to ask Rip Hunt. His 1,000-year-old enemy was finally caught, and his wife and son were not in danger of dying. It could be said that his initial mission of assembling the legendary squad had been successfully completed. Rip Hunt had probably thought of this question as well. He answered with certainty, I'm going to send Vandal back to the prison of the Master of Time. That's where a tyrant like him should stay. Thea heard this and secretly curled her lips. I'm afraid you want to go back to being an official? It's a pity that your dream can only remain a dream. The Council of the Masters of Time had already reached an agreement with Vandal. If you send him back, he will be released in minutes and you will be locked up. In the end, Rip Hunter and his companions blew up the Time Master's base, sweeping this so-called time management organization into the trash heap of history. Of course, Thea would not stop this. In fact, she was even prepared to help. Just thinking about it made her excited. Even the Master of Time had been blasted into the sky. Wasn't she the only one left who could be considered a proper worker? As long as these people didn't die, she would have to be careful of these people coming out to kill her whenever she did something that was different from history. She would carry out the so-called revision of the timeline and completely erase all traces of their existence in their base camp. This was a good thing that would be very profitable. As for whether Vandal ran or not, she did not care. So what if he ran? What bad things could an 80-year-old old man do? Even if he were to live another 10 years, he might not have the courage to do so. Captain, Ray's injury has worsened. Come and take a look. Oh, Miss Thea, come and take a look too. As soon as they boarded the ship, they were stopped by Kendra, who hurried over. She pulled Rip Hunter into the ship. After taking 2 steps, she saw Thea turn around and pull her back. Thea stared at Kendra with cold eyes. Her gaze was a little scary, completely shocking the silly hawk girl. She stopped her hand halfway, not knowing what to do. Thea, of course, was not giving her a hard time. She just found it strange. Your god is dead, how can you still be alive and kicking? How can a proper priestess like you be fine? This doesn't conform to theology. Look at those eagles. They fell from the sky like dumplings. I don't dare to say anything about other animals, but in this world of 2166, eagles should be considered a protected animal from today onwards. There was no other way, they had basically all committed suicide. Do you know who the enemy we just fought was? Thea asked seriously. Kendra, the hawk girl, was an honest person. She didn't hesitate at all and shook her head. Thea covered her face. Great God, Horus, no wonder you lost an eye back then. Your eyesight is as bad as the South Pole. Of the 2 priestesses you chose, one was ambitious and the other was timid. Let's not talk about the ambitious one. It's understandable that the timid one didn't hear your call. Now that you, the god, have died, she didn't even realize it. This only shows that her faith was extremely undevout. After being reincarnated 206 times, there was nothing left of her. Can you still extend your wings? Thea asked the last question. This question was a bit abrupt. Under normal circumstances, it was taboo to ask others about their abilities. However, the hawk girl and Thea were not normal people. The hawk girl carefully felt it and smiled embarrassedly. It's not always effective. I can't use it now. Thea looked at her carefully and said word by word. Horus has fallen. Who is this? Go back and look it up in the dictionary. What I want to say is that after he fell, the 4,000-year battle between you and Vandal has ended. Your superpowers have disappeared, and you can live a normal life again. You mean that Vandal's immortality has disappeared as well? Rip Hunter, who had been a listener all this time, didn't care much about the hawk girl's experience. However, he cared a lot about his old rival. That's right. Although I don't know what they encountered to cause this cycle of reincarnation, one of the powers that caused the reincarnation has disappeared. Now that they're dead, there's no doubt about it. Ha! Rip Hunt was just about to laugh out loud, but when he thought about the hawk girl beside him, he forced himself to hold back. After all, she had already lost her supernatural ability and immortality, and he was laughing beside her. Did he still want to be her friend? To be honest, the hawk girl was a bit depressed. She wasn't worried that Thea would lie to her, but she felt that fate was too strange. Half a year ago, she was still washing dishes. Then, she was told that she could be a superhero and that she had to fight her 4,000-year-old rival. Now that half a year had passed, she finally accepted this fact in her heart. Then she was told that the enemy was dead and she had nothing to do with it. She should go home and live a good life. If she was willing to do the job of washing dishes, she could still hire her. This kind of exhalation was indeed a test of a person's mental endurance. Fortunately, she was a timid person by nature. She didn't have much ambition, so she didn't care if she didn't have superpowers. Thea could somewhat guess the change in her state of mind. To be honest, being able to let go of things was also a good trait. This was also because the Hawkman was dead. This time he was completely dead. If he was still alive and heard Thea's words, vomiting 5 liters of blood would be considered light, and he might even be paralyzed. Chapter 179. Let's go see Ray first. His injury suddenly worsened, and Gideon couldn't do anything about it. The Eagle Girl, there was no more Eagle Girl. She would be called Kendra from now on. She collected her thoughts and did not dare to hold Thea's hand this time. She led them to the medical room. It doesn't make sense, Thea thought as she walked. She had treated more than half of Ray Palmer's injury at that time, and the rest was suppressed. It shouldn't have rebounded so quickly. When she saw the atomic hero with doubts, she was indeed shocked. His handsome and sunny face was shrouded in a black mist, And even though he was fixed in the medical chair, his body was shaking violently from time to time. What the hell? Thea understood at a glance. When Ray Palmer was hit by the Eye of Horus, he, who was still a god at that time, could not help but have a trace of divine power in his eyes. This trace of divine power was so weak that it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Even if Ray was an ordinary person without magic treatment, he could recover in a year and a half. But the bad thing was that this trace of divine power formed a very small connection channel. When Horus borrowed divine power from his retired father, the power of the underworld connected to Ray Palmer through this channel. Fortunately, Thea had treated him once before and left a lot of light energy in his body. This light energy and the power of the underworld offset each other. And with the help of Gideon's future technology, he barely survived until now. But at most half an hour left, he would be completely dead. Of course, her little power was far from enough to compete with the underworld. If Taxis could be regarded as a village chief, then Miss Thea could not even be regarded as a village committee member. She wanted to wrestle with the retired old cadre? She was dreaming. Fortunately, she had a winning magic weapon in her hand. According to her calculations, as long as a drop of divine blood connected with the original trace of Horus' divine power in his body, Ray Palmer would be fully recovered. Because of the blessing, he would even have some mysterious talents. But it was definitely not her style to give it away for free. Although she had a good relationship with Ray, it was far from the point of giving him treasures. Even if they wanted to discuss the reward, how could they discuss it when he was unconscious? However, she couldn't just watch him die. It wasn't easy to be a hero of justice. Thea pondered for a while, and a simple plan emerged in her mind. He shouted anxiously, "Gideon, I need you to scan his body with your primary authority. His condition is not optimistic." The artificial intelligence hesitated for a few seconds and reported a number and symbol password. Just like how Thea was afraid of her terrifying calculations, she also did not understand Thea's magical abilities. Two people, one human and one machine. Thea had never asked for permission, so she pretended not to know and didn't give it to her. Now that Thea suddenly spoke, of course, it wasn't because she had full confidence in dealing with this artificial intelligence. She had obtained this authority and returned to her original space-time. If she remembered correctly, Gideon's primary body had already been built by Reverse Lightning in Star City's cutting-edge technology laboratory. She couldn't deal with the emotional version of herself in front of her, but wasn't it easy to deal with the almost newborn version of herself? In fact, it was best to catch Reverse Lightning and brainwash him. This person was a real transmigrator, a visitor from the 25th century. In his original space-time, he was a scientist. After transmigrating to this space-time, he lost his speed and could only focus on cultivating the Flash in order to return home. Shouldn't it be easy for Sia to deal with a scientist without superpowers? But these transmigrators made her very afraid. Their ability to travel through time at will was too terrifying. As long as Sia put her plan into action, it might only be a second for her. But for those who traveled through the river of time, this was history that had indeed happened to them. Time was a line for them, and there was no distinction between the past and the future. They could travel through it at will. As long as something happened, they could plan carefully, bring their equipment, and jump to the day before the point of time to stop and counterattack. What the F***ck was this? She didn't want to directly confront the transmigrators, so she had higher requirements for Thea. But fortunately, she didn't plan to directly move Gideon in her space-time. As long as she had permission, she could get a lot of source code. She could give it to Felicity and let her slowly write it. Now that she had obtained initial permission, she of course had to pretend. She took out all kinds of scanning equipment and scanned Ray Palmer 10 times. Whether it was useful or not, at least she looked like an old expert. The Atom Man originally had half an hour to live, but she wasted another 10 minutes. After the scan, he couldn't be treated immediately. Thea began to show off her acting skills again. She lowered her head and looked up. She walked in circles around his hospital bed and sent a golden light into his body from time to time. After observing his reaction, she shook her head and sighed. Her behavior scared Kendra. She was just an ordinary person now. Even if she was saved, it was hard to say if the Atom Man would still like her. She was now waiting for Sia's diagnosis report anxiously. During this time, the other people on the spaceship also came to the infirmary. The Atom Man was really popular. Even the villainous duo showed some concern for him. Sia looked around from the corner of her eyes. Since everyone was here, it was about time for us to start. It was convenient and fast to drink directly from the bottle. It took 3 seconds and the person could run and jump in 10 seconds. But if it was obtained easily, it didn't show how precious it was. The reason why Buddha wanted Tang Sanzang to go all the way to get the scriptures was also because of the process. Thea naturally wouldn't be so unwise to make the scene bigger. If the Atom Man woke up in front of everyone, he would owe her a big favor. Although she didn't use the technology of the atom suit, she could use it as a reference. She pointed a finger at his forehead and used her own light magic to suppress the dark power of the underworld. Untie him, quick! Thea ordered several onlookers anxiously. They hurriedly untied the Atom Man, who was tied up like a dead pig, and laid him flat on the ground according to Thea's instructions. Then, under Rip Hunt's gloomy expression, she began to draw formations. Seeing her drawing formations all over such a high-tech ship, the old captain almost indulged her. I can't stop you, so just draw whatever you want. The effect of the magic circle this time must be real. Thea didn't want to leave any loopholes. Gideon's database was as vast as the sea, and his computing speed couldn't be measured by quantitative units. It was really hard to say whether she could solve the mystery of magic by relying on technological means. Thea prepared a regeneration spell. The name sounded like a common spell, but it was actually very effective. Even if the body was cut in half, as long as the person didn't die at that time, the body could slowly recover. At the same time, this magic circle could also be used by Captain Lung next time. Of course, the premise was that he could afford it. His freeze gun claimed to be able to freeze the Flash, and the temperature was close to absolute zero. This was very good and very valuable for research. Chapter 180. Under Rip Hunter's resentful eyes, Thea put Ray Palmer in the middle of the magic circle and began a new round of casting. The familiar action and the familiar bright light once again lit up the spaceship full of technological feeling. Although it looked bright, it was actually not very useful. The dark magic was constantly destroying the body, and Thea's resurrection was desperately repairing it. In the end, the victim would be the unlucky one. Of course, Ray had already fainted, which was good news for him. After wasting another 5 minutes, Thea wiped the sweat from her forehead. Maintaining the output of magic was also a technical job. Her magic was still increasing, but her control was still poor. She was afraid that she would use too much power and kill the Atom Man. After all, he was a very funny guy, and it would be a pity if he died. Finally, it was the last step. Divine blood. With a pained expression, Sia took out a metal box from her backpack. It was tightly wrapped with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was airtight. Of course, she would not take it all out. Americans also knew that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. She took out a dark blue bottle with a drop of golden blood in it. This was one of the first few drops. The blood that came out of the eye socket in the last shocking blow was much darker than this drop. She planned to keep it for her own use. This drop had less energy, which was just right for the Atom Man. Holding the bottle up to the window, Thea pretended to be melancholy. From time to time she shook her head, nodded, gritted her teeth and frowned. She thought to herself that there should be a supporting actor in this group. She should not let herself maintain this expression for too long. Kendra still had a lot of feelings for the Atom Man watching Thea's performance. She thought that she was in a big trouble. She asked, "Miss Thea, what's that in your hand?" "Alas, I've exhausted all my means. Maybe I can only try with this." Thea's expression was full of helplessness and reluctance, but there was also a trace of determination. "What's this?" Because of the fusion, the chubby old man was very sensitive to high-energy reactions. He had already noticed that the thing in Thea's hand had amazing energy. God's blood. Thea didn't explain further because there was no need to. It was better to let their imaginations run wild. Hiss! Several of them let out an unintelligible sound at the same time. When they arrived at the scene, the Dragon Queen had already taken away all the spoils of war. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. In their minds, it was Thea's cosmic explosion that drove the god away. After that, the god went back to wherever he came from. They never thought that he could leave behind something as high-end as blood. "We should take it." The first thing that came to Fat Old Man's mind was to take it for testing, mixing it with water, diluting it, and making a few tons of it. In the future, the entire human race would drink a bag of it every morning and night. By then, it would not be a dream for humans to go to Mars and rush out of the solar system. At the same time, he had already thought of how to persuade Thea to contribute. Something like dedication, freedom and democracy, and sacrificing one's family for the greater good. But at the thought that this drop of blood could save Ray Palmer's life, he instantly hesitated. Should he save him first or keep it for analysis to help all of humanity? This made the fat old man, who had always lacked decisiveness, break out in cold sweat. Several heroes on the side of justice had the same thought as him. They could not help but think about what they would do if they encountered such a situation. Thea looked at their expressions out of the corner of her eye. It was about time. If she waited any longer, Adam Hero would be dead. Gathering a small amount of magic on her little finger, she gently made a cut on his artery and stuck the blood on the wound. The drop of blood seemed to be attracted by something and entered his body along the artery. For people on the side of magic, this kind of blood absorption required a lot of preparatory work before it could be fully effective. But now there was not enough time. Adam Hero was a proper representative of science and technology. He would not believe you if you told him about the 4 elements. Fortunately, there was a trace of the divine power of the Eye of Horus in his body, which could guide the absorption. As for drinking it directly, it was even more nonsense. It was not a drink. The absorption capacity of the human stomach was far from enough to absorb such a large amount of energy. Entering the blood circulation was the best choice of all the bad choices. When this drop of divine blood entered the body, the reaction was extremely fast. Adam Hero, who was an ordinary person, was directly given such a powerful tonic as divine blood. Even if he trained to the level of Oliver, it would be useless. His consciousness was instantly defeated. The energy of the divine blood began to wash over him unscrupulously. Fortunately, he still had the dark magic of the underworld in his body. The divine blood automatically found these dark energies, and the two sides began to fight fiercely in his body. Thea at this time was doing her best to open the magic circle outside, repair his damaged body, bones, and protect his brain with her own magic. The whole process lasted for an hour, and the two energies finally ended with the divine blood winning. The black gas was constantly squeezed out of his body and dissipated in the air. Ray Palmer's fluctuating body finally calmed down, and Gideon also timely reported his physical indicators. Except for some weakness, his actual physical fitness had been greatly improved. Let him rest. He should be able to wake up at this time tomorrow. Thea glanced at Adam Hero. He was 2 centimeters taller than before, and his skin looked smoother. Some of the bruises and scars he had suffered in the past few years as a superhero would also be healed. It was impossible to completely remove the marrow, but a slow transformation was possible. Thea then left the infirmary. She was exhausted after the day. She wanted to find a place to bask in the sun. Even if she would be beaten back to her original form when she went back, it was really comfortable to bask in the sun. That kind of pleasure on the cellular level could not be replaced by anything else. The rest of them all looked at the dead Atom Man with envy and jealousy. This guy was indeed lucky. That was divine blood. Maybe Adam Hero would awaken his superpower in a few days and beat Superman and Batman. They sighed and left one after another. When Captain Lung left, he glanced at Adam Hero lying there and silently made a decision in his heart. Sia didn't care about their strange looks anymore. She found a reclining chair on the spaceship and slept outside for a day and a night. She enjoyed the sunlight during the day and the moonlight during the night. Nothing was delayed. The people on the Waverider did not understand what kind of training method she was using, so they could only keep a limited amount of attention. Thea was not the kind of person who slept all day. Occasionally, she would enter the blood space to communicate with the unicorn. To be honest, her light spells were terrible, and her foundation was a mess. The unicorn was also a creature of the warrior class, and her understanding of magic was also in a state of half-baked. If it were not for taxis as the main force, it would be a miracle that the two of them together could kill a god. She did not know how Old Ma and the Court of Owls were doing. As long as there was a basic spell book, Thea's strength would take a new leap. Chapter 181. While closing her eyes to rest, she was also summarizing her gains this time. Her combat experience and power level were too high. and she really didn't feel that it would be of much help to the future. She could only say that she had seen some things from a vantage point. As for how deep her understanding was, it was really overestimating her. After all, she herself was rapidly improving, and her foundation was not stable. Those profound energy applications were still far away from her. The acquisition of the divine blood was a small gain. Through the personal experiment of the Atom Man, she realized that this thing really couldn't be absorbed casually. Not to mention giving it to Malcolm and Moira, she needed to consider carefully if she wanted to absorb it herself. The Atom Man was really a lucky general. Although his luck was not the best, he was still somewhat of a cockroach. The transformation process of the divine blood was far more violent than Thea expected. Fortunately, the dark magic of the underworld and the divine blood had a violent confrontation, which to a certain extent mitigated the violent outbreak of the divine blood. In the end it was calm. Although the power of the divine blood was weakened by 70 to 80%, the Atom Man's life was saved, and his body was strengthened a lot. This was the result of the combination of his cockroach life and good luck. Thea could replicate this process, but the energy consumption was too great. It was a bit of a waste of God's gift. Everything needed to be planned in the long run. The last remaining gain was the Eye of Horus. This eye was different from a certain manga where it could be used after being removed. It was not a physical addition, but more like an enhancement of the original organ function. Thea once covered one eye and looked into the distance, and the result was gratifying. This Eye of God was indeed amazing. Thea's eyes were strengthened, and she avoided the tragic future of Kakashi, who had to wear an eye mask and pretend to be half disabled. Originally, she could see objects within 100 meters, but now, she flew into the air and looked carefully until the blood vessels on her forehead burst, but she still couldn't see the limit of her vision. The effect of looking at the starry sky at night was even more amazing. The magic in her body was running wildly, and she was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes because she could already clearly see the craters on the surface of the moon. She believed that she could see them further away, but the consumption of magic was too great. The main purpose of Horus's eyes was to distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, but Thea's eyes did not have these functions at all. Instead, they gave her the ability to identify magic lines. In the past, she used to draw magic circles by feeling, but now it was very clear and easy to see. As for whether there were any deeper functions, she felt that there was definitely one, but she had yet to discover it. Why would different individuals have different abilities? The only explanation was that the divine power was adjusted according to the individual's will. Now that he was able to see all the hidden lines of mana, the ability to see through everything could be considered a bonus. Damn! Thea was very happy to receive this ability. But while she was happy, she kept feeling that she was unknowingly on the path of Superman Supergirl. Previously, it was already shocking that she could absorb sunlight. Now she even had X-ray vision. If Batman knew about this, her reputation would drop again, and she wouldn't be able to explain it. As a top scientific figure, Batman would have to believe you even if you tried to explain to him about slaying gods and demons. Thea already felt that the day when she would leave Batman and automatically join Superman's camp was getting closer and closer. Fortunately, she was a woman, so no matter how unhappy he was, he would not overreact. It was just that it was inevitable that she would get into his little black book. But when she thought about how Batman even wrote down the method to deal with her, she knew how serious his condition was. Thea shook the magic ball of Horus in her hand. The originally glittering magic ball now seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow. She had fused with the divine eye, and the power of both sides came from the same source. She could see very clearly that the magic on the magic ball was fading every minute and second. Needless to say, it must be related to the fall of Horus. The main character was dead, and the divine power on the Eagle Girl and Vandal was quickly dissipating. This equipment that had been passed down for countless years was about to die. It would be a pity to just wait for it to break. Thea referred to the information that Gideon had translated for her, and the brief information in the Eye of Horus. She was ready to absorb the fire magic in the ruby at the top of the magic ball, but unfortunately, her body was now full of light magic, and she could not accommodate any other power for the time being. Thea could only use a simple method to temporarily seal the magic ball, until she returned to the original time and space to officially absorb it. As for the scepter of Horus, she did not need to ask anyone. She could feel that the scepter was indeed not in this time. In fact, even if it was, she did not need it. The scepter also had the problem of dissipating divine power. Other than selling it for a few coins, it was useless. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Sia joined them for breakfast. This was the advantage of their high-tech spaceship. Everything depended on imagination. As long as one could think of something that had existed in human civilization before, Gideon could synthesize it. Thea had enough of the American breakfast, which was inherited from the British style of dark cuisine, so she automatically made a Chinese meal. There was millet porridge, a tray of soup dumplings, and delicious salted vegetables. She bit into the steaming filling of the dumplings, which overflowed with the fragrance of the meat. It was a refreshing taste. As a killer who had been all over the world, Sarah Lance, who could barely speak a few words of Chinese, immediately threw away her breakfast and replaced it with a breakfast of the same standard. She went to the side and ate happily. The remaining few people had different expressions. Some were too embarrassed to change, and some were too naive to suit their tastes. Thea did not say much to them. After breakfast, she wiped her hands and prepared to continue to sunbathe. "Thea, thank you." When she walked to the door, she saw Ray Palmer holding Kendra's hand and standing outside the door. Ray bowed to thank her. Thea certainly could not grab him by the collar and yell at him to give her the benefits. She was calm and collected. "How's your recovery? Any new abilities?" Ray shook his head. "I don't feel like I have any special abilities, but my strength, speed, and stamina are now ridiculously strong." It was obvious that he was very satisfied. He smiled brightly, showing his 8 teeth. "Oh, no new abilities awakened?" Thea took him to the test room to see how his physical fitness was now. The other members of the legendary squad also heard the noise and followed to see what was going on. Everyone was very satisfied with the results of the test. Ray Palmer was the most satisfied. He was originally tall and handsome, but in fact he was an empty shell. Years of scientific research had hollowed out his body. Not to mention Sia, who was considered a grandmaster of combat. Even an ordinary person was stronger than him in terms of pure strength. Now, although more than half of the energy of the god's blood had been consumed halfway, it had still reborn his body. Combining several data, his physical fitness had exceeded the limit of human beings. In a horizontal comparison, his body was similar to that of the American team next door. They were the kind of people who could get up after a few seconds after being shot. That was to say, he had left the original timeline. Otherwise, he would have automatically joined Superman's team whether he liked it or not. Chapter 182. Looking at the test report, the Atom Man, who had written dozens of papers, naturally understood what had happened to him. Although he was not a medical major, the test report was easy to understand. Just by looking at a few important indicators, he understood how important this matter was to him. The frivolous look on his face disappeared, and he asked with uncertainty, "May I ask, what were you planning to do with that drop of blood?" Thea knew that the Atom Man had taken the bait, so she immediately put on her act and said with a bit of melancholy and a bit of relief, "The original plan was to give it to my mother. Since my father and brother disappeared, she has been in poor health. But seeing your reaction yesterday, fortunately, I didn't give it to her. You're lucky, don't worry about it." Then she turned around and left, pretending to be relaxed, and gave him a smile. But her half-true and half-false words made Yuan Man very sad. It would have been fine if she had kept it for herself, but she had left it for her mother. As the CEO of the Palmer Group, who would acquire Quinn's company in the future, he was very clear about the Quinn family's mess. As for being a guinea pig, he had no complaints. Seeing that he was about to die, it didn't make much of a difference whether he was a guinea pig or not. After all, Sia had given him a chance to be a guinea pig. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the Atom Man finally made up his mind. He quickly caught up with Thea, took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to her. "These are some schematics of my armor design. I'll give them to you as compensation." After saying that, the handsome man ran away without looking back. Sia looked at his back with a solemn expression, but in fact, she was overjoyed in her heart. An artificial intelligence and an atom suit, these were arguably the two most valuable pieces of equipment on this ship. Even Inverse Lightning, who came from the 25th century, was full of praise for the atom suit. Although his words were somewhat flattering, It was still a great invention. Thea put it in her bag. When she returned to Star City, she could start the preliminary preparations for the Iron Man suit. After all, the original spacetime was different from 2166. There were many heroes and villains who could fight. He could not be as high profile as he was at this time. He was not going to join the Dark Justice League. He still needed a superhero identity that could be seen in the light. The Iron Man could fight and fly. His image was good, and he would not arouse the hostility of the citizens. He was the most suitable choice. Before she could think further, another human-shaped gift bag came to her. Captain Lung Han is a straightforward person. He doesn't need Thea's performance. He hands her a USB flash disk and says that this is the blueprint of his freeze gun. He doesn't have the blueprint, but this is the blueprint of the real thing. Thea was not surprised. The original design was designed by Cisco Ramon to prevent the flash from going berserk. However, before the gun could be fired, it was stolen by Captain Frosty. After that, he used the gun to torture the Flash for 3 years. However, Captain Lung Han, who only had a high school education, was actually able to take the real thing and draw the original picture. He even added his own changes. It was a strange thing. It had to be said that this world's technological equipment was weird. For example, the black guy in Firestorm could repair a spaceship after half a year of repairing cars. If that was the case, Captain Lung Han's high school education was not too low. Thea was not uninterested in his freeze gun, but she was not that interested either. She had studied Mr. Freeze's freeze gun in Gotham, so the two should have some similarities. However, she had to put in some effort to get the item. She dragged Captain Lung, Heatwave, and Sarah Lance, who volunteered to follow her to the magic circle yesterday. She told him to go in. In order to show that it was worth the money, Thea put in her best performance for another 20 minutes. Sizing up Captain Frigid, who was about to be cooked, Zhang Heng felt that the effect was not bad. He deliberately used the Eye of Horus to scan his genetic chain. His genes did not undergo a huge mutation, but there were some new appendages on the normal genetic chain. These should be the special genes that provided his abilities. How is it? You should be able to feel it yourself. Captain Lung Han was different from Firestorm. He was created by the combination of two people. Usually, the two of them did not have any superpower, so there was no reference value. The person in front of her could be considered the first superpower user that Thea met. She could not help but ask a few more questions out of curiosity. Captain Lung Han pondered and said, "There seems to be a change, but I don't know the details." After saying that, he stretched out his left hand and made a gesture of releasing an icicle. Unfortunately, nothing happened. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Thea crossed her arms and thought for a while. Maybe it's because the genes have just fused. You need to rest more and eat more to replenish your energy. After saying that, she looked at Sarah. For the next 2 days, don't do that kind of exercise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bear with it for a week. After saying that, she did not look at their ugly faces and went to bask in the sun. The Wave Rider stopped for a week in the year 2166. Rip Hunt had arranged for his wife and son, fully expecting that the Time Council would send someone to find him. But in the end, everything was calm and there was no movement at all. This made him a little puzzled. In the past, the people of the council were like hunting dogs, chasing him until they never stopped for more than 3 days at the same time. What happened recently? Since he could not figure it out, he might as well take the initiative to attack. The few people on the Wave Rider happily boarded the ship. They thought that this was their last trip, but in fact there were many stories to be told. If there was anyone who was the happiest recently, it would be the old Captain Rip Hunt, who got his revenge, his wife and son were safe, and he was ready to return to his official position. The second happiest person after him was Dr. Ray Palmer. The sunny and cheerful Atom Man was now radiant with a second spring. His physical fitness had greatly improved, and after a short time with Knight Gawain, his dream of becoming a knight was ignited again. His first step was magical modification, abruptly changing the original high-tech atomic suit into a medieval armor. This made the fat old man, who was also a top authority in science and technology, lament. He did not know if it was for the purpose of experiencing life, but he wandered around wearing that armor every day. Anyone who saw him would not think that this person was a doctor from the 21st century. He also coaxed Gideon to get a piece of alloy steel from the spaceship and made a very flashy-looking two-handed sword. One day, Thea reminded him that his face was too smooth, and Captain Lung assisted by the side, saying that he looked like a eunuch in armor. The former Atom Man, now the Atom Knight, began to grow his beard again. In just a week, he had already begun to show results. Here it had to be said that his mentality had changed the most. The armor could only bring protection, but it was the heart that was strong. That short period of cooperation with Knight Gawain allowed him to finally break through the defenses in his heart. He was able to bravely face himself. There was no need to shrink or escape. Giving Thea the information on the Atom suit was perhaps a way for him to say goodbye to yesterday. As for the title of Atom Knight, it was a self-mockery, and everyone tacitly agreed to it.